Hi, B Nation. Welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is Monday. I'm with that dude, Sean Davis. I'm Brian Driscoll, owner, publisher of Irish Breakdown. Kind of Mr. Do It All over here, Sean Davis. We're ready to rock and roll today, Sean. It's the late March, of course. Notre Dame started spring ball, so not a lack of information to discuss. Lots come up since we last did a show on Friday. And that's what's great about having a Monday mailbag, because we can get caught up on all the stuff from the weekend, plus any other thoughts that people have. Here's where we're at. If you have questions about Notre Dame football, if you have questions about Notre Dame women's basketball, the kickoff or tip-off today at 2:15. Kickoff. I'm always in football mode, Sean. Always. Tip-off today at 2:15. Big game against Ole Miss. You can ask about that, ask about recruiting. If you want to talk college football in general, if you want to talk about the draft, whatever stuff you want to talk about, we're going to talk about today, Sean. And so I'm ready to get right into it. You ready to rock and roll, Mr. Davis?
I am, man. How was your weekend?
It was good. It was good. Busy, very busy. We moved out of that house that we were renting, so no more, off location spots. I'm going to be here for the next week or so, and then they're supposed to be done with the house on Monday, and then I'll be able to move back into the old office. I miss the old office, man. I really do.
Yeah.
So get moved back into there, and then obviously trying to talk everyone off the ledge of the Riley Leonard situation. I know we're going to have questions about that. I put a post up on the board about that. Yeah, put a couple breakdowns this weekend, some Mike Denbrock offense breakdowns, and so those are on the board, and I'll have some more coming up this week, man. So it's a grind, but I love it. I love it. Wouldn't want to be doing anything else right now. So, but I'm ready to rock and roll, man, and we got lots of questions. And Wyatt Fritz starts us off, Sean, and he comes big picture. So we got to bring it, man. Question one, we got to be ready to bring it.
Let's go. Wyatt Fritz, thank you for the mailbag. Are there any changes as a university athletic program that Notre Dame needs to make to go to the next level? Stadium capacity increase, facilities upgrade, etc.
Sean, I'm good with the stadium. Notre Dame's in like a different situation like Penn State and Ohio State because it's a smaller school. It's northern part of the state instead of like central state. It's a smaller state than Pennsylvania and Ohio, and it's just a different type of fan base. So they don't need 100-seat stadium. I think the state, and you've been in the stadium, Sean. When they're when this is a good football team that's playing well, that place rocks. When they played Miami in 1988, Miami was, they had to. Remember when they had to warn the crowd, need you to be quiet, it's too loud. Did that against Michigan that same year in 88. That's 59,000 people. If the product is good enough and the team's playing well enough, that place is going to be plenty loud. Trust me. I think the layout of the stadium is good. There's always little things you can do here and there. I'd like to see them put Notre Dame and Irish in the end zone, but that stuff doesn't impact winning and losing. That's an aesthetic thing. If you want to talk about things that are going to help them go to the next level, to me, here's where it comes down to. When you talk about facilities, the Goog needs to get renovated, and that's been in the works now for a little bit. I would assume that they're going to share soon kind of what the plan is for that. We've been hearing a lot of things along those lines, so that'll come out. That's an upgrade that's needed. They need more meeting space. They need more places for the players to gather. They need places where the players can eat and spend more time together and those type of things, and that the program – all the athletics programs, if it's just football or if it's all athletes, I don't really care either way, but where they can kind of better facilitate what the meals are for all meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, all those kind of things. So like when Emil Wagner talks about how he's consuming 9,000 calories a day, every single one of those calories should be able to be determined and dictated and provided by the football program. That's a need. The weight room, it could stand to use a little bit of an overhaul because you're going to a program that's a little bit different in emphasis. I'm sure there's some things that Coach Lando is going to want in regard to, hey, we need a little – we have this, but we have 3 of them, but we need 8 of them because of the emphasis, maybe a little bit more room for him to work out and run guys. They got that little workout area that could be maybe expanded a little bit. So there's some things along those lines that I think could help the program. But the biggest thing to me, Sean, is there's nothing more important than manpower, right? And that's kind of where I'm at. So making sure that Marcus Freeman has the resources and the budget provided to him to say, hey, if you need to go get some Gary Patterson or David Cutcliffe or something like that to come be a part of your program, if you need 2, 3 additional analysts on each side of the ball. If Chad Bowden needs more people, at his disposal from the recruiting part, I think they're doing a pretty great job with. That staff's been built up pretty good with Dre Brown now taking over Chad's job, which, to be honest, Dre had been doing this for a while. Chad had been doing what he got promoted to for a while. Now it's about paying them correctly and giving them the titles correctly. So Dre wasn't some just assistant. He was at first, but Sean, you and I know over the last 6 to 8 months, Dre's taken on a much more prominent role as Chad has also taken on a more prominent role. This is just more recognizing that. And then they've got a lot of people under them that really do a great job, with the recruiting operation. I mean, if they need a couple people there, but this is also about, giving more help to Chad and Matt Jensen and those guys in regard to national scouting of rosters for the transfer portal, more resources to say, hey, look, we've got some unique needs from an academic standpoint because we're bringing in 2 things. Number 1, more transfers. Number 2, more early enrollees. Maybe Adam Sargent's staff and academics could use a couple people on the football side of things to help them, and that's their objective. Obviously more things related to mental health of all the things that kids have to deal with. Sean, you and I played ball back in the 90s. We played high school ball in the 90s. My college career finished in 2000. We had things we had to worry about and stress about, but I couldn't imagine being a college football player at any level, especially this level, and having to deal with social media. And I know they grew up on it, but they're exposed to so much more. The expectations are so much greater to be pulled in different directions, doing things to make sure that nobody's falling through the cracks as best as possible. Falling through the cracks. So I think the mental health piece is something I've talked about for years can be improved. And from what I understand, it is being improved. I just think there's always room to focus on making it better. But they're doing so many more things the last few years. Like, what's the lady's name? Is it I think it's Anna Applegate or something like that, Anita, something like that. I see her all the time. She's doing these things like teaching kids how to cook and prepare. That's great stuff.
Yeah.
I love that they're doing that because we're trying to develop young men, right? And so a lot of these kids are living off campus. Being able to teach them how to cook, what are proper cooking techniques, what are ways to eat healthy, those are all great things because we're not just filling up their bodies and nourishing their bodies to become better football players. We're teaching these kids things that, when in 10 years, when Xavier Watts, or 15 years, when Xavier Watts is, an NFL player, he's going to be married by then, he'll have kids by then. And he's going to be sitting there making his kids dinner, and it's going to be things he learned doing this. Xavier may be a bad example because from what I'm told, Xavier already liked to cook a lot when he came here. But there's other kids who've never cooked a thing in their lives, and they're now being taught things that someday they're going to be using those things as fathers and husbands and things along those lines. So all those things are great. It's just more of it. Making sure that the training program is tops in the country. I'm talking about athletic training, not strength training, but the athletic training. Rob Hunt and his crew, making sure that you've got the best people there. At the end of the day, I think that's a lot of what it boils down to, Sean, is if you got somebody that's good at their job, go find somebody that's great at their job and make sure that Marcus Freeman and Pete Bavach or whoever else that makes those decisions has the resources needed to go get the best of the best. We saw them do that with the coaching staff this offseason, which is why Mike Denbrock is here now, which is why Mike Mickens didn't leave, which is why Dylan McCullough didn't leave, which is why Al Golden didn't leave. There was a substantial financial commitment that Notre Dame made to the football program this offseason to show they're serious about winning. But that's got to be the start. Right now it's okay. Coaching staff here. Now let's build out from it. I think on top of the Goog upgrades, those are the biggest things that need to be done in order to say, hey, Notre Dame's going to take the next step. Basically, whatever Marcus Freeman needs, he needs to be able to explain why he needs it, show evidence that this is going to benefit the program, and then do what you got to do to make it happen.
It's a lot of plans in life, but they can't come to manifestation unless there's proper execution and unity. And one of the biggest things that gives Notre Dame fans hope, or should give Notre Dame fans hope, is exactly what you just talked about. It seems like for the first time in a while, you get the feeling that everyone's pulling in the same direction. Administration, coach, support staff, players, everybody's of the same mindset with the same singular goal. and that is getting to that mountaintop and hoisting that trophy once again and bringing it back to South Bend. That's what we've been waiting for over 30 years. And that feeling and that buzz is starting to come back. Even at the pro day, I remember I telling you, like, yo, it was fantastic. Like, the experience was fantastic. The support staff was fantastic. The way they handled things, the way they dealt with certain things, and just watching the coaches come in the midst of a big time recruiting weekend, and the way they were talk, man, Mike Denbrock was, look, that dude lights up a room when he comes in, man. I mean, from the first
It's
time
the
he
most
walked in,
charismatic 60-year-old you're ever going to meet in your
I
life.
mean, he walked over to the media, walked over to us on the bleachers, spoke to everybody. It was almost like every scout in the room was just drawn to him. He held court the entire time he was there. And when you start to get characters or young, not young men, but people like that in the building, charismatic, because Marcus Freeman can't be the only one that carries that torch of being charismatic within the program. He needs others. And you would love for the positional coaches, support staff, recruiting. Chad is that guy. Dre is charismatic.
Right.
So it's like you're starting to see that permeate throughout the program. And I love the fact that it seems like every time I'm in the building, Pete Bavak was there. Like every time there's a practice, pro day, you see Pete Bavak. That's refreshing, right? So it's a lot to feel good about
Let's
with the things
be
that are
real
coming.
about something, Sean. Let's be real
Yeah.
about something. Okay. 10 years ago, this offseason would have gone like this. Mike Denbrock doesn't get hired. Kirby Moore doesn't get hired because they wouldn't have stepped up enough to hire him. Who knows what would happen at OC.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Mickens probably leaves for a DC job somewhere, and Al Golden probably leaves. Chad Bowden probably heads to Michigan because Notre Dame wouldn't have stepped up to the plate to not only pay him more, but create a new position that's outside of what they've traditionally had. And Dre Brown would have already been gone.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody else would have recognized this. So, like, Chad gets a lot of the attention, and he should. Chad kills it, right? He is the perfect complement to Marcus Freeman. But what I respect about Chad is Chad realizes it can't just be me. He recognized something in Dre and made sure that the higher up said, yeah, you need to take care of me, but we also need to do this because we need to make sure we can keep Dre around. Because Chad understands, I believe, that yes, I'm great at this, but if I can have me plus this dude, plus this staff, plus this, we can rock and roll. And you're seeing Notre Dame as an institution because Marcus Freeman can want this all he wants. Jack Swarbrick can want this all he wants. But if you're not getting the support from every aspect of it, Jack Swarbrick can't walk in and demand $30 million extra a year to the budget. Right? Marcus Freeman can, he can. I mean, he's going to get it. Marcus Freeman could demand it. I mean, he's going to get it. And so you're seeing a greater commitment from the school as a whole. And look, and I want to give credit where credit is due because in the past, I've crushed them for it because I don't think they've shown the support. So now that they're doing it, let's show them some love for it. Because this offseason would have gone completely differently 10 years ago. Completely differently 10 years ago. Part of it, I also believe, is because the school believes they have a coach that's truly committed to Notre Dame. That's part of it as well. Am I going to commit this to you, and then a year later you're going to take an NFL job? Who knows if it may happen, but there's nothing about Marcus Freeman, like the whole Alabama thing. Every coach that was associated with that, except for one, used that to get a pay raise. The one that didn't, Marcus Freeman, because he doesn't want to present to anybody the thought that I'm leaving.
That's a good point.
If I go win, I'll get that money. But I need that money right now, not for me. I'm doing all right. I need to make sure that I can go get Mike Denbrock. I need to make sure I can keep Mick with me. I need to make sure I can keep Chad. I need to make sure I can keep Golden. I need to make sure I keep Dre. And I think there's this belief at Notre Dame where it's such a sigh of relief that after 10 years of every offseason, the threat of I'm going to leave if I don't get something, it's refreshing to have a coach that's like, dude, this is where I want to be. This is where I want to win. That's what he portrays. I mean, look, I can't tell the future, Sean. I have no clue if that a year from now he's going to walk. I have no idea, but I'm telling you, everything he does right now shows everyone on campus, if you commit to me, I'm committing to this place because I think we can do something special here. And I also think what you're seeing, and we can't ignore, is like there was another one. Somebody brought up A&M. I know for a fact that Texas A&M reached out to Marcus Freeman, and there were people at Texas A&M that were telling people, yeah, Marcus Freeman expressed interest, and he's like, no, I didn't. Like, no interest. It never got to me. My agent handled that because my agent knows what I want, and it ain't that, right? You know what I mean? So we're seeing all of that, but we're also seeing the fruits and rewards of the new TV contract that is double, close to tripling what they were making before. So your budget's going to be bigger now because you're going to be bringing in more revenue. So I've tried to explain this the other day, Sean. When you look at the money they're going to be making from the college football playoff, the new NBC extension, what they're getting from the ACC, and what they're getting in the new apparel deal, even if you take out the ACC and it goes away, Notre Dame has almost tripled what their annual revenue was from TV money because of what's happened with the playoff. I mean, they were handing out $460 million a year on the playoff prior to this. The new contract that starts in a couple years is going to give out $1.3 billion. And the number you all are seeing floated around about the $13 million, that's only what Notre Dame makes if they don't make it. If they make it, from what I'm told, they actually make much greater, closer to what the SEC and Big 12 schools are making it, or Big 10 schools. So that's the other thing too, is I was nervous about, okay, they're going to get this big TV deal, but what are they going to do with it? We're seeing what they're going to do with it. And it's exciting because I think you finally have people that, to me, make it seems like we understand that if we invest here, our ROI is going to be so much greater because we're going to go out and win, and the money's going to be flowing. Because here's what happens every time a team wins a championship. Revenue through the entire school grows. More applications to school. That's just a proven fact. Every time a school wins a championship, especially one that you're not expecting, you see these other jumps in revenue, admission requests, campus visitors, money people are willing to spend on all types of things. It happens all the time. They understand that. Plus now our value, because here's the thing that's interesting. Here's where Notre Dame is also smart, Sean. They didn't sign a new TV contract. They simply signed a 5-year extension at a greater amount, which means Notre Dame right now is investing in the product in hopes that in 5 years, we are a championship caliber team, because in 5 years, because the last year Notre Dame was going through contract negotiations. Who else was going through contract negotiations? The Big Ten and the SEC. In 5 years, when that contract comes up, what contract is going to be on the table? There's one game in town at that point in time, Sean, and it's Notre Dame. And if Notre Dame is supporting the football team now, give me $5-10 extra million to do this, and this, and Marcus Freeman builds a winner, imagine what their value then will be in 5 years when that extension is ready to be negotiated or a new deal is ready to be negotiated. So there's a lot going on here beyond just they want to support Marcus Freeman. They want to support Marcus Freeman because they understand the opportunity that's there from a football standpoint, but also a financial standpoint of this thing working out. And so that's why we're seeing all of this stuff. And that's why making sure that we're making these changes, we looking at it from their standpoint, is something that's been so important to them. That's the big thing. So I told you why it was getting us started off hot at the beginning, man.
Tyler Evans, thanks for the super chat. Is there any trades from your favorite teams that you dislike? Mine is Ken Griffey Jr. to the Reds. Still gets me upset.
So, Tyler, I got to ask, are you a Reds fan or a Mariners fan? Because Sean, I grew up a Reds fan, but I also loved Ken Griffey Jr. because I grew up with his dad, was part of the Big Red Machine. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I mean, if you were a kid that was alive in the 90s and you liked baseball like we did, how did you not like Ken Griffey Jr.? He was one of the most likable superstars I've ever seen in my life. You know, like, and he was in an era where there were so many unlikable superstars in Major League Baseball. Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds, Roger
Yeah.
Clemens. There's just a lot of unlikable stars. Mark McGwire wasn't unlikable. He was just kind of blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you have this young, full of energy, phenomenal talent. And it was just like he was super likable. So he said he's a Mariners fan. That makes total sense. So as a Reds fan who also was I had two favorite players in the 90s and early 2000s. It was Barry Larkin for my team and Ken Griffey Jr. So when they made that trade to get Ken Griffey Jr., man, I couldn't have been happier. Couldn't have been happier.
Man, I was jealous of you guys when you had the nasty boys at the back end of the bullpen.
Oh, yeah. That's when they won at 90. Yeah,
with Sabo and Eric Davis.
Yep.
Man, that team
had some good players, man. You had the nasty boys, but you also had Jose Rijo that was before the injury set in. Tom Browning was still, good pitcher.
Yeah,
Danny Jackson was going through a period of time. You had Barry Larkin at shortstop. Chris Sabo was a year removed from winning the rookie of the year.
Right?
You had Eric Davis was still playing. They had Paul O'Neill was their starting right fielder on that team. You had a really nice two-man, and they had a really nice two-man rotation at second base and first base that helped that team a ton. You had Hal Morris and Todd Benzinger at first base, and they would switch. And then you also, people forget this, they had Bill Dorn and Mariano Duncan was their two second basemen.
Right.
Like those were two still good. They were older, but they were really good players. And so, man, that team was fun to watch, dude. And they weren't that great before. They weren't great out. They were good, but they were never that good. It just, everything kind of came together. Rijo was healthy that year. It all worked out. But so I love that one. I'd say I'm trying to think of the trades that I disliked from my teams going outward. I mean, I don't know that most of the trades that have, just generally speaking about the Reds, I hate one of the reasons I stopped being a Reds fan is because every year I'd be like, get excited about all these young prospects they add. And then as soon as those guys get good, they trade them away for more young guys. So like, you get Sonny Gray and you sign him and, you then trade him. You get Luis Castillo in a trade with the Mariners. Then you build him up and then and it's just like, dude, I'm out. Like, I'm done with all this. So that was kind of the thing that got me kind of just over it was that. Like, this is the life of a small market team. But I can't really think of any trades like the Celtics made when I was a kid that I didn't like, or that the Reds made that I didn't like. I didn't love it when they traded away Dave Parker. I kind of liked watching Dave Parker as a kid, but other than that, I more focus on the trades that they did that I liked. And then the big regrets I had as a fan were not the trades. It was, I still say this, Larry Bird's career goes completely differently at the end if Lynn Bias doesn't die. Because that would have taken a lot off of his plate in 88, 89, 90, where he didn't have to carry it. But then also in 88, because the Celtics were really good in 87, like really good until late in the year when they had all those injuries. And like, he would have helped with that. 88, same thing. He would have helped take some of that regular season burden off. And then if somebody does go down, you got this cat. And I think you'd have seen them do things where he would have played the wing. You'd have seen Bird, as Bird got older, kind of play that early stretch 4 type of role. And it would have allowed them to just have a better rotation and kept those guys fresh. But that was the only thing that happened that you look back and you're like, dang it. Because you can't say, I wish they would have drafted somebody else, because that was like the perfect guy for them. And then when Bird retired, you'd have had the perfect star to take over. With all due respect to Reggie Lewis, you'd have had the perfect star to take over. That was the one that crushed me. Was when he died.
Yeah, that was tough. That was really tough. For me, it's emotional, right? I don't think I have emotional. Like trading away Frank Thomas. The day the Bulls traded Derrick Rose. These are just emotional attachments to players, right? That you just didn't like. Looking back, hindsight, trading Jimmy Butler for Zach LaVine and watching Jimmy Butler become what he's become for the Miami Heat has been tough. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, free agency more like letting
Yes.
Wilbur Marshall go in free agency off that 85
Yeah.
Bears defense when I was a
Yeah.
kid. Like watching them pretty much dismantle, the linebacking core. Otis Wilson goes to the Raiders, and they brought in Jim Morrison, they brought in Ron Rivera, who were good players, but they weren't those guys.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, when you're a fan of a team, you have an emotional attachment. Like I'm sure Tyler had an emotional attachment to Ken Griffey Jr.
How would you not?
Yeah,
I
how
had an
would you?
emotional attachment to him, and he wasn't even on my team.
Yeah,
I can only
yeah,
imagine what it was like for the Mariners, and they didn't have a history of being that.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. Like now, I'm preparing myself to lose Luis Robert in a
right,
couple of years. The White Sox aren't going to pay him. They're
right.
not.
That's how everybody's like, you should get excited about the Reds. They got this guy, Indy De La Cruz, where I'm like, why? Why should I get excited about that guy? So in 2 years, when it's time for him to get paid, he can go
Mhm.
sign with the Yankees or somebody or get traded away. Why should I invest in that? That's why I stopped, because like the Reds have done a great job finding these young Latin players and making these trades and all this kind of, and it's just like, and then they get up and it's like, okay, we never really get to see them in their prime because they get traded away. So it's just like, whatever, I'm over it. But another one, Sean, remember back in the day when free agent NFL, they had a lot of that stuff you could match. And I remember the Broncos signed Tim Brown to an offer sheet. And this is back when you're just begging to get John Elway a wide receiver.
Mhm.
And the Raiders match it. I was crushed because like I'm a Notre Dame fan. So like I'm an Elway fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan. Elway needed a receiver. Tim Brown was a beast back then. That was crushing when that one happened. That would have been a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Have you had any transfers in this new era? Have there been any transfers of guys that you were like, man, I really wish that kid would have stayed at Notre Dame and
Still
just
Dracovic.
okay.
Not that like would have stayed and they would have developed him properly is
Mhm.
always one. Just because I still say people, well, he was a bust. Yeah, he turned out to be one.
Mhm.
But you go watch him play in 2020 and you're like, that's for a brief time in 2020. You're like, that's what
When he first got to Boston College,
yeah,
yeah, he
that's
was
what he should have been.
yeah.
And should have been that at Notre Dame. Some choices Notre Dame made and some choices Phil made kept
Yeah.
him from ever being the guy that he was supposed to be. That's really the only one that stung. I never understood why Arnold Ali transferred back after 88. I never understood that one.
Mm.
Because he came in as a freshman and played a bunch at outside
Yeah.
linebacker that year and then transferred. But like I wasn't crushed when Dorsey Levin's transferred because he never did anything. That's how loaded they were at running back. And I wasn't crushed when Kent Graham transferred because I was like, he didn't fit what they do anyway. You know what I mean? So like even in like modern times, I don't know that there's been one that I was like, man, that sucked. Like I didn't want Tobias to transfer and Chris Tyree to transfer, but I understood it. So it's like, it is what it is. Let's see what they do. So I can't really think of anybody that like that just really, well, here's one. I still wonder what Greg Olson would have been like at Notre Dame.
Mm.
That's one. Because he came here because of his brother. And then
Right.
once his brother left, once Christian left, Greg was like, I'm out. And,
Right.
he could have.
Yeah.
He could have done some things, buddy, at Notre Dame. There's no doubt about that. No doubt.
Aaron Lynch.
Yeah. The reason that one isn't me for Sean is because I knew the reasons why.
Mhm.
And you just kind of knew that maturity wasn't there for him to be the player he was going to be here.
Yeah.
He had been given so many chances to get his head on straight, and he still refused in the NFL.
Yeah.
But I want to finish wrapping up on the Greg Olson one. Remember, Greg Olson's last 2 years in college were 05 and 06. That's why I keep saying, like, could you imagine Greg Olson on those two teams with Brady Quinn?
Yeah.
Whew. That'd have been fun to watch, man.
Yeah.
That'd have been real fun to watch.
I didn't been me. Thank you for the super chat. I know everyone has a shot, but be honest. Do you guys actually think someone besides Steve will be quarterback too? Open competition sounds good, but I think it'll automatically be Steve. Appreciate the mailbag.
It's a good question, Sean. Did you get a chance to watch the press conference from Saturday?
I did.
So because I followed up on this, but the way he said the question, he was like, Steve's going to be with the ones, Kenny's going to be with the twos. And it just kind of seemed like he was like, this is how it is for the spring.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like that. So I followed up with it. And his answer, I didn't like either. I mean, look, I'm just going to call it. I love Marcus Freeman and what he's doing at Notre Dame, but my job is to call him like I see him. And I didn't like that answer. And somebody else asked about this in the chat, and they said the same they asked kind of the same thing. And I'll be honest, it did not seem like they had any thought of, okay, let's let them battle. It's maybe this is just what they're saying publicly, and that's not really what's going on behind the scenes. But his words, and he kind of said it twice, and he's like, I love competition, blah. But his answer didn't sound to me like, oh yeah, there's going to be legitimate competition. Well, if Steve's only getting 1 reps and Kenny's only getting 2 reps, and then when there's a time when you don't have a third and you're splitting Kenny and CJ, how is that a real competition? A real competition is, okay, Kenny's getting reps these next couple days with the 1s. CJ's with the 2s, Steve's with the 3s. The next couple days, okay, let's get CJ some work with the 1s, Steve's with the 2s, and Kenny's with the 3s. Like, that's a real competition. And the problem I have, and again, this is just based on what we're being told, it could be completely different in actuality because we're not there, is that you can't say I love competition in one breath and then not do things to actually create competition. Because this whole notion, well, they can do that with the 2s. No, they can't. You can say that all you want, but when I'm playing behind what you perceive to be your second best group of linemen, your second best group of running backs, and your second best group of receivers, you're not giving me the same opportunity as you're giving that guy. Let me go work with that group. Let me go throw to the couple 4-3 guys and see what I can do. Let me be the one handing off to Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. Let me be the one to run the offense behind Charles Jagasaw and Billy Shroud. So that's my thing, is it just in no way did it seem like, hey, competition's still going to rage. Now we're going to see who that next guy is. It's a great opportunity, for these 3 guys to compete in battle. It's going to be a great opportunity for Steve and Kenny, Kenny and CJ to get a lot of reps and push Steve, and Steve's going to have to battle with them. And that was, I had to kind of like coax that out of him with my question. And even then it was still kind of like not a real conviction that that's going to happen. And so that was disappointing to me. So just from the words, it doesn't sound like there's a competition. I think it's a mistake, because when you get sucked into this vortex at quarterback of experience, that's how you get into a situation where a coach decides, no, we're going to play Kelly Bryant all year instead of Trevor Lawrence. And you can't do that, right?
That's interesting you bring up that reference, because I think it's the perfect reference from the angst that was, I don't know if you picked up on this, there was angst about what it transpired with Riley Leonard. Not in the sense of whether or not he's going to be healthy, and I'm not talking about that. I think there was a clear-cut plan. I think all things considered, they do want Riley Leonard to win the job. They do want Riley Leonard to show that he's the guy that's going to lead this offense and be one of the leaders on this team, right? But I think we both have said, well, I know I stepped out and said, Steve Angeli isn't just about to go away. Like Riley's going to have to win this thing. And that's what, in a sense, what I pick up is that the want was Riley's going to win this thing during the spring. He's going to win this thing through the spring. He's going to establish himself. And then sometime early in the fall camp, early in the process, we can go ahead and say, okay, this is the guy we want to start. This is all things being perfect, right? This is a wrench, right? Because we don't know that in some capacity he could come back this spring. If I'm investing in Riley Leonard, I don't know if I even want to chance anything in the spring.
No.
I'm built towards making sure he's totally healthy going into the summer and into fall camp. I'm looking at him as an investment, and not like, we've invested in him. This is what we want him to be. Let's take it easy. But of course, we'll see how things play out. So I think the angst comes from the wrench in the plans and the thought process, and how they wanted things to evolve in that competition. Now, as far as how the competition plays out, I don't think anybody really considered, if there was a competition, I'll say if there was a competition, it was Riley and Steve.
It was, and I don't think there is. I mean, there is no circumstance in which you're going to have Steve Angeli be your starting quarterback over Riley Leonard unless Riley's not healthy. There's no, he doesn't have the physical talent Riley Leonard has. He doesn't have the experience Riley Leonard has. He doesn't have the playmaking ability that none of the quarterbacks do. None of the quarterbacks right now have the proven playmaking ability and talent that Riley Leonard does as a senior. So I never bought the whole there's going to be a like did anyone think going into 2021 that anyone but Jack Cohn was going to be the starting quarterback? Of course not. But they still had to give the, quarterback competition, language. There was no real quarterback competition. My concern is if they're not even letting there be a competition for number 2, that's very potentially damaging. And so, some people have posited the idea, well, maybe they're doing this so that Steve doesn't leave. Maybe. But are you willing to not risk Steve leaving at the expense of maybe Kenny or CJ leaving? I'm not saying they will. I'm just making the point.
That
Because if
would
they don't
be,
feel that
yeah.
they're going to be given, like, here's my thing. If I'm Kenny or I'm CJ, I'm like, all right, I went through the spring and you gave me no chance to push this guy outside of, well, if you do your job with the number 2s or the number 3s, you'll get that's coach speak, y'all. Coach speak. That's all that is. And if you're telling a player that and you mean that, it means you don't actually think that guy can go start. Not as a quarterback. It's a little different as a wide receiver or running back where it's more about you and just you doing your job. But imagine telling a running back who's only working with the third string offensive line that he's getting the same opportunities as the guy with the ones. He's got to take advantage of my opportunities. I'm getting hit every other play behind the line of scrimmage because I'm running with the number 3 offensive line. What exactly is this opportunity you speak of? Right? And so, to me, if I'm them and you value Steve Angeli's experience of one game in which he threw for 230 yards so much that I get no chance to compete for the job when the projected starter is out, then what's to make me think I'm going to get a legitimate chance next spring to start? Because I'm still not going to have the experience he has. And so that's where they need to be concerned, in my opinion. Is if you really think Steve Angeli's that guy, then okay, fine, let him be that guy. But that's not anything anyone's ever told me. All I ever get is he's just got a lot of moxie and he's experienced. He's got something we like this. Okay, right? Because that's my thing is like the Kelly Bryant, Trevor Lawrence thing was this. They gave Trevor time and opportunities to prove himself. And when he proved himself to be ready, they turned it over to him. Would they have turned it over to him if he never got those chances to play early in the season? There was a plan in place to get him ready to go. And to me, that's what they need to do with this group. And I don't know that, like, I hope I hope the lip service is not what's actually happening in practice.
No,
Because
I
if
don't
what
think
he said in the thing is what's happening, that's a problem for me. Because
yeah,
now we're back to the Brian Kelly era of experience trumps everything.
Verbatim, I don't know. I don't remember verbatim what the answer was. But I will say this. From the first full practice that I was able to see, I mean, you were there too. And he said it in the press conference afterwards. They're not, and he attributed this to Mike Denbrock. Like, dude, we're not doing 1s and 2s right now. Everybody's getting an opportunity to show what they can do because Mike Denbrock wants to see that.
Right.
Like, I don't, no. I want to see what everybody can do when they're out there best on best. Everybody gets the opportunity. That to me was a full of like, we saw Riley would come out with the 1s and then they would go to the next period and Steve would come out with the 1s. And Kenny would get some snaps. It's like, so that atmosphere was set up. How it has played out or how it will continue to play out. Like I said, this is a wrench that was thrown into the plan that I thought they had to be able to use the early part of the spring to see what they had from everybody when they have optimal opportunity and then start to trim the fat and start to gear things more towards, okay, these are the guys that we are going to depend on. These are going to be our top guys, but we're going to continue to develop and bring our younger guys. Look, I think from the jump, I've always said, dude, they're not going to put CJ in the midst. CJ, they don't want CJ to be one of their top 2 quarterbacks unless he forces his way and you can't deny him.
Right.
That's nothing
You
wrong
can't.
with having a plan. Okay,
Right.
this is what we would like to do with a kid. This is what we would like to do. If he forces our hand, then we deal with that as time moves on. I don't have a problem with having a plan for a kid in his development and
Sure.
then being able to adjust on the fly based upon what you see in
Uh,
practice.
uh,
If he's given the opportunity with, like you said, with ones like,
but like here's the thing. Like what was said in that first one, true. He said that, but he said very clearly, Steve's with the ones, Kenny's with the twos, CJ's with the threes, and when we're only doing ones and twos, Kenny and CJ will both play in the twos.
mhm,
That's what he said. I mean, he didn't say for tomorrow's practice. He just said this is the way it is. Right now, that's what I say. Let's see how it plays out. But that was troubling for me
mhm.
because you can't tell me that after 4 practices you've already made your decision that this is how it's going to be. Right? That's very troubling to me because to your point, CJ has to force the issue, but again, it's hard to force the issue when one guy gets to throw to the first team receivers and the first team backs and the first team O-line every practice, and I'm only playing with the threes by myself, and then I'm rotating with the twos. It is not, it's, for a fact, the minute Trevor Lawrence showed up on campus, they were giving him some opportunities with that first group of guys.
You knew
Now,
when he stepped on campus, he was going to eventually be the starter.
right. And
I
and
mean,
so to me, you also know that he's got the talent to be that next level guy.
mhm.
And to me, if you're after 4 practices deciding that Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr aren't that guy, that's a problem. That's a problem for me because quarterback is unlike and some people don't understand this. Well, they play this guy who's a freshman. Guys, quarterback's a different animal than every other position. And some coaches, especially defensive coaches, become obsessed with experience. Why? Because they in their minds view experience is less mistakes. That's the thing. Now, Marcus Freeman could have been given his opinion, and Mike Denbrock has a completely different opinion. And if that's true, then we'll see how it plays out. But I'm just going off of what he said. It was concerning what he said, and it's
Mhm.
going to make me be very curious about how things play out. Because here's the deal, guys: we're going to get 5 periods of practice. That's all we're going to get to see, except for like maybe one more. I think we get
We
what,
get
one
one
more
more full.
practice.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
going to have no clue who's working with the ones, twos, and threes after 5 periods. And if somebody tries to tell you
Uh,
they do know, they're full of it because that's just for drills. We know for a fact, Sean, in the past, they've done things for our benefit that when we talk to our sources after the fact, that's not how it went the rest of practice once we were gone.
mhm.
Not how it went. So I'm very curious to see how it goes because if this is just it, rest of spring, Steve 1, Kenny 2, CJ 3, that's going to be very disappointing for me. And now here's the thing. That's not me saying I want Steve benched. That's me saying if Steve's going to be the guy, don't you want to learn a little something about him too? How did Steve handle being down with the threes today? I mean, that's all part of the deal too. Is he went down there and he was pouting and stomping around or whatever, and that tells you something. But or it could be he went down with the threes and he got them boys rolling. And he was telling guys what to do, and you learn something about him that way. And so that's kind of my thing is
I
it would
think
be
something else he said
frustrating.
that was very telling. And look, I don't understand the angst with anything, right? Because if I'm not basing this based upon what was said, this is just me logically. Your young dogs will get more opportunity with Riley Leonard being out, or they should get more opportunity, more reps. They should come out of this spring a little bit further ahead with Riley Leonard snaps now being divided amongst 3 or being given to them. So, in the totality of the health of the quarterback room should be further ahead,
Should be.
because should be
Yeah.
further ahead coming out of the
Yeah.
spring than normally the normal expectation,
Right.
which is a bright side to what
Absolutely.
is happening right now. Now, like we said, we don't know what's going on outside of the one full practice we were able to watch.
Correct.
And
Correct.
like I said, based upon what he said after that practice and what we saw, there was opportunity
Yep.
given with the ones,
There will be more
and
as
there
they
will
go
be
through.
more
Right.
if that continues that way. what you're saying is based upon the questions that were answered and how they were answered on Saturday. It's like, man, that's not going along with
right.
what was previously
Because
established.
he also said I love competition.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And here's the thing. It could simply be as he was in his mind was only talking about the next practice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or the one they just had. Right. I mean, he could have been talking about the one they just had. Steve was with the ones, and that's how it was. But that's not what it's going to necessarily be. But in that question, and then how he kind of answered to me, it's like he kind of gave just a little bit of lip service to the fact that, oh, yeah, I don't want Steve looking over his shoulder, but he's got it. And it wasn't like a real thing. So I'm very curious how it's going to play out, because I'd be very disappointed because it would go against, because here's the thing. If you treat your quarterbacks differently,
mm-hmm.
the rest of the team is going to see that, and it's going to become a problem. And that kind of reared its head a little bit last year. Audric Estime fumbles the ball in the first quarter against Navy, and he sits the rest of the half. Your quarterback makes similar mistakes, and it's like you don't even say something to him. Now, I don't think you should bench your quarterback every time he throws an interception, but there needs to be some sort of visible, hey, that's not okay type of thing. And there was a lot of people I talked to last year who felt like you didn't see that. He wasn't
Mm-hmm.
treated that way.
Mm-hmm.
It just kind of let it slide. That's not a Sam Hartman problem.
No.
That's the way that he was coached problem.
Let me ask you a question. Let's just say hypothetically, post Clemson,
mm-hmm.
where they had 2 games after Clemson?
Yes.
Right?
Wait
and Stanford. Post Clemson, let's just say Marcus Freeman says, look, we're going to start Steve, and we're going to make sure Kenny gets some playing time.
Right.
How beneficial would that have been going into the bowl prep and then the bowl game? Where are Steve and Kenny, particularly Kenny, along in the progression now, playing in those last 2 games, right? Getting a taste of that, playing at Stanford on the road, then the bowl prep, and then the Sun Bowl. Like, if he had made that move, which I don't know how many Notre Dame fans after that Clemson game would have been, Notre Dame would have beaten Wake Forest with Steve starting that game.
Oh, they'd have been they would have finished the year 3-0.
Yeah. And I think that's, for me, Brian, the big look. There is so much hope, regardless of who you think is going to be the starter. Look, let me put my hands back in my sweater here. No, because I'm getting excited, man. I'm really getting excited.
Yeah.
I wish this excitement and hope will permeate throughout the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, it was Drew and Tyler.
Right.
Last year, it was Tyler and Sam. Now we're talking about CJ, Kenny, Steve, and Riley. Like, what? Dude, we are so much help.
Right.
Dude, it's so much to be
to answer your question.
About.
To answer your question, I don't know that would have been great for Steve.
Right.
Because I don't know that Steve would have had as much time to prepare as he did for the bowl game.
But Kenny, I want you to speak
for
to him.
Kenny, it would have been huge for him.
Yes.
And that's why I felt they missed an opportunity in the bowl game not to have a package ready for Kenny to play.
Mm-hmm.
And once you did get a big lead, he should have got in sooner. That's my thing, is like, you've got these opportunities to develop a guy, but they're just refusing to do so. Now, maybe it's Gino Gaduli who loves Steve Angeli. Somebody in the chat said maybe, just maybe, Steve Angeli's better than Kenny. He may be. But that was my point. This isn't just about giving those guys a chance to beat him out. This is also partly about developing Steve, seeing how he handles adversity. Because of injury, Steve's just been kind of thrust into the backup role by default. Let's do some things to kind of challenge him, put him in a tough spot, and see how he responds. How does he respond when he spends the next 3 practices with the threes because of this plan we have? If he's down there, that's what I said earlier, like, hey, you do this and do that. No excuse making for why they did a pick. Just leading those guys, getting those guys lined up. Let's roll. And all of a sudden, man, it's the best the third team has looked all camp. That tells you something. That was a building opportunity for him. That's the whole point. And so everybody's like, well, this one of the most things that I just wanted to scream and just take my computer and throw it out the window during the Brian Kelly era was when people say, well, the coaches know better. Clearly in practice, like, you don't know how practices work in college football, right? Well, he could go dominate scout team. You're not always allowed to go full speed on defense. And they're telling you where to go more often than not in a way that's beneficial to the other side of the ball. You're not running your defense. I'm a man-to-man corner, but I had to play cover 2 this whole week. You're not showing me anything that's going to help you earn a spot, right? That's not how you have to create those opportunities and see how guys handle those opportunities. And sometimes the opportunity you're creating is a negative one because I want to learn how this guy handles adversity, right? And so I think it would have been huge for Kenny. I don't obviously Wake is not very good. Stanford's not very good. So Steve may have gone out there and played well, and he would have had like an extra week to prepare because there was a bye coming out of Clemson. So we might have seen the same thing from Steve. Those 2 games, I don't know. I know that the lack of the way that it played out for Steve in the bowl game was perfect for him to get his first start. But like here's my thing is, I mean, what if they'd have yanked Sam early against Pitt and given Steve a chance? What would that have done for Sam the next week going against Clemson? Right? Because sometimes it's like you pull your starter because, dude, you need to get your head out of your butt. No, we're not benching you full time, but
that was when he threw the 2 picks early.
Right. But
one was a bad
one.
One
Was not his fault. Like one was on Rico. The first was on Rico. But there were some other misses in that half where you're just like, dude, this guy's wide open. You need to get your head out of your butt. So let's make this move. And especially if you feel good about Steve's ability to go in there and play. Then put Steve in there and say, hey man, we're not going to keep putting up with this, buddy. And then what do you say to Sam going into the Clemson game? It's time for you to get your head out of your butt and go back to being the Sam Hartman that you were back in November or back in September. So those are all parts of this process that you have to be willing to do as a coach, that a lot of coaches aren't willing to do at quarterback. That's what it comes down to. You've got to be willing to say, hey, there is a level of accountability for quarterback, not the way that it may be for other positions, because you also don't want a coach that's constantly screaming at the quarterback, because then that's going to hurt some of the confidence that you have in the quarterback. But people need to know, hey, this guy can't, because like Sam had played so poorly in consecutive games. He played poorly against Ohio State, second half. He played poorly against Duke until the last drive. He played poorly against Louisville. He comes out and played okay, played solid against USC. Nothing special, but he didn't have a chance to really do a whole lot against them because of how the defense set them up for such a big early lead. So, and then he comes out and starts poorly against Pitt.
Yeah.
And there's nothing, no accountability, nothing. And from things we heard within the program, there wasn't that butt chewing that kind of needed to happen to say, hey, man. And there was a lot of people that I talked to that were like, there was frustrations that, hey, I go out and make a mistake and I don't play the next 2 quarters. And then he doesn't, and they don't say anything to him. So those are all parts of it. And you got to be careful that you're not doing that again, where it's like, well, here's the order and this is how it's going to be. If they go through the rest of the spring and Steve takes all the prominent reps with the 1s and Kenny and CJ with the 2s, if I'm those guys, I'm going to ask myself, what am I doing here? If it's just about experience, then I got no chance next year. I'm basically here until it's my turn. I'm not going to get that chance. So that's what they got to be careful of, because maybe in those situations, Kenny and CJ show that they're not ready. But you'll know they're not ready. Right now, you're assuming they're not because they're not playing well with the 2s and the 3s. And I'm telling you guys, it is different as a quarterback working with the 2s than it is with the 1s. It just is. It's like, hey, people, look how good Steve looked when he came in the game. Okay, flip the script. Put Steve in at the beginning of the game and bring in Sam off the bench against the number 2s and see how that goes. Right? I mean, it's a different situation. And so we're going to have to see how it goes. Again, and I'm only responding to what Coach Freeman said. Now let's see what they actually do. And that's why I'm not panicking on it yet, but I do think what he said needed to be addressed. But let's see how it plays out. And it could be mind games too, Sean. It could be what you said. Okay, this is what I'm saying because I want to see how Kenny and CJ are going to react. I want to see if Kenny comes out the next practice with his head down and unhappy because he just thinks Steve just is getting promoted and I'm still with the 2s. Or does he come out that next practice and say, all right, okay, this is my this is he view this window of Riley going down as an opportunity and sees it. Maybe there's some mind games going on. I mean, so that's, in fairness, that could be part of his comments too. It could be and you say, why are you playing mind games? Because that's football. It's a mental sport. I need to know how tough you are. I need to know how you respond when things don't go your way. Because how you respond now, when I name Steve the number 1 now and you're the number 2, how you respond over the next few practices is going to tell me where your mind is, what kind of competitor you are, because that's going to tell me how you handle us being down 14-0 to begin a game. You may not think it does, Sean, but it does. You know this. I know you know this. Other people may not think that it does. That stuff matters. That's how you learn about how a guy handles it. Because if you can't handle this well, how are you going to handle when we fall behind Ohio State 10-0? Because for whatever you feel about Sam Hartman, you know how he responded when they were down 10-0? Ain't nothing but a thing. I've been here 1,000 times.
Look, I want Kenny Minchey.
Right back at it.
I want Kenny Minchey to be in his dorm room after every practice, licking his fingers. Barbecue chicken. Steve Angeli's barbecue chicken. That's the attitude I want him to have. I want him to salivate for the next practice. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait to show that I'm better. I can't wait. And I want CJ to have the same mentality. I can't wait to show I'm better than Kenny and Steve.
Oh, they messed around and given me an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Like they're going to mess around and give me too many reps. You want that.
They didn't want that to happen to Riley.
That's not what we're saying.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what they wanted. But you best believe the moment they found out, if they're who we believe they are, the competitors we think they are, oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Blood in the water. Blood in the water.
Right.
Let's go.
So in fairness, that could also be the reason Freeman said what he said. Let's be honest about it. I mean, so if I'm going to say I'm being critical of taking him literally, then I also need to be willing to say, hey, but maybe this is it. And then, but we'll find out. We'll find out to a degree over these next several practices. Boy, if we keep going on these questions, Sean, we're only going to get to about 5 today. All right, let's get down to here from Riker Ferg.
Appreciate you, Riker Ferg. It would be blank if Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter pulled an Eli in the 2025 NFL draft.
Shocking. If both of them did it? I mean, if Shedeur Sanders is the clear number 1 pick in the draft and he doesn't want to play for the team picking number 1, I know that people don't like this. I had no problem when John Elway did it. I was 5. I mean, looking back, I had no problem with it. I had no problem when Eli did it. I had no problem when Caleb Williams is trying to do it, because when you have that leverage, this is a business. You have that leverage, use it to do one of 2 things. I don't want to go play for them, or to somehow get some commitments for what they're going to do to build around you, right? That's also part. Hey, look, I'm just letting you know, you can draft me, but I'm not playing for you. Or the first chance I get, I'm out of here. Or, whatever the case may be, use that leverage. So if Shedeur Sanders is in a situation where, Team A is picking number 1 and he's the clear number 1 quarterback and he doesn't want any part of that franchise, then sure, use that leverage to pull an Eli. It would be understandable if he did it. If Travis Hunter tried to do something like that, I'd be like, because it's a different deal. You're not building your franchise around a corner. I don't care how good he is. The last one that was maybe that good enough was Deion Sanders, and let's be real, Deion didn't win anything big until he went to a franchise that had other great players. Football is the ultimate team sport, and no player can elevate an entire team like a quarterback. That's what's different. You could have the best corner in all NFL and have one of the worst defenses in the NFL. You could have a mediocre football team on offense, and you put the right quarterback in there, and all of a sudden they get better. It's just that way because of the way that quarterbacks impact the game. You can avoid a great corner. You can't avoid a great quarterback. You just can't. And so it would be understandable if Shedeur tried that. If he was the clear-cut number 1, it would be silly for Travis Hunter to try that in a draft class that has Will Johnson and Benjamin Morrison, and you know what I mean? Like I think I don't even accept the premise that he's even the top corner in next year's draft class. I don't think he's the top 1 or 2 corners in his class. I think Will Johnson and Benjamin Morrison are. He gets the hype. He's the best you could argue he's the best all-around player in college football. because there's so few guys that do what he does.
Do both.
And
Yeah,
I would argue he
he's
may
a
want to
better
consider
receiver.
exactly. He may want to consider that. Hey, coach, man, look, I think I'm actually better here, so I want to be here full time. I mean, he may consider that, but
he's
yeah,
first round at both positions, and that's rare.
could
He
be.
doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be the
first
top
round at
defensive
corner.
back.
I don't think he's a first round corner yet.
Yeah, I would
think
disagree,
he can
but
be. I think he can be. But I would agree with you that he's a first round talent at receiver now. Yes, and he's a first round player because we're having the debate whether he is
absolutely.
or isn't first round at both spots. There just aren't those kind of guys around. And
I haven't seen the entire clip. I've just seen like clips. I haven't seen the entire interview to get to like the context or if there was more context. But I will say, it's outside of John Elway, who did have a father that was deeply rooted in football and had connections in the NFL. But there's also a point to make that you don't do this unless you have some, like Eli Manning had Archie. It wasn't like Eli was doing it with just a regular, like that's the problem with Caleb Williams. He doesn't have somebody with roots deep in the NFL.
Well, John Elway also had Major League Baseball.
Exactly.
I mean, that's
leverage
like
well.
his dad was a college coach, but that doesn't really do anything. His family couldn't have. He said, "Fine, I'll go be." I mean, George Steinbrenner wants me to be the right fielder for the Yankees someday, right? So I'm gonna go do that, right? Like you said, Eli had the leverage because of who his family was,
and Shador is going to have an advantage. Look, his dad was when his dad. Everybody was like, "What is Deion knew that this quarterback class was stacked." And he knew the next quarterback class was going to be less talented. He knew that. He knew that. Like, son, relax. We're going next year. Next year, you can be that guy.
Right.
All right. And if they come out and perform, if Shador comes out and performs, regardless, he's the number one quarterback, number two quarterback, he's going to have leverage because of the position and because of his father.
Correct.
And the connections. It matters. It mattered for Eli.
And because the money he makes.
Shador. Absolutely.
Shador makes more, I think, first or second amongst all players in NIL money. I mean, you see him on commercials all the time. So he can say, I don't mind dropping 3 or 4 spots to go to the right franchise. I don't need to play for you. I made $10 million the last 2 years in college, and my dad's Deion Sanders. You know what I mean? Like he's bankrolling me my sit out essentially.
Yeah.
So he has that leverage. And so again, when we talk about, I know people don't like this, I get it, but this is a business. NFL is legitimately a business. I don't like holdouts, but sometimes I understand that they're needed
and you
to
made
show that, you know, that I'm serious. You you got to do that. And so I'm as long as it's done the right way. Like if there's a right way or right reasons and wrong reasons to do this, there's right reasons and wrong. Like if you just want to go play in New York, you know, like this good franchise has the number 1 pick, but you just want to play in New York. You don't have the leverage you think you do in that situation. You know what I mean? But like,
yeah, I think it's about his experience. You pointed it out. He didn't win anything until he got to San Fran. I think he does not want that experience for his son. Because the Falcons organization wasn't real back then. They didn't want to win. He doesn't want that for his son. He doesn't want it for Trav.
Right.
So
he understands that there are organizations that can doom you if you go to the wrong place.
Yes.
He understands that. Not even just his own experience, but like even people he may know.
Yeah.
You know, and those type of things. So it would be understandable and smart if Shador Sanders did that. It would be a mistake if Travis Hunter did that. Because again, it's just going to be viewed differently, Sean. Quarterback versus corner, clear top guy versus guy that, you know what I mean? Like it's a different animal. It is. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do. And I don't know if this was said or if this is just a hypothetical situation, but it would surprise me. It would surprise me if any of that kind of, if it came to pass with Travis Hunter, it would surprise me.
Are there any drills for a linebacker like Snead to do to get better in the run game? How can you improve that area, not just pass rushing?
I mean, yeah, there's all types of drills, Sean. Efficient footwork, block destruction, things to get better at block destruction. The big thing for Jalen is he's just got to continue to get stronger. And yes, his technique has got to get better, but his biggest thing, Sean, is just being correct with what you're doing, being in the right gap. when you're supposed to be in the right gap. Be disciplined as a player. Don't go out of control. I mean, remember that play? Who's it against? Central Michigan, or I think it might have been Central Michigan, where he just comes through the hole and he's about to blow the guy up, and he's out of control. The guy makes a miss,
It
and
makes
just
a miss. Yeah.
it's like that went
Mhm.
from being a hero play to a wow, what the heck was that? All because he was just a little bit undisciplined. But that's youth. That's part of youth. I mean, that's part of your sophomore coming out a redshirt freshman, and you're getting a chance to be a playmaker. And those things he's going to have to continue to work through as a player. But yeah, there's all types of technical things, and it's not anything special he needs to do. He needs to do what Drake Bowen needs to do: be more efficient with your footwork, be better with block destruction, be gap sound, be assignment correct. All those things, and that's true for Jalen Snead. It's true for Jaden Osbury. It's true for Drake Bowen. It's true for Preston Zinner. It's true for Kingston Viliama-Asa. But Jalen's specific need, first and foremost, he could do all the drills he needs to do to get better with block destruction and efficiency. But if he's
Mhm.
efficiently getting into the wrong gap, it doesn't matter. If his block destruction is perfectly implemented and he's two gaps in the wrong place, it doesn't matter. Right. And that's going to be the big thing for him. And that's going to be the big thing for Drake and Jaden. Again, this isn't unique to Jalen Snead. He just is the one that got exposed for it last year because he got more of those first team opportunities compared to Jaden and Drake. But yes, discipline overall is going to be a big thing for Jalen this year. If Jalen can mature on and off the field, he'll have a chance to be a special player for Notre Dame. But he's going to have to do both of those, Sean.
Everybody's journey is different. Mm-hmm. Everybody's journey is different, man. And I think one of the biggest fallouts from recruiting, which is it drives the industry. It really does. It's one of the biggest things in college football when it comes to like content, revenue. It really drives college football because not only do you have the future and the present, but now, you have something that you can literally talk about on a daily basis in the off season. Like this was a huge recruiting weekend on top of Marcus Freeman's press conference, on top of the pro day, on top of, and we could talk about it for weeks. We could talk about the offers that went out for the 26 kids for weeks. And knowing that, one of the fallouts from that is that, sometimes people expect, oh, this is the top guy. He should be ready now. Now, everybody's journey is not the same. Everybody needs to learn. And the only way you learn besides drill and practice is actually making mistakes in games. Like that's going to be the biggest teacher, consistent play in games. Drake Bowen, midway through the season, Al Golden was like, I trust him. Right? Okay, that's fine.
Marty Biaggi definitely did.
Marty Biaggi definitely trusted him. Right? And I remember when everybody was like, oh man, KBA could come in and start. I'm like, dude, Drake Bowen isn't about to just vanish and go away. Like
and KBA could.
He could.
But it may not be in spite of Drake. It may be with Drake.
With Drake. Exactly.
Right. Marcus Freeman made a great point about this, what you're talking about, Sean, in the press conference Saturday. He said, one thing he said that, like, guys develop differently. Mm-hmm. He goes, there's, Xavier Watson, Benjamin Morrison are both going to next year, arguably the best players in college football at their position. They're both All-Americans going into next year. Benjamin's path was from the first game of his career against Ohio State. You're like, that dude's different, right? Freshman All-American, all that kind of stuff. Xavier didn't really break out till he was a senior, right? Like Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, I don't think played a snap of defensive football his first 2 years in Notre Dame. Jalen Smith was the best player on your defense the minute he stepped foot on campus. You know what I mean? Like every journey's different. Alohi Gilman's journey to becoming an NFL player was completely different from Kyle Hamilton's, whose was completely different from Harrison Smith's, right? And that's the thing where, to change gears, why this portal stuff is so toxic to young men in their development, because we're all like, so much of the media is focused on their rights. It's not about should you have the right to do it. I mean, we're not talking about your freedom of speech or your freedom to possess a firearm based on the Constitution. Because we're talking about developing young people and their privilege of playing college sports. It's not a right, right? And so sometimes The grown-ups have to be able to say, this is why we have the rule this way. As a father, did you not have to sometimes sit your daughter down as she got older and explain to her, you may not like it, your parents, your friends' parents may be letting them do this, but here's what I promise you. You will not have a child when you're 18, and you will not be spending time in jail when you're 18 if you listen to what I'm trying to do, because I lived it. I'm telling you, right? And so this era of, if you don't like that you're playing time, if you don't like, if you're then fine, I'll leave. That is not good for most young people. Again, transferring is okay. I transferred, but we need a system in place that makes transferring harder, because it forces you to make sure and really think through you're doing what you're doing. This Caden Proctor thing, and he's getting hammered for it, and he's immature, but he shouldn't even be in a position where this is even possible, because now he looks silly, and he's going to have to answer for this in a couple of years when he goes to the National Football League. But we've allowed this to become the case. And Freeman made that point. He's like, trying to get, using Xavier as an example to the other players to say, hey, listen, it's not always going to go this. Like Jalen Sneed, you're further along on defense after 2 years than Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah was, than Xavier Watts was. Be patient and then do the work we're telling you need to do to become that kind of player. And ultimately, Sean, that determines whether guys like Jalen Sneed and Jaden Alsbury and Drake Bowen pan out. It's not so much do they have the talent, it's are they willing to have the patience to learn and the humility to learn. There's too many young people, and this has been true for a long time. This isn't new to this era of, there's a lot of issues I have with this generation of young people, but most of it has to do with how we have raised them as a society, not necessarily them. Young people are always pushing back on certain things, right? Like there's always been this nature with young people, but it's do you have the maturity to say, hey, are you coachable? I don't like where I'm at. I don't like the fact I'm not starting and playing more, but I'm going to be cued in to say, okay, then you tell me what I need to do. The young man who pouts in his locker room because he's not playing is not a guy I'm going to win with. The young man who charges into my office and is a little pissed off that he's not playing, and his conversation is, I should be playing and I should do, I'm not winning with that guy. The young man that comes to my room and says, Coach, I don't like that I'm not playing. I hate sitting on the bench. What do I need to do to get better? What do I need to go on the field? That's the young man I'm going to go to battle with, as long as he then goes and does it. Because that's the kid that I know wants to be great. He doesn't like just sitting on the bench and waiting his turn. He's willing to do what it takes, but he's got the right mindset to say, Coach, I don't like this. I hate this. This is bullcrap. I want to play. Tell me what I need to do to play. Then you tell him, and then you're going to find out if he really wants to play, because the guy that does is then going to go out and do it. You're going to see that. You're going to see Jalen Sneed after practice on the next Thursday practice, talking about with Max Bulla. Coach, man, hold on a second. I kept getting this wrong. Let's go over this. You'll see that from Drake or Jaden. Those are that's when you know, okay, this kid wants to be something. And if this kid wants to play and he needs work and he's always the first guy off the field after practice, then you may know this ain't the guy.
Right.
Talent, but he ain't the guy. And
I tell people all the time, Brick B, our opinions, no matter what they are, don't decide the fate of young men. He decides his fate. He decides how great he's going to be. It's the same thing for him. It's the same thing for the incoming freshman. It's the same thing for a guy like Tyson Ford, who people are like, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Well, heck, how long did it take to happen for Howard Cross?
Right.
Like, I don't care how long it takes. It's almost like, I don't care, God. I don't care when you answer my prayer, as long as you answer. As long as you answer it. If it's today, tomorrow, next week, as long as it's answered. And that's development in college football across the board. That's why you coach.
Right.
Because you're going to have different people with different paths and trajectories, and you have to find a way to steer them in the direction to get the most out of that young man or that young lady. Period. And that is, now with the coaching staff that we have, we feel like the maximum output is more possible.
Right.
For all of the young men.
Yep.
Bayside Tiger 3, thank you for the super chat. 3 coaches you guys would like to watch film and talk ball with. One from current ND staff, a current non-ND coach, and a former coach of any team. Is this is this football only?
You can answer either way you want, Sean. I'm going to say football. If I could talk football with any current Notre Dame coach, it would be Al Golden, because I'm an offensive guy. I know offense. I know defense, but I don't always, especially since I've gotten out of coaching, I'm not always thinking as much about why they do what they do. I would love to sit down and just have a clinic talk for an hour with Al Golden. Not so much about giving me calls, but just kind of like, what's the process of putting a game plan together? Like, what are the things that you emphasize? Like, why, what's your plan for stopping a good run team that uses a lot of, overload formations, whether via shifts, motions, or just lining up that way? Like, I'd love to be able to pick his brain for an hour. Like, one of the things I wish Notre Dame would do, and I've seen teams do this in the past, is like have a, they used to have coaching clinics. Do something like that with the media. That'd be awesome. You don't have to talk about your scheme, but just like they always get mad. Coaches always get mad. The media people, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, like if they said, hey, we're going to have an hour clinic with Al Golden, Al Clinic. You don't think me, Tim Priester, like be the first dudes in line to be at that because we want to learn? You know what I mean? Like, don't get mad at me because, well, you know what you're talking about. Well, I've tried to get you to talk to me about it. I'm not at practice every day. I can only go off what I see. Maybe you guys should let us at a few more practices, and then maybe we'll see that this kid's out playing this kid in practice. Right? So that'd be so much fun to sit down with Al Golden, because like I'd love to sit down with Mike Denbrock, but I can watch Mike Denbrock's film and get inside his head a little bit. It's just because that's the nature of what my specialty is, right? Non-ND coach, I'll get to that second. Any former coach of any team, Sean, I think this is one you and I are going to agree on. I would love to sit down and just talk offensive line with Harry Heastan. Like, just no brainer. And a current non-Notre Dame coach, well, it would have been Nick Saban if he was still coaching, because whatever you feel about Nick Saban, he's one of the smartest football coaches that's ever lived. That's a man. It probably, who'd be? Probably either be Sark or Kalen DeBoer. If it'd be a non-Notre Dame coach, Sark or Kalen DeBoer would be two guys that I'd love to just sit down and talk ball with. Because I can only pick one, so that's why I went with Al Golden instead of Mike Denbrock. I would love to be able to sit down with both coordinators and talk ball with them. But I'm going to pick one. I'd pick the guy where my knowledge is not as great, so I can learn more. Yeah. If I could talk with somebody nationally, it'd be one of those two guys. You know who else I think would be really good to talk ball with, looking at it from the standpoint, is Kirby Smart. Because we forget he was a very good defensive coordinator.
Very good defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Alabama, yeah.
Yeah, and Brent Venables is another one I'd think about too, because he's so unorthodox in how he goes about, defensive ball when he's a D coordinator. I'd love to just talk defense with him. Like, look, man, can you tone it down a little bit? I don't need all that stuff. We're just talking ball. You know what I mean? But those are some guys. But I think probably Sark or Kalen DeBoer, because I want to get a little offensive talk, and then the legend Harry Heastan just sitting down talking ball with him would be phenomenal.
Yeah, the latter two are very easy for me. The first one is actually the most difficult when you talk about the current staff, and these are my reasons why. And I'll just let you know, I'm going with Gino Gadul.
Okay.
I will go with Gino. But I would love to sit, not even looking at what's going on with the current team. I just want to sit with Mike Mickens and just watch film of recruits. Like, what are you seeing? Like, how are you identifying these kids? Like, how are you going about identifying? Like, everybody has this 5-star kid offered. How are you identifying these kids to come into what you teach, and they're going to be a dude? I know I can make this kid a dude. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. But Gino, for this reason, what we see, I don't do. You talk about what you don't see with Steve Angeli. Arm talent, skill, Take it from me. Steve Angeli, the football player he is today, is a far better football player than he was this time last year.
Yeah.
Far better. Regardless of what you think about him. I know that from my own eyes.
That speaks a lot more to how Gino is as a coach than Sam Hartman.
Absolutely.
Because it's a
Absolutely.
lot easier to build a guy up than it is to deprogram a veteran and then teach him.
Absolutely.
No question.
And so for me, that along with sitting with him, these quarterback types, that like identifying dudes, bringing him to the middle of the field. What are you telling him? What are you giving him as keys? Ryder Lyons, Brady Hart, like all these types for the first time, it's like, these quarterback offers, this is a little bit different. The way Notre Dame's going about this quarterback thing. I would be very intrigued to sit down with Gino and just really go into his mind about the quarterback position.
What ultimately do you want?
Yeah.
Your second two, Sean. That's an interesting one. Like that would have not been who I would have thought you. I would have had to get through 3 or 4 more guesses before I would have got to Gino. Mickens, I would have assumed that one.
Yeah.
I would have assumed Golden and Denbrock, and I would have assumed I would have probably gone to Joe Rudolph next because I know you and I both love talking. Offensive line coaches are the funnest people to talk football with.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you it's so easy to get them riled up. Like position coaches at other positions are usually more guarded.
Mm-hmm.
They feel like they're holding like nuclear secrets. It's just like offensive line coaches are about the most open book you're ever going to see because it's not about scheme for them. It's about technique. It's about drills. It's about, and they are so fun to talk with. So that's where I would have guessed before I'd have got to Gino probably. So that's an interest. And then Dylan, because Dylan would be so interesting to talk about more than just football.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, matter of fact, if I sat down with Dylan for an hour to talk football, we might actually forget after an hour to, oh, shoot, we haven't even talked football yet.
Absolutely, man. Just the way he was coaching Aldrich through his pro day, I'm like, this dude is darn good at what he does. You want to watch somebody that's really good at what they do, has mastered it to a point, it's Dylan McCullough in that running back position. My second person is Harry Heastand. Without question. Harry Heastand,
a former coach of any team.
Let me tell you why. For everything that you said, my first experience with Harry Heastand was the first time I went to meet the new coaching staff 2 years ago. Everybody else, a little bit uptight, making sure Harry Heastand locks eyes with me, walks in. What's up, big guy?
Doesn't know you.
He took my walls down.
Right.
Anything I was worried about, like being in the midst of the coaches for the Terps, he just totally took my walls down. And I just made me feel comfortable. I'm like, this is not watching him in practice. I would never think this is who he can be with people. Now I understand why the guys trust him, why they love him. Yes. Having Charles Jagasaw saying, on my recruiting trip, that 2-hour film session with him changed everything. Like I love Sharon Moore. I love Pittman in Arkansas, 2 great offensive line coaches. That 2 hours with Harry Heastand changed everything.
And we've heard that story how many times over the years, Sean?
Man, from multiple players.
Yeah.
Right. Malik talked about recently, he had a phone call with Steve Elmer.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Heastand. And Steve was just like, man, like I love what my life is, but man, I still wonder if I had stayed.
Right.
So yeah, my last one, just to get it out of the way, Bill Belichick.
Okay.
I know that dude. He knows more the history of football.
Yeah.
Like you said, you will be talking with him, and you probably won't even get to talking.
Next thing you know, you're talking about like how West Point impacted his,
exactly.
Or what was it West Point or the Naval Academy? His dad was at. It was Naval Academy. His dad was at the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
And like that was the thing from it was the football. Was it the football life of him?
Yeah.
Where they were talking about that background, you're like, dude, this is a fascinating dude. Like, if you only know the hoodie press conference interview version of Bill Belichick, you're probably why would you want to talk to that guy's the most boring, like dry, but you're like, then you see these things and you're like, this dude's fascinating. This guy,
his life intersects with Parcells. His life intersects with Saban. It's like, it is a wealth of life knowledge, sports knowledge, football knowledge, and that's why I stuck to football because Bayside said football in the chat, but John Wooden, oh man, to have a conversation with John Wooden for me, as much as I love basketball, man, I'd have been like, this is This is legendary. But yeah, those are my 3 football guys.
Good
But
stuff.
you was gonna say something about Harry though. Right before I got to
Yeah, I was just gonna
Belichick.
say, like, I've been to clinics with him
Yeah.
where he talks, and you're just like, you see offensive line coaches are just different. And
Mm-hmm.
Harry Houston has no reason to be spending time with high school coaches. They can't benefit him one iota, the guys that are there.
Mm-hmm.
And to watch him spend so much extra time going over drills, talking to him, just passionate about the game. And like one time I went up and was talking to him after Clint. He knew who I was. Like, he didn't know who I was, but he knew I wasn't a coach and knew that I was a guy that covered the team.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, there was no walls that immediately went up. Well, I can't say what I need to say. It was just like, let's talk ball.
Mm-hmm.
But O-line coaches are that kind of way. But like, I saw a video the other day where he's meeting with these O-line coaches at the Joe Moore thing, and he's just like, Harry Eastand's made a lot of money in his career. He doesn't need to be. He's got kids and grandkids and all. He doesn't need to be spending time on that, but he loves it, and he O-line coaches, unlike most other coaches, take a great sense of pride in the next generation of O-line coaches. They do. And I wish all coaches were like that. I wish all coaches were more into let's be honest and open about certain things and let me help the next generation, as opposed to, well, I can't share this because I don't want someone to know. Guys, they've got your film. They know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like,
and
as long as
what
you're
they
not
have
giving
to
them your
teach.
signals, you know what I mean? Like, me drawing up how we read this is not going to make some team that's there know how to defend me, because they don't know which of my 75 pass plays I'm calling on that particular play.
Yeah.
That's why the sign stealing thing was so important. You can know all my plays, but if you know exactly what I'm running on every play, that's a different animal, because you get into the right coverage every time. So, but I wish more coaches were like that. I do. I just want to say this. Port City Pro says, Brian, glad you enjoyed the Fiesta Bowl package. I appreciate you so much. He sent me this package, Sean, of a bunch of stuff from the 1988 championship game, like a banner from the Fiesta Bowl banner, like a horn that was from the game, some newspaper stuff. So yeah, I truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you so much for sending that over. I wanted to get into this one, Sean. This is related to a conversation that we had earlier.
Anything else you think Travis Hunter is a little overrated as a player? He's good at cornerback and wide receiver, but I don't see great at either.
Couple things about that. Number one, we have to be able to differentiate between overhyped and overrated. To me, he's overhyped, and there's way too much of that in college media, where they overdo how they cover a certain player, which then creates animosity towards the fan. Tim Tebow was that way. Tim Tebow was not overrated. Tim Tebow was overhyped, because I'd have to be listening to Tim Tebow talk about Tim Tebow while I'm watching a Big 12 game. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you guys talking about Tim Tebow during a Big 12 game? I don't care. I'm trying to watch the Big 12 game. And so that created in me a little bit of like, oh, God, freaking Tim Tebow again. Not that I had any ill will towards Tim Tebow or thought he wasn't a great player. He was a great player. I'd go to battle with Tim Tebow as my quarterback any day of the week. But I'm muting the TV every time they're talking about him, because I'm just so over the top with the hype. Travis Hunter is a tremendous talent. Let's not forget, this was his first year playing Power 5 football. And so to me, I think sometimes we need to be careful about I have a buddy like this. If a kid's ranked as a 5-star and he thinks he's more of a top 100 guy, he'll do nothing but pick that kid's game apart. It's not personal to the kid. It's more, he doesn't like the ranking. Travis Hunter is a special talent. And the ability to be good at both at the Power 5 level makes him a great football player. I don't think he's a great corner yet, because I think in today's game, it's harder with all the differences in coverage variations and route techniques, and receiver play so much more advanced, in my opinion, than it used to be schematically, that I don't know that he can be great at either as a sophomore. That doesn't mean he doesn't have he's not great at times. So like for me, when I talk about him, receiver, Sean, in a lot of ways, is if you're just really talented and athletic, you can go make plays as a receiver. When you're playing good receivers and you're a corner and you're just an athlete, you're going to get beat by those guys. And that's where Travis is at right now. And it's and like the thing against Stanford, that was more on Deion Sanders and Charles Kelly than that was on Travis Hunter. Like, this kid had missed a month of football. Why are you
Thank
asking
you.
him to play 100+ snaps in his first game back? Of course, this 6'3", 215-pound kid is going to be putting work on him because the kid wore down so fast and because the technique wasn't there. So I agree, he's not great at corner. I would argue, however, that if he would have played more at receiver this year, he would have been 1,000+ yard guy. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a great receiver now. The opportunities aren't there as often because he's playing both ways. He is not a great corner yet. He's a great talented corner. But Sean, you would feel I know you. I know you know ball. I know how you feel. If you watch the all 22 like I did, you'd feel the same way about Travis Hunter. That kid has a chance to be special, but he ain't there yet. Right? But then you see like the ridiculous interceptions that he makes, and you're like, you see the talent. That's what he's an elite talented corner, but he's not a great corner yet. There's a difference. But it's because he plays both ways. So, no, I don't think he's overrated at all as a football player. And that's what I said when I beefed about how he was first team preseason All-American over Benjamin Morrison. I said, no, this is part of the problem. He should be he should be the first team all-purpose guy because there's nobody that does what he does. He should not be a first team corner because he's clearly not in the same league as Benjamin Morrison or Will Johnson as a corner right now. So make him first team, but let's not overhype what he is at this position because you love the story and you're infatuated with the highlight films. That was more my beef. But that doesn't mean he won't be better as a junior than he was as a sophomore, and all of a sudden he becomes elite at both. I just think that they need to be smarter about what position do you value him the most? And then let him do that more. That's what I would say. And if they value him more as a receiver, then they need to strongly consider making him the nickel and not an outside corner. That's the other thing too, Sean, is if you value him as a receiver and you think that's more his wheelhouse, then put him in the nickel where he can just be a little bit more of an athlete. And he's not on an island as much, where you can expose him more if you have a veteran, talented, well-coached receiver. And that would be my stance. So, no, I don't think he's overrated. I think he's overhyped, and I think there's a difference. But I don't think he's going to be overhyped this year because I think he's going to earn it a little bit more this year, in my view. If he can stay healthy. But he's a fun kid to watch, though, Sean.
You know why? He makes plays.
That's right.
It's very rare. First of all, and he's a really good kid. Like the way he handled that Colorado State situation, like to reach out, call the young man, like, man, don't worry about all of that stuff. I'm sorry you're getting all of these calls and threats. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't have no issue. I don't have an issue with you. You know, recently taking care of his mom. You can see just the look on her face and everything. He's just a good kid, man. He's a good kid. And then on top of that, this kid was playing 100 snaps a game and putting it towards it. He had to. Why did they bring him back early from injury? Why did they put him on the number one guy from Stanford? They didn't. Who else did they have?
Right.
That was the only chance they were going to have. Like, dude, if you don't stop him, we don't have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, they could.
I mean, Kelly could have, the defensive coordinator, of course, could have done his job.
Double team the guy. You know, like that's my. I mean, there's things you can do. That's why I say Deion and Charles Kelly.
Absolutely.
Deion should have stepped in and said, "Hey, man, we need to pull you off.
We need to protect this kid.
Exactly.
We need to protect it because the first half he played well.
Right.
Second half he wore down.
You had to know that was going to be the case. He hadn't played in a month, and that was kind of my thing. Is Sean, is Deion big picture should have protected him a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, because we're talking about the fact that he was out a month. This isn't like this is a bad matchup for him, so don't play him as much. He was out a month. You cannot look, guys. There's a difference in conditioning to play football and being in football shape. And there's no way he was going to be in football shape because the first few weeks he didn't do anything. You know, it wasn't like he had a hand injury and he couldn't press, but he could run and do all that. No, he couldn't do anything the first couple weeks. And so that was a mistake. I would caution some of you to not allow yourself to do what happens to all of us, myself included. I know it's happened to Sean. We've talked about it. Sometimes you can develop a bitterness towards a player because of how he's covered more so than it actually being about that kid. That's kind of how I view it, and that's kind of how I view what some of these Colorado kids. And now, like, to me, I have a little bit more questions about Shador than I do because of how he's handled some things than I do Travis, if I'm being honest. But I understand why some people have sort of a issue with Travis Hunter because they watch the whole game like this guy's getting torched on the outside. Why are we here? That's not his fault.
Once
That's how
again,
he's covered. That's how he is promoted. That's not his. It's like Tim, all these different guys. That's how they're covered. That's not they're not choosing that.
mhm.
And so that's my thing is, Sean. It's like, again, it wasn't Tim Tebow's choice to be covered the way he was covered. That's just they're gonna ride the gravy train.
Hey, Tim Tebow. I thought that. I mean, looking at the documentary that they put out, they should have did more than what they had, in my opinion.
Who you talking about, the Florida team?
Yeah, like that's it. I mean, I expect more. I expect you to be a player in the NFL. I'm just saying, for me, based upon what you just said, the amount of coverage they got,
like, meaning he's like this. I get what you're saying.
And being this type of team that could have a documentary made about themselves.
They won 2 titles and
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Another year, right?
You're like, you expect,
right? I get what you're saying. You're saying the
NFL
way that they talk about it,
the way they talk about it.
You're thinking this is like 1980s Miami or Bama. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So I mean, no, from a talent scout standpoint, no, Travis Hunter is not underrated. I mean, overrated. No,
right.
Scouts are going to eat him up. They're going to be like, okay, right. Yeah, I can use this.
I am curious if at any point in time they do try to transition him to be more focused on one or the other. I'm very curious if that's going to happen or not.
Well, he makes more. Well, heck, he's made big plays on both sides of the ball, but he seems to make big plays as a receiver, like every game.
Right.
Third down, right. Deep passes, 50-50 balls. He just, that touchdown when they were at Jackson State with like 7 seconds left in the championship game.
Yeah, say that was a playoff game or something.
Yeah.
Like all right, let's get back to all right, I'm going to try to find some questions here. Okay, here we go.
Kevin Park, thank you for the mailbag. What do you make of Jim Harbaugh saying J.J. McCarthy is the best quarterback in the draft?
He's He's tamping down the hype because previously he said he's the best quarterback to ever play. I mean, that he was giving us the Brady Quinn's better than Tom Brady hype from Charlie Weiss era. Of course, Jim Harbaugh is going to say that. Why wouldn't he say that? Because number one, he knows he doesn't have to pick him because he's not picking a quarterback. So he can protect his guy, and JJ getting picked high is good for JJ. It's good for Michigan, and it's good for Jim Harbaugh. Because just because Jim Harbaugh left Michigan doesn't mean Jim Harbaugh doesn't have love for the players and he may not see eye to eye with some of the decision makers in Michigan, especially some of the departed decision makers. But still his alma mater that he loves and he won a title with. So of course he's gonna. I have no problem with that. What do I make of it? I mean, I would imagine if Lincoln Riley was getting an NFL job, he'd say the same thing about Caleb Williams. And if Mac Brown was getting interviewed about it, he's going to say the same thing about Drake May. And if Brian Kelly's getting interviewed, he's going to say the same thing about Jane Daniels. Just because he's now with the Chargers doesn't mean that's not still his guy. And, and Kalen DeBoer is going to tell everybody that Michael Penix is the best quarterback in the draft. And Dan Lanning is going to tell everybody who wants to hear that Bo Nix is the best quarterback in the draft. That's how I look at it. It's no different than that. No different than that. I think Jim, like most things, Jim takes it over the top a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
And
Brian and I have this inside joke where we talk about Chicago and like what comes out of Chicago. We get one every 4 years, right? We do. That quarter, you won't get a lot of Chicago quarterbacks, man. They can make it to the NFL draft. JJ is this rendition, and then the kid that just got the offer from Ohio State over the weekend, Jonas Williams, he's out of Joliet, the Joliet Bolingbrook area. He's the next one. Like that's it. We do them every 3-4 years. We'll give you one that has that potential. And JJ, man, look, He's the only quarterback in this class that was not given the opportunity to have to carry his team.
Correct.
I didn't say he couldn't do it.
We don't know.
He wasn't given the opportunity. So it's very fair criticism for people that have not seen it to say, I don't know.
Can he carry a team?
And question that, because that is the expectation in the pros.
Here's what we know about JJ. He's a pretty clutch kid. He has shown that when he needs to, he can make a play. That's a whole different animal than putting an organization on your shoulders and leading it to greater heights. Whole different animal. And being asked to occasionally step up and make big plays is a whole different deal than us. Our ability to beat up Penn State is dependent upon how well you play. Like, that's a whole different animal than we can go beat a top 10 team on the road and you don't throw a single pass in the second half and you only throw 8 for the entire game. If that Jaden Daniels couldn't do that against anybody good, they could beat Grambling with him throwing the ball 8 times. They could have beat Army with him throwing the ball 8 times.
Yeah.
They're not winning a single SEC game if he only throws the ball 8 times. Why? Because their defense couldn't stop anybody.
Yeah.
They couldn't win. Their running game wasn't good enough. Their offensive line wasn't good enough. They needed him to carry that team. Drake May, same way. Drake May doesn't play phenomenal. North Carolina could lose every game they play against a Power 5 team. We saw Caleb Williams could play well and they could still lose games last year. Jaden Daniels could play well and play great and they still lose games.
Yeah.
Right? JJ McCarthy could go 6 of 15 and they could win by 30 because of the nature of their league sucked. Let's be honest. There was 2 great teams in the Big Ten last year, one solid team, and the rest was a bunch of nastiness. Right? I mean, because all you got to do is hold Iowa to 6 points. You need 1 touchdown and it's milk the clock mode. I mean, I get a touchdown in the first quarter. I'm doing water, but I'm taking a knee every down and putting it to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they're not going to go score on us.
Yeah.
You know, being a bit hyperbolic there for those who don't know.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you're spot on.
I said a bit hyperbolic. I didn't say I was being insane. But again, JJ could end up being the best quarterback of this draft class. Nobody has a clue.
Notre Dame hockey probably averaged more goals than.
Yeah, then more goals per game than the Iowa offense. You weren't kidding. I bet you their lacrosse team scores more points per game this year than Iowa's team.
Jordan Faison averages more goals per game than the Iowa offense.
But to the point, I fully expect. I would be disappointed if Jim Harbaugh didn't say that. Honestly, I would. I'd be disappointed if he didn't say that about his guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yeah.
Riker Ferg, thank you for another question. Advice for coaches starting in D3 and their wives.
Couple things. Number one, if you're going to get into coaching at that level, your number one priority as a coach should be teaching and developing young people, teaching them the game of football and developing those young men. There's nothing else that matters. Now, that doesn't mean you have to sacrifice wanting to win. You can win. Larry Karras did both of those things and won 79 national championships. You know what I mean? Like, you can do both. But if you're getting into Division III football because your entire goal is to nothing but promote yourself, then do something different with your life. It doesn't mean you can't get to that. I have a buddy of mine that I coach with at the D3 level. He's now coaching at Penn State. He never sacrificed developing young men at that level. He let his talent do it, but he understood this is also about what kind of young men am I developing. That's number one. And if you're not getting into that, then don't do it. And understand you got to be a great teacher of the game, and you got to take serious passion and interest in developing your young men. Yeah. Right? Second thing, your wife. Number one, try to connect her with other wives on the staff and in the community that will be able to befriend her when you're not around. And number two, my biggest thing is, and I had to learn this my second stint in coaching, because my first stint I was single. It didn't matter. I could be all about me as far as how my time was devoted. But there's nothing more important in your life from a worldly standpoint than you being a good husband to your wife. And that doesn't mean that you can't spend long hours coaching, but it means that you need to make sure when you are home, you are present. That's the big thing. It's not your wife's fault that you had a bad practice. It's not your wife's fault that you guys are on a 3-game losing streak. It's not your wife's fault that your head coach is being an a-hole. When you are home, Leave all that nonsense at home and be present with her. Now, there may be times you can talk about that because she's your wife and she wants to support you and help encourage you through things. But make sure you're being present. The biggest failures I made as a coach my second stint around is that I was not present as a husband when I came home. And that's why Angela had a lot of issues when I was coaching football, because she sacrificed. She was making dinners and stuff for my players. She was dealing with all this, but I always made it about me when I came home. And eventually I realized that, and that's partly why I got out of it and decided not to go back into coaching. But that's the big thing, is be present for her. Make her part of your career. Have the players over and do those type of things if that's something she likes to do. But understand that your number one priority is not, if you are a national champion and a crap husband, I got zero respect for your national championship. If I know you,
Mm-hmm.
if you're a great husband and your team is 3-7, you're the man. Great respect for you. Because what's more important? Being a husband, being a father, being a football coach. That's the order. Now, the football coach part is going to take up a lot more of your time from a percentage standpoint. But the other things need to be the bigger priority, which means you need to make sure that you're excelling in all those areas, no matter what's happening in the football part. That would be my best advice to you. And it's even harder at that level because, we don't get to hop on a flight for, to fly out to LA for a couple of days. See, you're in the car nonstop. I mean, it is a tough deal. And if you were anything like me, when I was a D3 coach, I had five, literally, Sean, at one of my places, I had 5 titles. I was the receivers coach,
Mm-hmm.
pass game coordinator, the recruiting coordinator, the administrative head coach, and the video coordinator. I had to do all that. I was doing the job at a Division I school. That's like 8 different people. So you got to make sure that you're making time for your own health, mental health, but then also making sure that none of that trumps being a good husband. Because, and I'm saying that as someone who failed at that level, and how tough that was on my wife. So this isn't me. I was a good husband. Be like me. No, I was not a good husband when I was a college football coach. Don't be like that. Make sure that she is always your number one priority from a worldly standpoint. I mean, obviously God knows, you know what I mean? But from a worldly standpoint, she needs to be your number one priority. Even when the time can't be spent with her, make the time you have count.
Mm-hmm.
Make it matter, and understand you've been gone all day. She hasn't been sitting at home watching soap operas all day, right? Just understand that it's not always about how your day went.
Yeah.
How'd her day go? So that would be my best advice I could give someone that's going to be a D3 coach in both of those 2 areas. So, all right, let's get back up here. This is a good one.
Tommy Guns, your partway through camp captains would be.
I mean, partway through camp's kind of what it was going in. So I would say offensively, boy, with Riley out, I mean, that's a tougher one. Offense is a little tougher. Boy, that's a man, oh man. I don't know who my offense. It's the same. Jaden Thomas is one, that's for sure. But after Jaden, it would have been Riley Leonard until this week. It'd probably still be Riley. Hey, Riley, let's see what you can do. Let's see what kind of leadership you can do, because that's also partly what you're doing with Riley. Is okay. How you're developing him doesn't stop because he's out. It just means you have to shift focus to a different type of thing. Okay, this is your chance to become a leader. This is your chance to be over at the receivers, talking to them, telling them what you like, all that kind of stuff. And that's how he establishes. So I'd still say probably the same as before with those guys. Defensively, Sean, it's probably Xavier and Howard would probably be my defensive captains right now. At this point in time, that would be mine. What would yours be?
I would expect someone on the offensive line to emerge as a captain. It would be a younger captain in comparison to the previous guys on the offensive line that have been captains, but I would expect somebody to emerge in the offensive line.
Unless it's like Tosh, be the only option for a veteran offensive lineman.
But I think somebody in that group is going to step forward. Quarterback by default is usually a captain, so that's Riley. And then I would venture to say that there will be you said Jaden Thomas. Mm-hmm. He's already a leader on the team.
Yep.
And then you go to the defense side of the ball. I would say the only person outside of Riley and possibly X, I wouldn't be shocked if Drake Bowen is at. I expect Kaiser to be part of that leadership on the team. I expect Kaiser to be a captain, but it wouldn't shock me if Drake Bowen, because Drake Bowen is a leader, man. So I wouldn't be shocked. I definitely would expect him to be a captain next year.
Definitely it surprised me if he wasn't.
Yeah,
it surprised me a little bit if he wasn't.
Yeah,
good stuff today. Women are up about 17 at
today
halftime.
Is more impressive than the first game.
Oh yeah,
because Ole Miss is a very tough-minded, defensive-oriented, and it looks like they're getting up and down the court, which you have to do against Ole Miss. You have to go in transition.
They did a decent job in the first half of the first game, but they just kind of wore out a little bit. So I'm going to be real curious to see kind of how the second half goes. So far, so good, no doubt.
Indy Estimate Trucking LLC. How do you think 2023 Irish would have gone against Missouri, Texas, Michigan, SMU, and FSU last season? Score prediction.
I mean, it's impossible for me to answer that question because which version of the Notre Dame team is going to show up for that game? I mean, they would have smoked SMU. SMU, they would have put up points just for the same reason they smoked everybody else. I mean, that's the thing is like outside of Duke, Notre Dame didn't play a single close game all year, Sean. I mean, really. NC State was close for a while, but even then, you just kind of felt like somebody's pointing out, well, it was only a touchdown game, but you never felt like once Audric went off, you never felt like NC State had a chance in that game, and they'd make like a touchdown to make it and then Notre Dame would go right back down and score. I mean, you never felt like they might win this game. Like Duke, you felt like, dude, they might win this game. Like the whole game, you're like they might win this game in the second half. So it was a little bit different. Missouri. Notre Dame would have beat Missouri, I think, because they would have shut that offense down. I mean, Notre Dame shut down better receiving cores than Theo Weiss and Luther Bird, who are very good. Michigan would have been tough because I think Michigan would have beat them up in the trenches last year. I mean, Louisville did, and Duke did, so why wouldn't Michigan? But then I flip it around and say, but would we have got the Ohio State version of Notre Dame against Michigan? Then they might have been able to beat Michigan.
Michigan would have kept them in the game.
Yes.
Yeah, Michigan struggled against Maryland, man. I mean, they literally almost lost to Maryland on the road. Yeah. So it would have been.
Notre Dame's receiving core have made enough plays against that secondary to win? I don't think so, and I don't think the run game would have been able to get going enough against. Because the difference between Ohio State and Michigan defensively is Michigan's defensive line is much bigger than what Ohio State's was, and Notre Dame was able to kind of push Ohio State around a little bit in that game. They're not pushing Ohio State, Michigan. They're not pushing Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant and Chris Jenkins around the way they did Mike Hall and Tyleek Williams and those guys who are, for the most part, undersized guys.
Right.
So, I mean, Texas, I think they'd have had a tough time with just because I don't think they could have exploited Texas's weaknesses enough in that game. And Texas would have made enough plays to well, and also is when are you getting Texas? Are you getting Texas before Keelan Robinson's injury, or are you getting him after his injury? Because they would have been a much tougher team before his injury than after his injury. Like a lot of people point to, well, when Malik Murphy took over, they weren't as good, and I'm like, yeah, that's partly true, but is that because they didn't have Quinn Ewers or because they didn't have the running back, Jonathan Brooks? I'm sorry, I said Keelan Robinson. I meant Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah.
I think they were now they eventually figured it out down the stretch, but like those first few games after Jonathan Brooks got hurt, they were a different ball.
What was the difference? What was the difference against Washington? The 2 turnovers by the young running back.
Right.
If that's Jonathan Brooks, they might be in the championship game.
Right.
So
that's right. And they would have presented Michigan with they matched up better against Michigan, I think, than anybody.
Huh.
Just because they could have hit like Roma Dunze and Jalen McMillan are great players, but Michigan had a great scheme. The thing about Texas is just sheer speed creates problems. That I don't care how good your scheme is, we got a shot to hit a couple of those, and that's the difference.
Heck, Washington had 2-3 opportunities that they just missed. I'm talking about big opportunities, wide open. Yeah.
that was an uncharacteristically bad game for Michael Penix. I mean, like even the second half. I mean, what was the one? They ran a corner route to, I think it was a doomsday, and you're like, oh my gosh, if he hits that, that's a touchdown.
But once
And he
again,
just
what was the
missed
key to that, right?
pressure.
That Dylan Johnson was injured.
Well,
The
that's true.
running there was no
That's
running
true.
game threat.
And Michigan did a good job putting pressure on him early, which got him out of rhythm. So even when he wasn't getting pressured, he felt pressured and would rush his throws. So, yeah. Oh boy, this
Andrew
is an
Burke,
interesting one.
in recognition of the Indy women's tournament game, who's your all-time starting five for Indy women basketball?
There's going to be some people that would get mad at me for this one, Sean, because with all due respect, Skylar Diggins is not my starting point guard. Hannah Hidalgo is. She is unreal. I love Skylar. She was a great player, but Hannah Hidalgo's different, man. I'd probably have, again, I'm not the expert on it like a loose emoji was and other people were. So I'd love to hear some of y'all in the chat that, I mean, Ruth Riley's got to be my center. You know, she's got to be my center. I would actually probably have Jessica Shepard as my 4 because I think she could score enough. Maybe Brianna Turner just to give me a defensive presence down low. But I kind of feel like Ruth Riley was a better defender than Jessica Shepard. So she would have been my post presence and Shep would have been my scoring post, although Ruth could score too. You have to have Enrique on there. I mean, you have to. I'd have some questions about who my other guard would be. You know, do you move Skylar to 2?
I would go 3 guard personally.
Okay.
I would go 3 guard. I would have Enrique, Hannah, and then it would be between Jackie Young and Scott. I would have to have that discussion because Skylar probably was a little bit better in college.
Oh yeah,
but Jackie Young has definitely been the better professional player.
Yeah. Well, we didn't see senior version of Jackie either.
Right, she left early. Right. Like if she comes back, she's probably
we might be having a completely different conversation right now. Right?
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And then I can see Ruth Riley definitely. And then at the 4, I would probably go with.
That'd be a heck of a lineup though, like that 3, because I had Enrique as well. I had Hannah as well. I had probably Skylar as well. And then you got the 2 6'5" girls down low that can both score. Like that'd be a heck of a lineup.
Because man, when you put Jackie and Hannah out there, oh dude, the defense is bananas.
Yeah.
On the opposing guards. Whew.
Yeah. Because people, I mean, Ruth, I mean, I'm looking at this now. Ruth, her last 3 years in Notre Dame, she scored 16-6, 16-2, and 18-7 in her last, and she could block shots. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Because like Brianna, I'd want the defensive presence, but Ruth had over 3 blocks a game and twice in her career at Notre Dame. So, and then of course the last year they won the national championship with Niall Ivey as the point guard. And she was a really good player, but she's not. And she would tell you this. I would be one to bet you $20. She'd tell you I'm not as good as what Skylar and what Hannah is. But she's coming off the bench. Well, no, I wouldn't want her coming off the bench either. I'd want her as an assistant coach. You know, so because you have to, if you're talking about an all-time theme, you have to have Muppet as your head coach. You know, but that would be it. That would be it. Could you imagine Brianna Turner coming off the bench of that team, though, as just a defensive presence and a rebounding presence? So, anyway, next question's up, Sean.
Jaden Greathouse and Jaden Thomas have been identified as go-to guys to move around in different spots. Okay, Marcus Freeman said that. If they're competing, who will get more reps in 2024?
Well, I don't think that, like, I mean, I could give you that. It'd probably be Jaden Thomas just because he's a better player or a more veteran player. You'd want him in on some more of the run game stuff. So just more reps, probably Jaden Thomas.
Yeah.
But I think the whole point of it is if those are your 2 best guys, they're not competing. You're getting them both on the field and together in some capacity.
Yeah.
And that was a response to one of my questions. And I kind of, he didn't quite answer it the way I was asking it, but I liked his answer.
Okay.
You know, because you can tell there are more guys that can do some different things on this unit than like you know, and I think Jaden Greathouse should not have been playing in the boundary last year, but because he was able to, or because he had to, he's now going to be better prepared for it in the future. But I wouldn't have wanted him to have to do that as a freshman. That was the only thing. He just, and the way that they trained the receivers last year, like he ran a completely different type of workout than the guys that played outside, which is just silly. So he wasn't running a lot of the vertical stuff, which is why he started having some of the hamstring injuries. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. In what area does Riley Leonard need to improve the most? Will fall camp be enough practice time to effectively work on his game?
No, that's why you need summer workouts. Like if he's not able to go till just fall camp, that'll be tough.
Mm-hmm.
But summer, look, here's the deal. Because he's got 20 career starts under his belt, all summer, all fall is plenty of time for Riley Leonard, as long as there's no more setbacks. Because here's the thing I've tried to make to people, and I'll say this because I have a long post about this on the board, Sean, and it kind of answers Nicholas Grosh's question too. So I'd tell you to check that out, Nicholas. But if all Riley Leonard does is be what he was in 22, Notre Dame's dangerous. Dangerous. Because he'll have better players around him. I mean, this is a kid that threw for 2,900 yards and rushed for almost 700 yards and had 33 touchdowns. He had better numbers at Duke than Jalen Milroe had at Bama. And he was number 5 in the Heisman voting, 5 or 6 in the Heisman voting. Give him the weapons and the line and the backs he'll have at Notre Dame, and you're talking about just the same player has 33 to 3,400 passing yards and 700 rushing yards and probably closer to 40 touchdowns because the town around him is better. If that's all he is, however, what I said was I wanted to see an improved Riley Leonard. That's what I want to see. Not that they need it. If he's just what he was in 2022 and before the injuries last year, Sean, he is a dude. He is a difference maker. He'll miss some throws. Okay. So did Deshaun Watson. It's kind of like with Deshaun, it was like, he's going to turn the ball over, deal with it, because he's going to do something spectacular. Like Riley's not that yet, but he brings a similar dimension where you just got to live with the fact he's going to miss a wide open out cut sometimes because he's going to make up for it because on third down against Clemson, you're going to have 3 guys hit him in the backfield and he's going to bounce off of them and run for 40 yards to set up a touchdown. You know what I mean? Like you live with that. You know, Lamar would be that way in college. He's going to miss a wide open post throw, but you deal with it because on the next play, he's going to run for 50. Like that, you just live with it. And so, but a better version of Riley it's simply about consistency with his feet. That's really what it boils down to. He would rush things sometimes with his feet that would get him. And you even saw it in the first practice, Sean. Remember that one little quick out throw they just threw right into the ground? He rushed everything. And rushing starts with your feet start it, and then the body follows. So it's just getting a little bit more rhythm, understanding the proper way to speed things up. Because you got to speed things up. There's a difference between I got to speed up my operation because of this throw or this pressure and rushing things. One's good, one's not good. Speeding up is I'm doing my same thing. It's like a shortstop. You ever see a shortstop quickly get a ball, grab it, bam, and he throws it, and it's a strike? And you had to speed that up. And then there's the guy that rushes it because you can see the panic and his technique gets all out of whack and the ball's in the stands. There's a difference between speeding up your process because if you take a shortstop who fields a normal ground ball and steps and throws and you slow motion it, and then you take a guy that has to speed it up because of the timing of the play, you slow that down and get it on the same speed. The technique looks almost the same. It's almost identical technique wise. The guy that rushes, he either overstrides, understrides, drops his foot. You know what I mean? It's a lot of times it's overstriding when you're rushing, which causes your back shoulder to dip or your hips to fly open, and it causes your elbow to drop, which causes your release point to go up, which causes your ball to sail. Or you understep, which opens your hips up 2 more, drives your back, your lead shoulder down, which brings your throwing shoulder down, which brings your release point down, which brings the nose of the ball down, and you drive it into the ground. But it all starts with your feet. And so that's really the biggest thing for me that Riley needs to get better at. If he can improve in that regard and just properly speed things up without rushing, he's going to be special. He's going to be a heck of a quarterback because he was already a heck of a quarterback. And there's people like to nitpick his game. You can nitpick it all you want. I had to hear this stuff all of 2016. This is why Deshaun Watson can't win a championship because he misses this throw and he turns this ball over. And then I watched him lift the trophy up for a championship after the season, where Mac Jones was the best decision maker I've ever seen in 2020 that I've literally ever seen. I don't know that the kid ever made a bad read in the game that I watched, right? Mac Jones couldn't put a team on his shoulders the way that Deshaun had to. He was the perfect point man for that operation, right? And that worked. One got a title, one got a title. They both work, right? Notre Dame needs the guy that can go make the plays because they're not at the level. I love their receiving core. None of them are Devontae Smith. None of them. You're hoping you got a John Mechie in there. You're hoping. And so it's just a little bit of a different animal. And they both work. But I think Notre Dame needs the guy that can put a team on his shoulders. And Riley is that. And you can nitpick all you want and you know, but that's we have seen it on film. And I've had people say, well, you know, Steve Angeli did this in his first start. Okay, Riley Leonard went 24 of 30 for 324 yards in his first start. Okay, what are we doing here? Right? Like, this kid can play. But is this because like people said, Sean, he's injury prone. No, he's not. At least not how I define injury prone. Injury prone to me is just there's always something. He's had one injury in college. The question is like, is this thing going to derail his career? Right? Yeah. Can he be the same guy that he was before that one injury? That's a very fair question, right? If he can get back to being healthy, as long as he doesn't regress as a player, he's going to be really fun to watch. The question is can he take it to the next level?
Very similar injury to Malik Zaire. Very similar injury. You know, and he talked about having the same plate and having to have the plate replaced and the mental aspect and the frustration in returning from it. And like, it's something that, we all hope and pray that Riley Leonard overcomes and comes back better than ever. But it goes to bear the question, like, does Notre Dame have to put a load on him? Can they tell him for the first 3 or 4 weeks, hey, man, we're not going to run you. We're not going to use you in the run game right now. Like, we'll get to that throughout the season. We'll get to that as we get closer to the playoffs. Then we'll unleash you, before we're going to make sure you're 100% or you're ready. Or we're not going to put that load on you right off the box. So, I mean, it's a lot of ways to look at it. I mean, passing, like just being more efficient as a passer. That's why you bring in Mike Denbrock. This is the lesson learned, ladies and gentlemen. Notre Dame made the mistake of putting everything on the acquisition of Sam Hartman. Offensively. Marcus Freeman learned from that. And I'm going to go out and get this kid. Yes, I'm going to go out and get this kid, but I'm also going to get him an experienced coach, and I'm also going to get him weapons on the outside, veteran weapons on the outside. I'm going to help him. I'm not bringing him in to have the entire fan base put everything on his shoulders to say he's going to be the reason why we get it done. No, he's part of a team. He's part of a program that has built up the talent and is in its 3rd year and is ready to finally strike and make a move. That's what he's part of. He came to Notre Dame to have to not carry the weight every week. That's one of the most attractive things about being a quarterback in Notre Dame. So now we just sit and wait.
Yeah.
It's all about health.
Yep.
For that kid.
All right. Lots of great questions here today. Let's get up here from Aiden Benami has a 2-part question.
It was interesting that to hear Dylan Faison say what makes him a great wide receiver is his ability to dodge tackles and find the open field because that's what they excel at in lacrosse. Once he said that, you can see that in Jordan's game and his after the catch ability.
It's interesting. The point he was making is lacrosse actually helps make you a better wide receiver. And I had prior to Jordan Faison, in watching the lacrosse team last year, I would have I don't have a lot of knowledge base on that. I don't know enough about the different lacrosse positions. I've said that about soccer. Because I've always felt like you have to have great quickness. I mean, you have to have endurance, but you have to have great feet. Your hand-eye coordinate, your foot-eye coordination needs to be exceptional. If you're a really good lacrosse player, I could teach you to be a great route runner. I don't know if you can catch the ball or not, but you went from a sport that's like don't use your hands ever to it's like the most important thing you have. I mean,
Right.
but I can guarantee you'd be a good route runner, but as I watch more lacrosse, you're like, dude, this makes total sense.
Yeah.
Like you can't avoid contact, but you have to look to like maneuver your body to get through the contact. So the contact isn't as straight head on and straight on. It's a lot translated. It makes total sense. And I wouldn't have known that a few years ago because I just didn't know enough about lacrosse. But he's absolutely correct. Because what you have to do is it's not just about dodging people. It's about being able to, because you're not going to avoid contact in lacrosse. It's about body positioning to avoid the stick hitting your hand or to get knocked off course in a certain way. It's the same thing as what you do when you talk about getting a guy a ball on a crossing route or a now screen or an over route, where you're going to get hit, but how do you make it to where your moves are such that you are able to get that contact isn't as strong that it brings you down? And it also, this sport is one that, as I've watched it more, you have to have great agility to be a scorer in lacrosse. It looks like there's some position, I may be wrong, that it's more of the vertical type of thing, like you're kind of just a sprinter and all that, but like the guys that are around the net trying to score and defend scores, those guys have a great change of direction to be good at it. I mean, really good change of direction.
Yeah.
And the hand-eye coordination too is phenomenal. Like I tried to actually catch a lacrosse ball once. Wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. I'm just going to be real with you, Sean.
Hey, my godson plays lacrosse here in Chicago, brother. I just watched him play at 40 degrees last week. I'm like, no, I'm glad you did it because I would have no interest in running in shorts in 40 degrees.
Does he go to a private school?
No, it's a public school.
Okay, because where I grew up, where I'm from, only the private schools had lacrosse. I'm curious if they have it more now, but yeah, like in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, they didn't have.
Yeah,
none of
they didn't have it.
You either went to a private school like Norfolk Academy, or you played club.
Yeah, it's a prominent public school, but
okay.
Yeah. What is the biggest improvement each offensive online player needs to make in order to start or take their game to the next level?
Jagasol, it's about consistency, just assignment consistency, footwork. Billy Schrouth, it's about pad level and driving his feet. Ashton Craig, it's about pad level and driving his feet. Pat Coogan, it's about consistent footwork because his footwork's all over the place, and he's not a kid that can afford to not have his feet in a great. He needs to be a great technician to be successful. Tosh Baker, it's about pad level, honestly, and learning to strike more as far as just kind of placing his hands. Emil Wagner, it comes down to he's got to find a way to anchor better in pass pro, because I was explaining this to a buddy of mine the other day. Tosh's weight problem doesn't actually affect him in the run game. You go back and watch when he was coming in off the bench, and you watch him, he can move people because he's a strong, powerful kid. When he gets in trouble is in pass pro, because he's now sinking and retreating, and that allows guys to get into him, and now his lower body problems become a problem. His lower body lack of weight becomes a problem because not just balance, but he can't anchor as well. It's like that. Right. It's like that dude you see at the gym that never misses like curl day or bench day, but hasn't squatted a day in his life. You know what I'm talking about? And he's got this jacked up upper body, but if like he'd like blow over in a windstorm, you know what I mean? Like Emil naturally has a little bit of that because he just genetically, he just doesn't have that wide hips, the big butt, the thick thighs like a lot of linemen do, the thick calves where they can kind of anchor and hold their ground. I've said it before, Emil looks more like a power forward than he does a right tackle. And that's something that he's going to have to, that's where it's got to get better because it impacts him in the pass game. So being able to anchor and play with the same power in the pass game as he does in the run game. If he can figure that out, Emil's got a chance to be a really good player. Because that's what's funny is I think there's this thought, well, can he move people in the run game? I'm actually not worried about that. I mean, there's going to be some guys that give him some. I'm worried about can he hold up in the pass pro in that regard is the bigger issue. Younger guys, I mean, I'll just stick to the six guys that are really battling for starting job. Oh, well, Rocco's just got to get his conditioning's got to get better, and he's got to move his feet better. Like when Rocco comes off and is just knows where he's going and his feet are good, he can move people. It's when he has to change direction and he's not as light on his feet and he's just got to get a little bit more agile. And he's got a chance to be a good player. Those are the guys that I'll focus on more so for right now.
Yeah, and the profile is changing from a size standpoint, but that doesn't mean the athleticism is getting lesser.
Right.
I want to point that out. These are big athletic players that Notre Dame is going after, which might yield itself to a run game that is a lot more diverse than what we've seen previously, whether it's inside zone, outside zone. You talked about maybe not seeing as much pin and pull as we saw, maybe getting back the buck sweep a little bit. So that's what I'm looking forward to, like the ability to run effectively and just as strong out of 11 personnel as you are in 12 and 13.
Yeah.
You know,
and that's something that people will see in this breakdown that I'm going to do, that they were better. They were much better running out of 11 personnel. And then at Notre Dame in 15, they were very good running out of 11 personnel. So we'll get to some of that stuff. You know, what's wild about this game, Sean, as I'm kind of watching it, they're dominating Ole Miss right now. Hannah Hidalgo's not playing poorly. She's just not dominating. She's got like 9 points. She only shot the ball like 5 or 6 times. Like Maddie is going off.
Yeah.
Maddie is dominating right now in this game. Sonia's doing her thing again. And they're just kind of getting some all-around scoring. Like
that's
Nat
good.
Marshall's even like Nat Marshall had a score, or they had a first half. They went on a break and she got the ball slash into the lane. As soon as she caught it, she kicked it out to Anna DeWolf for a 3. She got 5 assists. She's only got 4 points, but she's got 5 assists because she's getting those outlet passes to the shooters. So
love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's been
Hannah, keep that monster game in your back pocket. We're gonna need it.
But that's the thing, though, Sean. Like earlier in the year when they were not playing as well, if she didn't go off, they couldn't win.
Right.
It was her and Maddie, and if they didn't play well, they couldn't win. Because for part of that, Sonia was out, and then when Sonia was back, she wasn't back. Like getting Sonia Citron looking like she did in the ACC tournament and in the first round was huge, because now Hannah doesn't have to feel like I got to do all this, and Maddie doesn't have to feel like if I don't go off, we can't win.
Right.
Hannah can. I didn't think Hannah played that well in the ACC tournament. Like not like she did in the regular season, which was huge. I think it was a huge confidence builder. Like, hey, we don't need Hannah to be Superman to beat people,
but she's still impactful.
Oh,
because teams have to pay attention. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is she wasn't out there going for like 26, 10, and 9. You know what I mean? Her shot wasn't falling. But the thing is, if you don't have help and you're a scorer, you can't be impactful. You get some steals and whatnot, but because she doesn't have to carry the team now, Sonia can go off, Maddie can go off, Anna DeWolf because Anna DeWolf was banged up for part of the year as well. This is a girl that was scoring 18 points a game at the Division I level last year at somewhere else. Now she's kind of got into that rhythm. I mean, just watching the ball movement, like that's the thing I'm seeing in this game, man. Like they're flowing. They're getting everybody involved right now. I just saw Nat hit a entry post pass to KK, and she took it to the rim. That's what I'm watching right now. It's like, good Lord, man. This team's playing really well. Ole Miss doesn't know what's happening to them right now. So it's been fun to watch so far, man.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
What did you make of Emil saying he's 290 plus pounds and the roster saying 281? Which one do you think is more accurate? If he gets to 300 by fall camp, what percentage chance do you give him to start?
People keep focusing. I say it a million times. You're focusing too much on his weight. He can get up to 300 pounds, but if it's all upper body weight, it won't mean anything. He still won't be able to anchor in pass pro. It's about building up that lower body strength enough and proper weight distribution to be able to anchor in those situations. So look, Zach Martin's first year as a starter, he was barely 290 pounds. Robert Hainsey didn't get up to 295 till his senior year. Right? I don't care if he gets up to 300 pounds and it's good, properly distributed weight, he'll be a stud. Right? He'll be a stud, and he'll probably start at some point in time. Will they do it against A&M? We'll see. See his development is. But there's a reason Emil was not a top 100 player for me. There's a reason for it. But there's also a reason that Emil had a 5-star upside grade for me. Right? And this is the key. But it's not so much about weight. Look, anyone can get up to 300 pounds. doesn't mean it's 300 pounds. It's going to make you a better football player. Right. And that's the thing is, so I don't care. I need to see it with my eyes. I need to see him moving well. Cause that's my big fear is, let's say he gets up to 300 pounds, but it's not good and he's slower. He can't afford that. He still needs to be that athletic, powerful kid. And so that would be the thing. It's how does he play? Saying like, if he gets up to 300 pounds, what does that do about his chances to start? Doesn't move the needle for me at all. Because there's no other context of where is the weight? Is it good weight? Is it upper body weight? Is it bad weight? Is he eating a bunch of calories and he's getting a big old fat gut? Like that doesn't mean anything to me. It's, can he anchor and can he play with power on a consistent basis? And the other thing that I fear is if it's not good weight, then he's going to wear down as he gets more reps on him. You know, that's the other part of it. So just saying weight doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't tell me anything. It's about the ability to play a certain way and the weight distribution. So I know that people are reacting to like every time a weight on a meal is announced, none of it means a thing. He could be 285 and it all be proper and he can play at a high level. You know, that's the thing is that's what the focus needs to be on. Not, you know, hey, he's up to this, that equals this. It doesn't tell us much of anything because anyone can get up to 300 pounds. Not all weight not all weight gains are the same. Some guy getting up 300 pounds, it's good. Some guys getting up 300 pounds, you're like, yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
You know, I can speak to that personally, man. Like I was a big guy, and I was just having this conversation with my mom. As big as I wasn't diabetic, didn't have high blood pressure. All of the things that normally come with being overweight, I didn't have. You know, so you're right, man. It's different for everybody. Like that journey and picking up, it affects the bodies differently. You know, watching a meal, his hand striking is the one thing that I can say is you watch him. I still go back to watching him go against Nana in live action and just once he got his hands on you, it's like, yo, yeah. So if this is the only, imagine how frustrating it has to be for a kid to know, yo, I can be really good, but I just can't get my body to participate to help me take that next step.
Right.
You understand how frustrating it is?
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people have that in life in different areas. Like, yo, I know I can do this. I know I can do that. I have a great idea for business, but I just don't have the capital right now, or I don't have the connections to get it going. It's, you know, it is interesting. It's interesting. I'm interested to see how this off season goes for the young man.
Yeah,
because I think everybody's pulling for him.
Yeah, because he's talented. It's no knock on Tosh. It's just, you know, Tosh is what he is for the most part. Emil, it's like it's like with a lot of positions. It's the unknown, the excitement of what could be. You know, you don't often think that about a fifth-year senior. He kind of is what he is. You know, Emil's got a chance to do a little something a little different, and that's what gets to me, a lot of people excited.
John, A1, this spring is unique due to the importance of the competition for the second and third team when it comes to quarterback, end, tight end, running back, wide receiver, cornerback. Which position battle has the most importance for the second spot this year?
Well, let's take quarterback out of the equation, Sean, because I think that's kind of a given, especially with Riley Leonard's ankle woes. That second, you have to anticipate that second quarterback's a guy that might have to start some games for us this year. You have to, no matter how he heals from this point on, you have to prepare with that more so than you did. Like one of the best things about Sam Hartman in his career is his last 3-4 years is just his durability. For a smaller guy to take the pounding he took his last couple of years at Wake Forest and still just constantly answer the bell is something to be commended. You know, Riley's been able to take a pounding. It's this weird getting his ankle rolled up on thing. That's the problem. And how will it heal and those type of things. So you have to be prepared for, like, if Notre Dame gets into the season and he gets hurt and has to miss some time and they're not prepared to have their next quarterback go and enroll, then that's on them. So that's number one. So let's take that one out of the conversation. what are the next ones where the competition for second and third team? I'm going to say this: running back to me is out of the equation too, because there is no really second and third team battle. It's you've got your first two, and then it's about who's third team. And honestly, it's not important to me because I don't care who wins it. They're all dudes. So what it boils down to for me, Sean, it really comes down to, of that list, it's about defensive end and corner. That's what it boils down. Those position battles for me are going to be the most intriguing, because even if we know who the starters are, who's that next level guys that can step up and give you starter minutes if the need is there. So I'm going both end spots, corner, then receiver is the three that I'm most intrigued by, and to me are most important for how their development could impact this football team. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I can see that. For me, it would be, look, defensive end. Heck, I'm looking forward to making sure, and Marcus Freeman talked about this, like, you expect what someone did at another destination to just simply transfer over. Just simply transfer over when they get to Notre Dame. I think he was speaking about RJ Oben, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. I think it was RJ.
Yeah, he was
Oben
RJ.
talking about.
Yep, exactly.
And I don't know if he
wrong.
was just. I don't know if he was just tempering expectations.
That's what it sounded like to me.
You know.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like that end position. It's like I don't need tempered expectations for him or Jordan Botello. Like, forget getting to the second group of guys. Like, what are the first group of guys going to do at defensive end? And then cornerback.
That's why those backups, though, are so important, Sean, because they can push those veterans, or if those veterans falter, you've got that next wave of guys to kind of step in. Like last year, if something happens to Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart late in the year, we're like, all right, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And then, for cornerback, it is a battle. I just expect Mike Mickens to come up with a freshman that's going to play. I just do. I just expect a freshman to come in and be ready to go.
I can't wait to see Leonard Moore in the fall, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that right now.
Yeah, it's expected to be par for the course, and maybe, I'm going along with history. Yeah, and then, but you have three really good defensive backs at cornerback. And Notre Dame is one of the only few teams, shall I say, that coming into the season can say that. I really don't even care who wins the starting battle, because I know the third guy can really play. I know he can really play. I'm more concerned with nickel rather than I'm concerned with nickel. Like, who's going to be the first guy? Who's going to be the backup in nickel?
Yeah.
And how does
Michael
that
Bell develop to the point where you don't need to go back to the portal next year?
Right.
I'm with you. Sorry, my facial expression, Sean, was not your comment. I just watched Maddie Westbell just continue to just.
Oh, as long as she didn't get injured.
No, she just a little turnaround Jay. She's just feeling it in this game. And Hannah's heating up a little bit in the third quarter, too. They just ended the third quarter. They're up 19. So they've actually built on their halftime lead. So, yeah, they're playing their butts off right now.
Hey, that's what a coach is supposed to do. That lets you know the type of coach you have. She has them peaking at the right time. It's going to be about whether or not they have enough depth as they go deeper.
That's what I'm excited about next year with this basketball team.
Oh, they're top 5 team. They're top 5 team easy.
I mean, you talk about, because you don't have Cass Prosper all year. She was a 5-star. You don't have Emma Risch all year. She gets hurt. She was a 5-star, and would probably be their best shooter on, just best pure 3-point shooter on the team right now if she wasn't hurt. And then that doesn't even include Kylie getting hurt and Olivia. Olivia was a All-American the year before. We kind of forget about that because of how good Hannah is. We're fine with Olivia, but my whole point is, but what if they had both? You know what I mean? You've got two. You can't press Notre Dame is not pressable next year. How do you change? How do you slow down their pace? You're going to deny entry to Olivia? Fine, get it to Hannah. You're going to deny to Hannah? You get it to Olivia. And Olivia, to me, is at least tall enough to where she can kind of defend twos on the opposite end if they want to go with both of them. Sonia's starting to get hot. If she comes back, if Maddie comes back, they get the 5-star, forward coming in next year. dude, they got a shot to be really good next year because the things that you and I talk about that are problems for the team this year, depth and size down low, if everybody comes back, those are both answered next year, Sean, just by people coming back. So, and again, they'll be an even more dangerous shooting team because imagine Olivia running the point and Hannah working the wings with somebody else controlling the ball, at different times. It's going to be fun to watch, man. I can't wait for it. But they're to your point though, the way they're ending this season is going to send them no matter if they win this game. I've said this before, Sean. My expectation coming into the tournament was get to the Sweet 16. Anything after that is gravy because you're playing with 6 players. Well, now there's 7 because it looks like Becky Obinmas or whatever. She's back to give them some minutes. But you're basically playing with a short bench in a tournament where lack of depth can kill you.
Right.
So, like, to me, anything past the Sweet 16 is gravy. And they're going to finish this season with tons of confidence. That and you and I have talked about how you finish a year can be huge because in basketball, it's not so much about the last game you played. It's about the stretch because you play so many games so quickly. It's about that. This is a very confident basketball team right now.
They really are in a good groove. Can Bo Collins be a star wide receiver in Mike Denbrock's offense? Does Collins have big growth potential as a player?
Surprisingly, yes. I don't think most transfers come to Notre Dame as seniors with this chance to become way better players. I mean, there's some areas where Chris Mitchell can improve, but for him, it's more about the opportunity to play on the stage, right? I mean, that's really what it's about. With RJ Oben, it's his game needs a little bit of all-around development, but he's not going to all of a sudden become a different player. It's, can he repeat what he did before? And the fact is he'll have some really good talent around him and that, a system that'll do this, that, and this other thing. But it's more so about that. When I look at Bo Collins, I feel like, and I've said this I've been saying this for actually years before we even thought he was going to be, I've used him as an example for making the right decision out of high school multiple times. Because I've said, I think Bo Collins could be a really good college player, but he went to a system that doesn't fit his skill set. They don't know how to use a kid like him. Well, Mike Denbrock's offense does. I mean, that boundary position is important. That vertical-oriented boundary position is very important. Being able to win outside is very important. And it's not just like last year, the outside, there was go routes and post routes. That's all they did. They were like clear out guys. I mean, he's going to run a million comebacks, a million stops, dig routes, in routes, over routes, stuff that requires him to win at the line and win at the top end. And Bo's pretty good at that. And this system will fit what he does well better. He's got to prove that he can stay healthy as well. And the other thing about Bo too, Sean, is he's not just a boundary guy. Bo can play slot. He's done it. He can play field outside. He's done it. So he's another guy that brings size and versatility that they did not have last year to this offense. So do I think he can be a star? Yes. Do I predict he'll be a star? Not really, because I don't know that anyone at receiver is going to have enough opportunities to be a star. Can he be an impact player? Yes, because when I think star, I think production and name recognition. I don't know that Bo can be that just from opportunity because there's going to be so many other guys. But is he a guy that can go out and in big moments make big plays and have a 100-yard game in a playoff? Yeah, I think he's got that kind of ability, no doubt. I mean, go ask Benjamin Morrison who probably smoked him the most last year, and it would be Bo Collins. You can look at the stats and say he only caught 3 balls for like 30 yards, but watch the film. He had Ben spinning in circles multiple times. I've never seen anyone do that to Ben once, much less 2 or 3 times. Because he was so good off the line and so good with his top ends. And you're just like, dude, this guy should be a lot better.
Ben probably walked up in the office like, hey, can we go get him?
Yes. Well, honestly, I was told this. That's the way that the defensive staff felt about Riley Leonard and felt about Bo Collins is partly why those guys were pursued this offseason. I was told that our defensive staff was like, there's not a quarterback we faced that was harder to prepare for than that guy. Right. And I was told that like Bo Collins was like, the DBs were like, that dude was a problem.
Yeah.
Like it was a problem for us. And so that was a part of the reason they went after him too. So yes, I do think that that's part of it, Sean. That's not even like a. I think your guess is spot on because I was told that. I was told that
Oh,
actually happened.
yeah, I was just kind of throwing it out there. It's kind of a joke, but I mean, it wouldn't shock me. And I remember when we said that, people, brought up the stats, and it's like you have to watch. But fans don't have the opportunity like we do at times to watch the all 22. You watch it more than I do. But yeah, you could tell just on a couple of plays, even on the TV feed, like, oh,
Yeah, go watch the slant route he caught on him to set up one of their touchdowns.
mm-hmm.
You got Ben's in circles. Like you just don't see Benjamin Morrison give up that kind of separation when off the line. You just don't see it. You really don't see it. He's talented.
Bobby, yes, prediction on who will be the next 25 and 26 commit. And if you don't want to give a name, what about a position for each?
25, I'd say corner. I don't want to give a name. I'd say corner. 26, Sean, that's a little bit I'm gonna say quarterback.
And 26?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good
That's
guess.
the next one.
That's a good guess.
It'll be cornerback or D-line. Those are my two.
Those are the two spots I was going to go D-line first, then quarterback. But yeah.
My only hesitation with D-line is would they take certain guys this early?
Right now?
That's my only question. But there's 4 or 5 D linemen that I can see that kid committing at the blue gold game if they wanted to take it. So yes. Yeah, but quarterback or D line are the two for me.
And 25, I would probably say
I'm pretty confident in corner being my pick there.
Yeah.
Especially with how this weekend went. But yeah. That
would
be
say
mine.
Quarterback.
What would be your second one, Sean? What was causing you to have the hesitation about corner? What was the position you were thinking about? Because I could see it turning in your head. You're like, is this guy going to decide before this other guy? So I was curious about that one.
No, corner is the obvious choice. It's the obvious choice. I think there are some things coming. I'm very interested. The time frame. That's what makes me say corner. But I do believe there's a shot. I believe more than probably some others that there's still a shot at safety. There's still a shot at safety in 25.
Interesting. We'll have to chat about that one a little bit when we get off the show.
I do. That's just me believing in the coaches that are left.
Yeah. I'm more looking at it from a timing standpoint is more of my question. So we'll have to chat. Here's a very important question, Sean. Very important question.
When you purchase NCAA football 25, which team is going to be your first victim? For me, is Michigan.
John A1, I'm right there with you, man. It's the first team I'm playing and smacking.
For me, it's like whoever's the best team on the game, the national champion coming from. So I guess it would be Michigan.
Yeah.
With all of the injuries at tight end, how effective can Jack Larson be in year one?
It's a good question, John A1. I think he can give you solid number 3 tight end minutes in year one because he's a tough kid, a smart kid. He's put on decent weight and he can get open. But I don't know that Jack is going to necessarily be a guy that can give you 20 snaps like a number 3 tight ends of the past. But honestly, the need for a third tight end in year one this year won't be what it was in past years. I mean, when they were thin at tight end last year, Sean, they would literally go 11 personnel and have Brian Thomas line up as the backside tight end in a 2-point stance and block. Just get in somebody's way. That's basically what it was. So, but Jack can come in 13 personnel and, be a good movement blocker. You put Eli on one side, Cooper on the other, and let Jack motion around. Jack's a tough kid. He can catch the ball. He's a good route runner. Can do all those things. So you just don't want to have to rely on him more than just a little bit of some spot 13 personnel stuff in year one. And the biggest thing is I don't want to burn his red shirt. That's a big thing for me. Like Jack's a 5-year guy, in my opinion. Like I want him to be a 5-year guy. So I don't want to have to play him in year one more than 4 games because I want him to save that year. Because he's one of those guys that you give him that extra year to build up his body, and all of a sudden he could turn into a pretty darn good football player. I think he'll need that year more than like an Eli Raridan, Cooper Flanagan, guys like that. He's going to need that time to really, because he isn't a naturally big guy to develop that. And that's why I don't want him to play, in my opinion. So, yeah. All right. Shamrock Sean says, still expecting Riley Leonard to play in the blue gold game. I wouldn't. I mean, it's
not worth it.
The thing about a stress fracture and the surgery you had, it's not something that the only way it lingers is if you rush it. It's literally one of those things that you just need time, and just let it heal. Just let it heal. Like he doesn't need the blue gold game. It's not, at least it's not, he does, but it's not worth slowing down the ability to fully heal is going to be the big thing for me.
So it is a stress fracture, huh?
That's what Marcus Freeman had said. Yeah. A stress fracture was developing. And so what, I don't get that.
No, I'm just saying, supposedly everybody is lying. It's not a stress fracture. It's just a swap of that's what I heard earlier today. Not by anybody from Notre Dame. I'm joking. We had somebody on the show come in and say they're inside the program and it's all lies. We were like, oh, okay. So
if
everybody
you're inside the program, why are you in a chat talking about it?
That's why we were laughing about it. And we're, because then he was like, yo, and some people might remember, he was like, yeah, it didn't happen because of movement or training or anything. I'm like, so you got a stress fracture from sitting down? It was the funniest thing. It was hilarious. That's why I just threw it out there.
I'm so confused because I wouldn't be. I did think Freeman said something about the plate. So
he did.
But
it's
because of a stress fracture.
It's because of a stress fracture that's beginning. Absolutely.
So I'm so confused.
No,
see,
I just threw that out.
I was in meetings all morning, so I get a chance to watch your show.
I was being sarcastic. That's all. I was being sarcastic.
Gotcha. So confused.
But no, you can't chance. You're investing in him. No, you can't. No. Why?
Yeah. Yep. Speaking of, let's go here.
Gents, how would you and what do you think Indy is doing to maximize Riley being out for injury for percent of snaps for the remaining quarterbacks, other than the bike, any insight in what Riley can do?
The first part we talked a lot about at the beginning, Sean. So look, I just think I would split reps as evenly as I can with all the different teams. And I think you need to get those other 2 guys some reps with the first and second team as well, not just 2s and 3s. As far as what Riley can do, I mean, as far as workout stuff, I don't know that there's a lot more beyond that he can or should do. That's why it's so important for him to be so involved mentally, not just with the quarterbacks, but I would also have him talking to receivers about, I'd have him over there with Mike Brown. Not even him talking. I want you listening. I want you listening to what Mike Brown is teaching them about how they're going to do this, how they're going to do that, how they attack this coverage, that coverage. Those things are more important or just as important as because like it's one thing for Gino to tell them. It's another thing to hear the receivers coach explain how they're going to get there. Gino can say, hey, look, this is how you're going to read this, and that's perfectly correct, and he should listen to that. But then when you hear Mike Brown explain all the different ways they get to that point based on how the coverage is going, that's a great lesson learned for a quarterback. And that's part of that development process where, yeah, you can't get the physical reps, but people joke when you say, football coach say, get mental reps. People joke about that. And mental reps is used as a talking point a lot of times, or a coach speak a lot of times, but when it's real, it's a real thing when used appropriately. And there's a lot of things that Riley can mentally learn during this period of time when he's not necessarily developing the physical part of it. Certainly.
And you know what? Maximizing the situation is just coaching. It's part of the next man up. It's just par for the course. That's really all it is. There's really nothing else.
Next man ups, part of it, but like if you're not then doing things to build up the kid who's out and finding ways to
Yes.
impact him, then that's where to me with Riley specifically, if you're
Hmm.
not taking advantage of this time off, I'm not saying it's better for him to be out, but I'm
Hmm.
saying since he is, here's some side benefits.
This
I'd
is how
rather
we
have
get
him
better.
playing, but
Yeah.
here's some benefits that he can do that he can't normally do when he's playing that you
Hmm.
take advantage of. Certainly. Certainly. I've had I know of coaches that when a quarterback is out, they'll have him in meetings as they go
You
over
think?
practice plans and things like that and get him make him think about things like that. You know what
Do
I
you
mean?
think they have enough spring reps of him and even other quarterbacks right now to where he can lock in and still stay in the film room and get acclimated mentally?
Of him, no, probably not. I mean,
Okay.
there's only so many times you can watch those reps, but this is a kid who started 20 games. He doesn't need a million spring reps to evaluate him or for him to evaluate his reads. He can see it because he can.
Hmm.
Here's what you do: like you have him standing behind the
Hmm.
quarterback, like or off to the side behind where he can see the defense progressing. Like honestly, what I would do is I would tell Riley, I want you 20 yards behind the offense every play. I don't want you off to the side. And I know some coaches get like they want him off the field. No, this isn't a game. I want him
Yeah.
20 yards behind the quarterback, so he's not in anybody's way. And I want him as Steve or Kenny or CJ lines up. I want him sitting there going through. This would be my check. This would be my read. This is where I would have gone with the ball. And I'd even give him a little notepad, or I'd give him the practice script and like, this is what I saw. And now you can go back and watch the film. Okay, Steve, you made this throw. What did you see? Why did you make that throw? And here's what I saw. Where either you are A, helping Steve, or B, you may be challenging yourself in a way mentally through Steve's rep of, dude,
Hmm.
Steve saw that backside dig route. I didn't see that. What did you see pre or post snap that made you see that? And you learned it. That's the mental reps that make you better. So even though you're not getting reps of yourself, you can visualize that. And then when you go back and watch the practice film, yeah, Steve or Steve didn't see the backside dig route. You did, and you coach him up on why. Hey, man, just pre-snap, you saw this. You're going to know that this route's going to come open. So if you don't immediately like this, don't be afraid to come back to that instead of just taking the check down or taking off running. You know what I mean? So those are all things that you can do in this situation to mentally get him feeling more and more comfortable with what the offense does. And
Hmm.
then once the physical part starts again this summer and in fall camp, then his timing needs to get worked on. His footwork needs to get worked on, but his mental grasp of what's going on, he shouldn't miss a beat. And if anything, you enhance that during this time. That's what I've always felt like. If you're not doing that with your quarterback, you are missing a huge opportunity. Where, dude, if I can't get the physical reps, then I'm overloading the mental part.
Hmm.
Right. And then the physical part will catch up. That's what needs to be happening this spring. That's why I've said this. And I know some people don't like this. Well, you can have him over here. No, I want him behind the quarterback so he can see the same angle that the quarterback's looking from, because you can
Yeah.
see things from the sideline that you can't see as a quarterback. That's why coaches see things. You can see things up top, but he'll never be able to apply that as a quarterback ever, because he won't have the sideline view of it. He will only see from behind the center. It's the only angle he'll ever have. And that's where he should be when Kenny's on the field, when Steve's on the field, when CJ's on the field. And I'd have him with the call sheet, and I'd say, okay, here's the call. I'm looking and make little notes of what he saw, and then go back and watch the film and be like, okay, this is like, and me, like, boom, like watch the backside linebacker. Quarterback drops back. I'm throwing to a corner. And then make those little notes, and then you find out if that's right or wrong. You're having to make a mental decision that you can then evaluate with somebody else's film later. Does that make sense?
Oh, it
That's
makes perfect
absolutely
sense.
something that I would be doing with him during
Makes
the spring.
perfect sense. And
Absolutely.
I think that is why you do what you do. It goes back to Gino Gaduli. This is why you change the trend in the quarterback room. This is why you stack dudes in the quarterback room for situations like this. Okay. Riley goes down. Riley could go down the middle of the season. Expectations doesn't change for this program. It doesn't. We're going to the playoffs. We're winning every game. Who is it? Steve, Kenny? Who is it? Because it's our responsibility as a coaching staff to recruit, put the talent in the room, and coach them and get them ready. Who's going to step up and lead us? Just because one program isn't about one person, it's not. Tell that to the Giants with Jeff Hostetler that went and beat the Buffalo Bills. No. Yep. What about, remember Georgia walked in here with a true freshman quarterback? Remember that? After their All-American preseason got injured? Didn't he lead them to the national championship game and lose in overtime? No. If you're a big-time program, you can have a great quarterback, great starter. If he goes down, next man up. That's why we recruit. That's why the quarterback room is thick. That's why Deuce Knight is being recruited. That's why all these great 26 quarterbacks are being stacked on top of Deuce Knight, on top of CJ, on top of Kenny. Mm-hmm. That's what Ohio State's done. That's what Georgia's done. Georgia, they went and got Jared Curtis, right? They went and got a 5-star this weekend. That's all I'm saying, man. That's the change that I've seen Marcus Freeman make. To say, look, we got to start stacking this quarterback room. We have to improve the talent. Mm-hmm. And he didn't just sit on his laurels in recruiting. He went out and got into the portal again. When a lot of us were asking, like, man, does he need to go to portal again? You know, should he play Kenny? Should he get a competition going between him and Steve? No, you stack as much talent in the quarterback room as you can. You just do. And that's what winning programs do. Get greedy. I'm greedy, bro. I'm greedy. I want Riley to be healthy. I want Steve to be right there. I want Kenny to be on his heels. I want CJ to be on his heels. I want to be greedy.
Right.
And by the 5th week, I want CJ to be able to start a college football game. I'm greedy. I want a full room. Let's go Alabama style. Let's do it.
So this kind of leads to this super chat from Michael S. He says, and thank you, Michael, very much for that. But he says, if Leonard can't go, what's your prognostication for the season, win or lose? And my thing is my prognostication doesn't change. My confidence in them being able to reach that goal changes right now. That may change again positively once we see more of whoever the starter is going to be. But right now, based on what I saw of Steve Angeli in a bowl game against a depleted team that wasn't very good, or from Kenny Minchie in high school or CJ Carr in high school, shrinks my optimism related to what I've seen Riley Leonard do against Clemson and Notre Dame and, all these Division I teams. It absolutely changes as far as my confidence. But this team should not, if this program was all about it's up to the quarterback entirely, then it's not where we think it is as a program. Mm-hmm. It's not. Can the quarterback make the margin for error smaller? Yes. But the quarterback being out does not change my floor from 10 to 2. The thing that changes, and that's the floor, the thing that changes is, can Steve Angeli lead Notre Dame to the playoff? I have no doubt. Can Kenny Minchie lead them to the playoff? I have no doubt. Can CJ Carr? I have no doubt. The difference is Riley Leonard, in my opinion, gives them the best chance to get there and then go on a run. That Ian Book got them to a 12-0 national championship game, but he wasn't good enough once you got there to compete with those guys. I think Riley Leonard is. I think Kenny Minchie and Steve Angeli will eventually get there. I don't know that they're there now based on what we know of them. I don't think that anyone can make the case that Steve Angeli is based on what we know of them. It's all projection. And that's where this whole debate comes from. It's the projection of what you think each guy can do. The difference for me is I know what Riley Leonard can do. And I will say it again. If all we get this year is 2022 and early 2023 version of Riley Leonard, Notre Dame can beat anybody. Anybody on any given Saturday. They don't need him to get better. Or if he does, it makes him even more dangerous. But 2020, you take that version of Riley Leonard and put him at Notre Dame, and people say, well, he had this record or had this record against good teams and blah, 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 blah. And my question to you is how many times did Lamar Jackson beat Clemson when he was at Louisville? Believe he was 0 for 3, wasn't he, Sean?
Some fun games to watch, though.
0 for 3.
Yeah.
Right? 0 for 3 in those games. Why? because they had the better team. Clemson was the better team. And that's the thing. And I've said, look, you put Lamar Jackson in Notre Dame in 2017 and nobody beats Notre Dame. Nobody. And so
heck, you give the top 5 quarterbacks in college football to Notre Dame this year. And they're in the playoffs.
Well, and I think he has you talking about the 2023 season or the upcoming season?
No, the 23 season.
Yeah, agree.
Give me Caleb,
right.
Drake,
and that's
JJ,
no disrespect to Sam,
Jayden.
But those are elevators, Sean. They're elevators. We said Sam Hartman's the ultimate point guard quarterback, and that's not an insult. That's who he is. Guys like Drake, Jayden, Caleb, they're elevators. They're put the team on my shoulders, guys. And I believe Riley can be that. He's proven he can be that. Guys, he took over a team that won, what was it, 5 games? Hold on, let me look this up because I don't think people, I don't understand why some people just feel the need to, because I like this guy, I have to do nothing but tear down this other guy. And guys, he took over a football team that the 3 years before he arrived went 10-25. In the 3 years before Riley took over as starting quarterback. In the 2 years before he arrived, they went 5-18 and 1-17 in their conference. In Riley's 1 year as the starter, they went 9-4 and won 5 ACC games. Right? Like, do you think that's just because Mike Elko was there? Or do you think maybe having that playmaker at quarterback maybe elevated everybody around him? And look what Duke's offense looked like after Riley left it.
Mm-hmm.
Look what it looked like when he was there and couldn't move.
Yeah.
It was worthless. You know what I mean? Everything else was the same. That's what kind of guy he can be because we've seen it. Maybe Steve can be that. Maybe other people are right and Steve can be that guy. But if you think you know he can be that guy, you're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
I think Kenny Minchie can be a star. I don't know because I've never seen it. I think CJ Carr can be a star. I don't know. I've never seen it. I know what Riley Leonard can do. And even if all we get, and I'm not even saying, like with Sam, it was about if Sam can do this, and this, it could be really good. With Riley Leonard, it's literally be the dude you were in 2022 and last year before you got hurt against Notre Dame. Be that guy, not an ounce better. If that's all you are, this is a really freaking good football team. But even with him out, regular season-wise, the prognostication shouldn't change. And if it does, then there's some bigger issues that you have besides the quarterback position. That's the reality of it, in my opinion. It's the postseason that changes a little bit for my prognostication if Riley can't play.
That's why I have warned Notre Dame fans not to go down the rabbit hole that they literally have watched Chicago football fans jump down for the last month and a half because there's no need to. It doesn't matter. Yes, there's a preference. Riley Leonard was not brought here. I'll say it again. Bringing Riley Leonard here was not Marcus Freeman thinking about, man, I got to get through the regular season. That's not why he went and got Riley Leonard. He had guys that he could get through the regular season with and win games and get to the playoffs. He's trying to win a national championship. That's all fine. But at the end of the day, best believe this season isn't about the quarterback position. This season is about year 3 of your vision, what you've built, how you've increased the talent, and finally seeing it manifest on the field. That's it. Point blank. You can go down to College Station and win with minimum 2 quarterbacks on this roster and feel comfortable going down to College Station knowing you should win. Now, if you want to say Kenny Minchie is debatable because he's never taken a snap, I still think he's talented enough where you can go down there and win. You can go down there and win because of the team.
You're talking about A&M, right?
Yeah.
If Steve Angeli's, I've said Steve Angeli is the 4th quarterback on the roster, in my opinion, from a talent standpoint. If Steve
I
Angeli is your
agree.
starting
You're
quarterback
talking
going into
about
Texas
physical
A&M,
talent.
no,
You're talking about
hold on,
physical talent. No, I'm saying you were talking about physical talent, right? Yeah.
God-given ability, right? If
Facts.
Steve Angeli's Notre Dame starting quarterback going down to play Texas A&M, my expectations for that game's not going to change
No.
because the team is pretty good. And whatever you want to say about Steve, he's not going to be overwhelmed by the moment. I've said this about him all along, and there's something to that. So, but you're not going to ask him to carry the day. Do I think he's got the moxie to make some plays here or there to help you win that football game? Absolutely. But beating Texas A&M on the road's not the standard of what you ultimately live up to. But do I think Steve can lead them to a victory at home over Louisville? Heck yeah. Do I think he can lead them to a home win over USC or Florida State? Yes. Do I think he can go on the road and beat USC based on what we know about USC? Yeah, I think that's possible. Is he good enough to then go on a neutral field and beat Georgia? I have doubts. But that's true of everyone after Riley. It's even true to a degree of Riley because we haven't seen him win those type of games. But what I do know of him, if you put the supporting cast he's going to have, I know he can. You know what he can do. So it's an interesting conversation, Sean. But the fact is to your point, who would I rather have a quarterback? 2022 Drew Pine or 2024 Steve Angeli? It's a no-brainer. And I love Drew Pine. It's Steve Angeli. Coming out of high school, I'd have had a completely opposite answer. I'd have told you Drew Pine. Guys, Steve Angeli's never thrown for 2,000 yards in a season in his life. You guys understand that, right? I don't think he's at 3,000 yards yet for his career of playing football.
Including high school, right?
Including high school. He's probably close to 3,000 for his entire life of high school and college football, right? So there's a lot of projection there. Coming out of high school, if you'd have asked me this question, who would you rather have as a quarterback in 2024, Drew Pine or Steve Angeli? I'd have said Drew Pine. That's not even a question. Now, with what how he's been developed, how Steve has worked to develop, it's a no-brainer on the opposite direction, right?
That's ironic, right? Isn't that ironic? He might be the first poster child for development in the quarterback.
I didn't even think about
Gino.
that, Sean.
I
didn't even think about that. That's a great point.
Think about that. What you just said, he hasn't thrown for 3,000 in his entire football career, but
I'm not being hyperbolic on that. He may be like right around 3,000, but he only threw for like 1,780 as a senior. His junior year was his first year as a starter. That was the COVID year, so they only played like 6 games. Like this kid hasn't played a lot of football. For all those people that are just dead set on knowing, I know exactly what Steve can do. You know as much about what Steve can do as we know about what Kenny can do. With all due respect, the games he played in last year don't tell you about his ability to go be a championship quarterback. They don't tell you he isn't either.
Right.
It's all projection. All 3 of them, it's projection at this point in time.
What is it? I'm glad as a coach, everything you just said, what it doesn't tell you, but from what we've seen of him this time last year and who he is today, what does that tell you about the young man? Because you just talked about it with the linebacker position.
Steve, what it tells me is Steve's view of himself is completely different than mine.
Yes.
Steve carries himself like he's Caleb Williams.
Dude. Yes.
And I don't mean that arrogantly. Steve's a very confident kid in a good way. Because it's why he's not afraid on like the first drive of the game to take a shot to an open receiver down the field or take a shot to Now I've said this, like, look, the deep ball to Jordan Faison later in the game, Sean, if he throws that against Michigan, Will Johnson's picking that off. Because Benjamin, that's a not very good cornerback in a bowl game for Oregon State. But it still took some moxie to make that throw. We know other quarterbacks who wouldn't have made that throw.
No.
So I can coach, hey, man, get it about 6 inches further down the field. I can coach that. What I can't coach is, can you please take a shot to a guy that's not wide open for once in your freaking life? You know what I mean? So like that's the thing is, that's why Steve is where he is. But at some point in time, that only takes you so far.
To a certain point. Yep.
That's my point. That's my counter to that. Like, people, why do you hate on Steve? I have a ton of respect for Steve Angeli. I'm just giving you my honest opinion of the situation. This is what I see. You know, he can make every throw based on what? Well, look at the throw he made against Cooper. The guy was wide open. It was a nice throw. It was a 19-yard touchdown pass. You're a scholarship quarterback at Notre Dame. With all due respect, I expect every quarterback on the roster to be able to make that throw. I just didn't think Steve was capable of making it. I know the other guys can. They've done it. I've seen him do it. They didn't do it at Notre Dame, but I didn't physically know he had the ability to make that throw. What about the wide fade versus Jordan Faison? Again, against a better team that's not the backups for a crap team, that ball's underthrown. That ball gets caught here. That might be get picked off. If you throw that against Xavier Watts, that might be a pick.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, but that's not a knock on him. That's part of development. Now you'll go into practice, try that throw against Xavier Watts, get picked off, and no, I got to get the ball out a little bit sooner and lead him a little bit. You got. So what I'm saying is, you think that throw shows me? It doesn't show. He threw a wide fade. If you're on scholarship at Notre, I expect Dylan Devizin to make that throw. These are not. You're going to go beat Georgia throws. Like, he has not made one yet. But you know who else hasn't made one of those yet? Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr. That's the thing. It's like, so Steve has already surpassed what I thought he could be because of what he's got here and because of what he's got here. I still don't know that if what he's got here is good enough to take him to that next level.
Yeah.
And if it is, great. I would enjoy. I've said this before. If Steve Angeli proves me wrong and he is that guy, no one is going to be more happy about saying I was wrong about Steve Angeli than I would. And I will gladly say, I won't make, well, they won. They went 16-0 because the defense was this. No, your Notre Dame's roster is not to the point where Stetson Bennett can win a title at Notre Dame. Couldn't. So if Steve does, he's that dude. And I was wrong on it. He is able to overcome the lack of having elite schools. When I watch, Sean, you and I have been at 2 practices now. Let's be real about something. Take all the grits and all the moxie side. We're just going to focus on spinning the football. When Steve throws and Kenny throws and CJ throws, it looks different when Steve throws it, and not in a way where I'm complimenting him. The ball just comes out differently from. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be better quarterbacks, but you can't ignore the fact that the ball comes out of their hands with they both have way quicker throwing motions. They both get more zip on the ball, and they both show a more consistent ball placement in drills. Steve's a gamer. It may be enough, but he just doesn't spin the ball when you watch him throw like you'd expect of a big-time quarterback. And I've seen Trevor Lawrence in person. I've seen Jake Fromm. I remember I've told you this in 2019. I'm like, dude, watching Jake Fromm and Ian Book in pre-practice or in pregame, Ian Book throws the ball he's got way more arm strength than Jake Fromm. But Jake Fromm had that grit, that guttiness that, hey, I'll make this throw when it's on the game's on the line, where Ian wouldn't. That's the difference between Ian Book and Jake Fromm. That's it. If Ian Book had Jake Fromm's grit, Ian Book's a much different quarterback at Notre Dame, meaning he plays well in the bigger games, because Ian could actually spin the ball pretty well. He didn't have it here. Steve does have it here and here. I just don't know that he has the physical tools. And if he proves me wrong, awesome. I'm just sharing with you all my opinion. And so I've heard people say, well, you just won't admit it because you thought, I don't give a crap about what I ranked the guy coming out of high school. In that regard, if I have a guy ranked very high out of high school and he's proven to be better than I thought, it was phenomenal. That's awesome. That's great. I love that. I'm just telling you what I see. And I'm telling you, thinking you know who he is because of what he did in backup minutes or against a depleted bowl team does not make him what you think he is. Just like what I saw CJ Carr do in high school doesn't mean a darn thing about what he can do here. I'm only saying this, Sean. If it's close, I'm taking the chance on the more talented player, because the more talented player is going to get more out of experience than the experience. Like it's as simple as this. And I know people don't want to hear this. The more experienced guy may help you be better in games 1, 2, and 3. The more talented guy is going to make you better in games 9 through 16. The ones that really matter. That's the difference. What would USC's 2016 team season have looked like if they would have just bit the bullet and gone with Sam Darnold against Bama? Maybe they beat Utah and Stanford, and they're playing for a championship, because that 16 team, if they get into the Final Four, Sean, could have made some noise.
Yeah.
That was by the end of the year, nobody wanted to play that.
They were playing really well. Yeah.
But they decided to go with the older player, the guy that had played some, and Max Brown, and went 1-3 to start the season. Right? So to me, that's why I say, because the veteran guy that is kind is what he is. The less talented veteran player in theory. The younger, more talented player that lacks experience has a much better path of doing this throughout the season. And if your team is what we just said it is, then you're better prepared to make that kind of gamble early than you would have been when you had the Ian Book team in 2020. Let's say they would have had a CJ Carr type of player in 2020. I'm still starting Ian Book because I don't know that you have the team to take that kind of chance, because you may lose early in the season to Duke or Louisville or Florida State or a team like that, and you don't have a chance to play for a championship. Right? Because you're not good enough as a team. This team is good enough to where, I'm going to push those younger kids and see how they handle it. And if they handle it well and they kind of close that gap a little bit, then I'm going to maybe make that, even if it means I start one guy, but I got a plan to get this other kid involved, like Clemson did with Kelly Bryant and Trevor Lawrence in 2018. Kelly Bryant had led Clemson to the playoff the year before. Why were they forcing the issue with Trevor Lawrence? Kelly showed he can get him to the playoff, but he also showed he can't win him a championship.
Exactly.
Trevor could. And Trevor didn't carry that team early, but he did when they got to the postseason. I mean, he made some plays against
he made a regular season. So you're saying Dabo made a regular season decision looking forward to the postseason.
100%.
He knew who his team was, and he said, "We're going to get there. So I need to make sure this
had
kid
a
is
greater
ready."
chance of guaranteeing an undefeated regular season in 2018 with Kelly Bryant as your quarterback than you did Trevor Lawrence as an unknown. No question about it. But he knew, once we get past, it's kind of ironic, once we get past the opener on the road against A&M, we got more chances to get this young kid into the game. And they played him a little bit against A&M. And then when he proves himself ready, but there was a plan to work him up to that. It wasn't Kelly's with the ones, Trevor's with the twos, and this guy's with the threes, and that's where it is. Right? And that's the point, is why? Because they knew the ceiling with one kid was greater than the ceiling the other kid. Kelly Bryant's a far more proven quarterback in college than anybody Notre Dame has on their roster, including Riley Leonard, because he led him to a playoff game, and Riley hasn't done that yet. So that's where I'm coming from on this one, Sean. And by the way, great win by the ladies today. 71-56 was the final. So Hannah went off in the second half. Maddie finished with 20. Hannah had 19, and Sonia had 17. So very, very, very good ball game.
That works.
Yep, that absolutely works. So the women are off to the Sweet 16. So very, very excited about that. And it wasn't that long ago, people were like, I don't know where they're going to be. I don't know where they're going to be. And they play Oregon State, by the way, in the Sweet 16. Oregon State beat number 6 seed Nebraska by 10. So Notre Dame beat number 7 Ole Miss by 15. So onward and upward, my friend.
That Nebraska team actually beat Iowa this year.
Yes, they did.
In
a shootout.
Yeah, that's a good win. That's a good win by Oregon State.
Yep. They were a very inconsistent team this year, that Nebraska team was, but they did have some big wins. They beat Michigan on the road the week before, a few days before they beat Iowa.
Yeah.
At home.
Yeah. Shaquille O'Neal, thank you for the super chat. Do you guys think maybe Riley's socks were a size too small? That could cause some ankle stress. Very interesting in how QB2 shakes out. Mitchie.
Knowing who this is from, he's being a little bit funny on that one. So well played. Yeah, I mean, thank you for the super chat, my man. I don't know how it's going to shake out. And even if I knew for a fact that Marcus Freeman said, hey, look, this is a great opportunity for all three of these kids to battle for that number 2 job, and that's where it is, I still don't know how it's going to shake out. I know what I think would happen, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
Because as you said earlier, Steve's not just going to be like, oh, crap, well, they're going to open it up to Kenny and CJ, and I don't have as much talent as those guys, so it's been fun. It's been real. You know, my life as a backup's been fun, but I'm going to have to get ready to go play scout team. Nope. If anything, you're now going to get an even better version of Steve. Maybe it's good enough, maybe it isn't. But I don't know how it's going to shake out. And how it shakes out at the end of spring is not necessarily how it's going to shake out at the end of fall camp.
Fall camp, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Here's one we get a lot, Sean.
If Emil can't put the lower body weight on, would you explore moving positions? And if yes, what position would it be? If not, why? Mine would be tight end.
I mean, I would put him at tight end even now, even if I think he can play offensive line, but Tosh is just better. I would absolutely have a goal line package with Emil Wagner lined up outside of Tosh.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Emil can, I know, look, Tosh is better right now, but Emil's going to be our starting right tackle next year, and he's going to be fine. I'd still do that. But you're not going to put him at tight end outside of anything other than the occasional blocking player when you're Notre Dame. Like, you're not going to put him at defensive line, and he's going to be better than anyone you have recruited to play there. And if he is, you didn't recruit very well.
Yeah.
Like, he's an offensive lineman, and that's where his mark is going to be made. Does that mean if he can't be that full-time guy, he can't make an impact? No, again, I think you'd have a heck of a goal line team if you used him in that regard. But because, like I said, run blocking is not his problem. He'd be a 285-pound force blocking 9 techniques at the 2-yard line. And I'd be like, I'm running behind him. I'd put him over to the left side, actually, and have him and Charles Jagasaw side by side and running, duo or something to that side in the goal line, or inside zone to that side on the goal or something. You know what I mean, Sean? I would absolutely do that. But that's not a full-time move. I'd still have him wear the same number. I'm not throwing. Everybody in the stadium knows what we're doing, and I don't care. So that's what I would see him do.
Look, you just lock in with this kid and see what he's going to give you. Yeah. He's one of those high end, like you said, when you would looking at him coming out, high ceiling, man. He's a high ceiling kid, and this is what you get sometimes with high ceiling kids. Either they pop, or sometimes they never realize that.
But he's still young. I kind of feel like if he doesn't figure it out now, if he doesn't get the weight now, he's never going to. I'm like, guys, he's still currently a redshirt freshman still right now. Now he'll be a redshirt.
Isn't that the nature of fan bases, though?
Yeah.
It's like we want especially microwave. We want microwave. Now. And development is right. one side of our mouth, we say development.
Right.
You have to develop. And then out of the other side, our expectations are, man, why isn't this kid ready?
He's in year 3. Guess he's never going to. Yeah. Yeah.
I think Dallas Turner, right? He flashed at the end of his freshman year. Everybody had these high expectations. Sophomore year, he took a step back. And then his 3rd year, he took off again. The linebacker down at LSU, who flashed as a true freshman, right?
Harold Perkins.
Perkins, right? And then for some reason, they changed his position. They took him more off of the edge this year. Season wasn't he didn't flash as much. So now what do they do with him his 3rd year? I mean, he's too talented not to be a really good player. But I expect him to elevate next year, regardless of the position. And that is development. You have to go with the ebbs and flows sometimes. You do have some guys that immediately step on the field. And I already know when I heard Marcus Freeman bring up Bryce Young, I was like, I don't even know if I wanted him to say that. Like, he's already, expectations for Notre Dame fans are already going through the roof for this kid. Like, this kid has to come out and have 8 to 10 sacks. And it's like, he's flashing. He's good. That's what he's supposed to do. He should flash, but he has to develop. And you have to give him time. If he doesn't do big things in his freshman year, okay. That doesn't mean that he's not going to be a great player at Notre Dame. It doesn't. I'm trying to think. Do you remember his dad's freshman year? I'm sure he was rotational at Notre Dame. Bryant Young.
Yeah.
His freshman year.
I don't, because that would have been 90. He was part of the 90 team.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look at the stats. I mean, I know he played as a freshman. That's why he left in 93, but I don't remember how impactful he was that year. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
But and Bryce was bigger than what.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he was the only freshman he pointed out by name. And that was
Yeah.
because I've heard some good things about Kingston and a
But
couple other
he
guys.
he
But it was,
mentioned Kingston the
yeah,
first
but it
press
was like,
conference. Remember?
yeah, but he was asked about it.
Yeah.
I asked him specifically about the young
Specifically about that.
linebackers.
Yeah.
This is more of a broad which freshman is standing out
Yeah.
after 4 practices, and that doesn't mean that Kingston's not playing well. I just think I look at it as more of just, Bryce is flashing, and he looks the
Yeah.
part, Sean. I mean, you watch him; he looks way different. I mean, because Notre Dame still got, for the
Mm-hmm.
most part, some, shorter. RJ's not very tall. I mean, he's listed as 6'3", 6'4". He's 6'3", maybe. Jordan's
Mm-hmm.
short. Tuihalamaka's short. The only other guy that's really got some length to him, Burnham's got some size to him, but Burnham and Bubakar. But then you watch Bryce, who's like 6'6.5", and you're just like,
Mm-hmm.
this kid's different. This kid's got a different body type, really,
Yeah.
than everybody else. He really does.
Other than Joe Altwich's 2024 draft class, Notre Dame player, do you expect to have the best NFL career?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, it depends on who they get drafted by. I mean, isn't that kind of the thing we always talk about? Like, do they get drafted by a guy that fits what they're going to do? Are they going to get drafted by someone who, like, are they going to draft? Is Audric going to go to a team that views him as we got an older back that's got a year or two left, or are they just going to a team that just views him as nothing but third round insurance in case their guy goes? Well, that's going to put him on a completely different trajectory. Is he going to play for a team that's going to, build a system around him that allows him to play to his strengths? I mean, there's so many of those things that go into it. It's hard to answer that question when I don't know who the teams are going to play on. My gut is Audric, but I think Cam's. The reason I say that is because can Cam consistently hold up over the course of a 16, 17 game season? That's really what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be those two guys. But if it was Blake Fisher, it wouldn't shock me. If Blake's a better pro than he is a college player, that wouldn't shock me at all. I'm not betting on it. I'm not betting a McDonald's sandwich on it, much less my mortgage, but it's possible. He's got the talent, I think, to be that guy. But based on what I know of them right now, those would be my guys. And the other guy that I could see is, like, if you want to talk about longevity, is Marist. Because I could see Marist being a 10-year David Bruton special teams Pro Bowler in the NFL. I just don't see Marist being a starting linebacker. But I could see Marist having a really nice long career as a special teams guy that occasionally can help you as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Certainly see that in the NFL. Yeah. But as far as like starting potential, I'd go with Audric or Cam be my picks.
Yeah, I was thinking, do you remember what your thoughts were about Aaron Banks when he was leaving Notre Dame?
Yes, a very talented player that was pretty good in college, but needs to be more consistent and a little bit more mature. Like, he was way better than Blake. Similar conversation, but he was a way better player than Blake was. I mean, Aaron was an All-American in 2020. But similar thing where his best days might be ahead of him.
Right.
Than Blake, but he was just better than what Blake was coming out. But yeah, I mean, similar type of deal. As Blake is, like, I think Aaron, if he goes right, that's why Aaron was a second round pick, because his film was so much better than Blake's. He was inconsistent. And Aaron was also like 330. He was a lot bigger than Blake was too, but Blake's got all the tools to be that guy. I mean, I'm rooting for him because I do think he's a good kid. I do. He's just young, and that's why Harry Heastan believes in you should stay to your fourth year. You should be a 3-year star. I mean, he believes that strongly. Joe was a 3-year starter. Blake was not. Blake only started 2 games as a freshman. He needed another year. I'm sorry, he just did. But with him not doing that, I still hope that he pans out, because I have no ill feelings on him. I think Blake made the wrong decision. I have no ill feelings on him whatsoever. I don't like how he necessarily left him, but that's all like little minor. I would have done it this way. I look back at things I did at that age. I'm like, yeah, I wish I would have done it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But I root for the kid because and I'll be honest, I don't root for every Notre Dame kid to go to the NFL and have success, because there's some kids that I'm like, I don't really care for that kid very much, to be honest with you. And if you knew what I knew, you wouldn't care for him much either.
Yeah.
If you knew what I knew about Blake, you'd be like, he's a young kid that maybe sometimes makes some immature decisions, but you know what? He's a good kid. He was raised right, and he's got a big heart. You know what I mean? And yeah, he makes some 18, 19, 21-year-old immaturity of maybe he had a few too many beers at this thing, and I don't like that. But it's like those are the type of things you hear about, but like you also hear, man, there's nobody that was more willing to answer the call when they needed someone to go speak to some kids in the community. And you see that big teddy bear side of Blake, and you're like, this is a good kid. He just needs to keep growing up and keep improving as a player and all that kind of stuff. So that's why he is one of those kids that I root for, and that he ends up, the light does go on, and he can, make that life-changing money as an NFL football player, which is going to come on contract 2, not contract 1.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you this. I had a couple of writers that came up from Chicago that said, yo, I was looking for pro day previews and you guys saved us on the drive up. Cool. The show we did the day before. They were trying to find out about Joe Alton, Blake Fisher. And they said, yo, we watched the show and you guys saved us. Nice. So now we came into this ready to like see what they were all about. I was like, that fit with the conversation. Right.
Happy to help.
I was like, I'll let Brian know. He'll be happy to hear that.
Yep.
Why didn't Notre Dame basketball make Brian Dutcher an offer he couldn't refuse? He makes $2 million in San Diego, high cost of living. He has San Diego State back in the Sweet 16 again. Why would Brian Dutcher leave San Diego State to come to Notre Dame?
That's kind of my response, Sean. He's been there since since 1999.
Yeah.
I mean,
the Notre Dame basketball program is not on the men's side.
Looking at it from that standpoint, it would make no sense for Brian Dutcher to leave. First of all, number 2, have you ever been to San Diego?
Man,
I my stance on going to California, Sean. It's about the same one about going to New York, right? But if I ever had to go to California, that's where my wife's from there. She grew up there. But like, I'm not a huge fan. Like, I really like. We went to San Francisco back in 2010, loved it. We went back again in 2017. I'm never going back. Right? It's changed so much. L.A. last time I was there, it's terrible. San Diego's still great.
And you know what I love? I love guys like Brian Dutcher. You know why? He reminds me of Mark Few. See, loyal. Dan Munson really is the one that started that Gonzaga thing.
Yeah,
you really think about it. He should have stayed. Right. He should have stayed. Mark Few has had several overtures from big time programs to leave Gonzaga, and he's decided to stay because he's comfortable there.
Michigan didn't want Mark. If Mark Few wanted to come to Michigan, you're telling me he wouldn't have been there higher?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Louisville. If he would have picked up the call and said, "Hey, I'd like this job," he'd be everybody's number 1 candidate. But to your point, some guys understand. I got it pretty good here.
Man, that's it.
It's
not for everybody. It's not about money and going this program. Mark Few, he's comfortable at Gonzaga, and it's going to mean more for him to win it at Gonzaga,
right,
and going somewhere else and winning it. My question would be, what is it about Notre Dame that would entice Brian Dutcher to leave?
The flip side of that, Sean, let's not forget Brian Dutcher's 64 years old.
Yeah, that's true too.
Right? Like, Micah Shrewsbury's 47.
That's a good point because Notre Dame's hires have been younger.
Yeah, and Mike is actually the oldest of all of them by far. I mean, he's 47 years old. But he's an Indiana guy. And he's coached in Indiana throughout. He's from Indianapolis. He played college ball in Indiana. He coached at Wabash. He coached at DePaul. He was a head coach at IU South Bend. He's coached at Butler. He's coached at Purdue. The only time he hasn't coached in Indiana was his time with the Boston Celtics, and then his 2 years as the head coach at Penn State. That's it. His entire life has been in Indiana. You need that presence in Indiana more. That's something that they didn't do a good enough job, in my opinion, was getting some of those kids that they could have maybe got and then develop them. But, you're getting a younger coach. You're getting a guy, to me, that fits what you're trying to build a little more. And honestly, I don't know that Brian Dutcher is a guy that, as good of a job as he's done, and he's done like multiple good years. I mean, people forget, Sean, the year that they canceled the season because of COVID. They were 30-2.
San
Diego State was that year. Like, he might have another Final Four team under his belt, but
it's
that doesn't
something
mean
else.
he can do it at Notre Dame.
No, let me ask you a question. If you were the AD, how would this play into your mindset? Micah Shrewsbury went to Penn State, took a fledgling program, and built it to where it was. Where Penn State is now and where the new coach took over, Shrewsbury got it to that point. Steve Fisher was the one that revitalized San Diego State, not Brian Dutcher.
Right. Well, caveat of Brian Dutcher was his ace assistant the entire time.
Oh, facts.
Right.
Facts.
But yes, Steve Fisher was the head basketball coach on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's why I said, as an AD, if you're looking at those two things, I don't know. I mean, it's just something I'm just throwing out.
No,
there.
I mean,
I wouldn't be mad if Brian Dutcher would have been the hire.
No.
I'm just trying to convince me.
And this is the guy that was the ace recruiter for the Fab Five.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them, because people forget the second Fab Five that ended up not being as good. The Maurice Taylor, Maceo Baston, Willie Mitchell, Gerard Ward, Fab Five 2, if you remember that group, Travis Conlon. But here's what it would factor into me. That wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be my number one factor.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Shrewsbury's background would be more of a factor. He's got the MBA he can sell to kids. He's the in-state. He's the Indiana guy. He understands that. He came up through the lower ranks, so he's had to show about the development and the scheme and stuff like that. I think Brian Dutcher's a very good basketball coach, but I think Brian Dutcher's also proven himself to be maximize the recruiting efforts at a place like that. He fits what they do out there. I'd have been perfectly fine with Brian Dutcher being that guy. But that part of it would have been in my top 5 to 10 reasons. But age difference, the fact that Micah, I mean, look, guys, Micah demanded a pretty big salary too to get him to leave Penn State. But the fact he's an Indiana guy and his unique pedigree, to me, fits Notre Dame better. Brian Dutcher's a far more established and proven basketball coach.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? I mean,
and recruiter.
And with Brian Dutcher's never done it as a head coach, but he was part of the turnaround at Michigan. Remember, Steve, they kind of were in a unique situation, Brian Dutcher, because he was, like I said, he was part of that building up the Fab Five. But he came to Michigan the year after they won a national championship. So he wasn't part of that national championship team at Michigan. He came the next year.
Dutcher.
He basically replaced Steve Fisher. Because remember, Steve Fisher was Bill Frieder's top assistant at Michigan. When Frieder left, Steve was the interim coach that during the tournament run. And then when Steve got the head job, he had to replace himself as an assistant. Brian Dutcher came.
Yeah.
So they weren't that good. The next year's team was pretty good. Went to the Sweet 16 and lost to Loyola Marymount. But after that, they were pretty bad, and they had to rebuild that team. And then they kind of took over a San Diego State team that was good, but wasn't, like you said, Steve Fisher really built it. But it's just the way to rebuild that is going to be so different than the way you'd need to rebuild Notre Dame.
Thank you.
I'm glad you said it. California, there's so much more talent ready available to you. It's just such a different situation. And with him also being 17 years older, like, guys, because of Micah Shrewsbury's background, it is much more common for basketball coaches to be somewhere their entire careers than it is for football coaches for two reasons. Number one is just what we see. It's like there's always that Bama that's going to offer way more money. You're not seeing that in basketball outside of a couple jobs maybe, but you don't see as much of you got to be a legend or a unique guy like a Billy Donovan. There's been some guys, Lon Kruger, that have made that jump to the NBA, but most don't, and they're not successful. Tim Floyd, there's been some guys, most aren't successful. But basketball is one where you'll see guys be at Gonzaga forever and be at places forever. And so
coach from Oakland,
Greg Kampe, right.
40 years.
His first trip to the NCAA tournament.
That's crazy. 40 years?
Right. But right, exactly. And again, Sean, this isn't like that team that Oakland had where they've never had this kind of team. He's never had opportunities to, go like they've been, I mean, 2016 and 17, they went 25-9. The year before that, they were 23-12. They had back-to-back years in the 2009 and 010 where they made the NCAA. Like, he's had teams before that have been to the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You know, matter of fact, in those 40 years, he's been to the NCAA tournament about 10 or 12 times, right? That, you know, they've been to the semifinals of the CIT. The point is the guy's had success there. This isn't like, oh my God, where'd this come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could have left if he wanted to, but in Micah Shrewsbury, because of the fact this is an Indiana guy, you have a much greater chance of this guy being here for the long haul. Because I do also think Micah Shrewsbury is a college guy. I know he spent some time in the NBA, but that was because he followed Brad Stevens there.
Stevens to the
Celtics, and as soon as he left there, what did he do? He went right back to college.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a greater chance of him being here for 15, 20 years. Brian Dutcher's got about 5 or 6 more years left before he's 70 and kind of close to retirement. You know what I mean? So that would have been a bigger factor for me than but what you brought up is a legitimate point of, can this rebuild be, even if you do credit, because I do think Brian Dutcher deserves credit for the rebuild because he's the guy. Steve Fisher wasn't recruiting those guys. It was Brian Dutcher was the primary recruiter for those guys, right? To build that team up. It's just such a different animal. Like, it's like saying, well, this guy turned UCLA around. Well, okay. This guy turned Alabama football around, or, you know, Ohio State football. Well, you should have. It's not exactly like incredibly hard to win there. You know what I mean? Like, turning Notre Dame around is just the way you're going to do it's going to be so different. Just from a talent acquisition standpoint.
And I don't know if people will understand. I was trying to stop from going this direction. He doesn't fit Notre Dame. Not as a person, because I don't know him. But just look at his track record of the kids he recruits and some of the methods that he uses to recruit. You can go back. I can tell you now that Juwan Howard recruitment was not clean.
None of them were, but that's just kind of what you had to do to
and his win. His strength are the Kawhi Leonards of the world, the kids that are overlooked, the junior college route. That's been his strength.
That's more of what I care about than the not being
coming
clean.
to Notre Dame is a totally different animal from the kids that you recruit, that you have been used to recruiting and bringing into your program and believing in. That's totally different. That's something for me that I think Brian Dutcher in his mind would say, I don't know if that's the right fit for me.
Right.
Not whether or not Notre Dame's a great school, or Mike Bray. I mean, he took San Diego State further than Mike Bray took Notre Dame. So
I want to say something else. A couple things that were said in the chat. He says he's maxed out his career at San Diego State. No, he hasn't. With all due respect, you got a better shot at winning the next 5 years at San Diego State than you guys. You're San Diego. Like, stop. Here's the problem that some people have. It's like this debate about if the ACC goes away, Notre Dame's going to be forced to join the Big Ten. And, like, guys, you keep looking at everything from a football lens. It's not the Big Two in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
The Big East is still a really good conference in basketball. The ACC is still a really good conference in basketball. The Mountain West is still a really good conference in basketball. You can absolutely go, guys, Gonzaga's won a national championship in recent seasons. You know what I mean? Like, you can win. I would argue it's actually probably a little easier path to win at San Diego State than it is at Notre Dame, to be completely honest with you. So, no, I completely disagree with the notion that he's maxed out his career at San Diego State. And if he has, then he's probably not a good enough basketball coach to get you there. I don't think he's maxed out his career at all, to be honest. And he's about to go. He's in the Sweet 16 again. You know, so I don't agree with that. And I think and people talk about age doesn't matter as much. He says, look what John Larinaga has been at Miami for a while. Right. And again, I'm not saying old guys can't coach. I'm saying if you're looking to hire a guy to be here as long as Mike Bray was here, you're not hiring a guy that's 64. If you're trying to make a run, like if I'm Michigan, and I want to get back to rebuilding and get back on track, I would consider bringing John Beilein back instead of Dusty May. I would have maybe considered Brian Dutcher. That would have never happened because of all the stuff that went down. Like, Brian Dutcher was never going to go back to Michigan. It wasn't possible. I'm just making a point. because you have a window where you can win quick there if you choose to. It's not how Notre Dame operates. So, it's not that old guys can't coach. You're not going to bring that guy to Notre Dame and expect him to be here for 15 years. Micah Shrewsbury could conceivably be here for the next 20 years. In 10 years, Brian Dutcher's going to be 74. It's just a different animal. So, and that includes some of the other things, Sean. I mean, he's been at programs where the way that you recruit, and I don't fault them for it because that's how you want. Because like Jawan Howard will tell you, maybe let's say Jawan did get some stuff under the table like every other 5-star kid back then. But you know what Jawan will always say was the thing that mattered most to him is the day he committed to Michigan. You know, when his grandmother passed away, and the way that the coaches treated him, like they had to recruit him. It wasn't just because they offered him the most money.
Absolutely.
Right. And so he can acquire talent, but it's a completely different type of.
He was the first commit out of the 5, right?
That's right. He was there. And they've always said getting Jawan first is the thing. And it was a building. And then you got Jalen and Ray, or Jimmy and Ray next. And then Jalen was the key to making it the 5. Like, because you couldn't get Chris without Jalen.
Right.
Right. So some Fisher and Dutcher were totally exonerated. Andrew Gilmore, buddy, you're young. I understand that. We lived it. Okay. Trust me. They did things they needed to do to get those guys in. You're talking about what got Michigan in trouble was not what they did recruiting those players. The stuff with the boosters is what happened while they were there. So again, you're talking about something that you weren't alive for. So just once, Andrew, I'd ask you to actually trust us on something. We're talking about what they did to recruit those players. Chris Webber did not get in trouble and banned because of what he did in taking money in recruiting. He got in trouble because of the money he took while he was at Michigan from Ed Martin. That's the difference. The stuff with Mo Taylor and Lewis Bullock and Robert Traylor and Albert White, that was all stuff that happened while they were there. That's what got him in trouble. Remember, it was the car accident with Mateen Cleaves when he was a visit and all that stuff. All the stuff with him was that. So you can continue, and he's not going to listen to us. He's still going to act like he knows more than people who are actually alive when that happened. It is what it is. But I'm trying to tell you, we're talking about two different things. Okay? We're talking about what was done to recruit them there. You can't recruit at Michigan the way you recruit at Notre Dame. John Beilein wouldn't recruit at Notre Dame the way John Beilein would have no chance of getting a recruiting class of Mitch McGarry, Glenn Robinson, and those guys, and Nick Stauskas at Notre Dame. What happened? Couldn't happen. There's no way. Could he have got Trey Burke? Yeah. Could he have got Mitch McGarry? No way. There's no way he was going to get Mitch McGarry at Notre Dame. No way. No way. It's just different. And so you can ignore what we're telling you, but I'm just telling you this is not football. This is basketball. UConn just won a national championship. They've won how many in the last 15 years with 3 different head coaches, right? Going to Notre Dame does not improve Brian Dutcher's chances of winning a championship. They don't. I'm sorry. How many championships has San Diego State won in basketball, Sean, in their history? How many chances have they won? How many championships have they won?
How many championships have they won?
How many championships have they
won?
won?
I don't know of any. Of course,
the answer's none. How many has Notre Dame won? None. Same number. None. Right? I mean, so how does being at Notre Dame give Brian Dutcher a better chance to compete for a championship? Notre Dame, do you know how many Final Fours has San Diego State been in, Sean?
They're I think they're going to the Final Four this year.
How many have they been so far?
1.
How many has Notre Dame been in? 1.
That's it.
1 is the year I was born.
Yeah.
Actually, it was before I was born because it was 1978, which meant it would have been March, April of 1978, which means I wasn't even born yet. I'm 45 years old. Being at Notre Dame does not improve your chances of winning a championship over San Diego State. It just doesn't. Not in men's basketball. Maybe certainly women's basketball, but this is men's basketball. Right? It's a different standard. So,
I mean, and I understand like the whole brand recognition and
yeah.
how look, because I don't want to say this. I'm trying to be careful how I convey this. Women's basketball is much more of a fit to Notre Dame
Yes.
than men's college basketball.
You're going to
And a
get
lot,
5 stars to the women's game. You're not getting 5 stars to the men's game.
yes, because most 5-star, and I don't want to say this because this could be a blanket statement and be taken the wrong way. It, your your average 5-star is probably more than likely a good student the majority of the
Most
time
good
on
enough
the
to get
women's
into
side.
places like Michigan and San Diego State, certainly.
I'm just saying on the women's side,
Oh,
most of the girls, that's what I'm point. Most of the
because
5-star,
the
4-star
education is
girls,
still important because you're not going to go to the WNBA and make life-changing money.
there you go.
So your degree is still the most important long-term impactful thing that you're going to make in your life
Absolutely.
in women's basketball.
Absolutely. Which opens
I
the
mean,
door to
Jackie Young
Muffet and
leaving as a
Niall.
junior was shocking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, we're debating if Caitlin Clark's going to come back for a 5th year. Like, the greatest scorer to ever play in women's basketball. That's not in men's basketball. We're debating, is she going to come back as a sophomore? It's a different animal. Now, NIL is going to keep some guys there, but like, here's the thing. Andrew said that San Diego State doesn't have the NIL money to compete for championships. Neither does Notre Dame, not in basketball.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to happen. 5-star players are not going to start coming to Notre Dame and staying for 4 or 5 years, 2 years, 3 years. It's just not going to happen. You may occasionally get that one guy, but it's like I said, John Beilein is about as good of a developer as I've seen of a guy that could have won at a place like Notre Dame. And the players he got that helped lead them to championships, he's not getting to Notre Dame. He's not getting Mitch McGary at Notre Dame. It's not happening. So it's just a different animal.
It is.
Different animal. And I don't think leaving San Diego State is going to make it any better. Got another one from Andrew Gilmore. Thank you, Andrew.
2021 schedule allowed Indy to win 11 games despite not being able to protect the quarterback. This is blasphemy, but 2021 is also a great coaching job.
Strongly disagree with that.
You go ahead.
I mean, name me one game where you're like, wow, what a great coaching job. If anything, coaching had kept them in games like they should have blown Florida State out, took the foot off the gas before it was over. You needed a fourth quarter comeback to frickin' beat Toledo, right? I mean, you struggled to put USC away, who's mediocre. You struggled to put North Carolina away, who's mediocre. You needed a comeback to beat a Virginia Tech team that wasn't very good. Like, that was a year where Notre Dame, and you played one good team that year, one good team, and they kicked your butt. And if it wasn't for Isaiah Foskey forcing a fumble, they might have lost that game by 30. They played like crap against Wisconsin until Chris Tyree's touchdown. The defense kept them in that game. The offense was crap that game.
Mm-hmm.
And they were losing in the fourth quarter until Chris Tyree's touchdown sparked them. And that was a very mediocre Wisconsin football team, if we're going to be honest about it. So it's like, what was the win that made you say, wow, what a great coaching job that team did? Like, I don't get it. What was great? Like, what was great about that team? They had loads of talent.
I think there's background. There's background to what Andrew is saying. Andrew has a big concern about the offensive line this season. If I'm not mistaken, he said that's his major concern. And that's why you need Riley Leonard running around and having escapability.
Yeah.
And we know everything from the transfer that they had at right guard that you do let the youngsters play, right?
Mm-hmm.
But see, here's the caveat. You can point to that 21 season, Brian. We both know the drop off in talent from the top guys on the offensive line to what was behind them and the lack of depth that the offensive line was at that point in the program. Yes. The fact that they had to go get Kane Madden.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't think they did have to do.
I didn't think they did either.
They chose to go with.
The fact they went and chose that. Here's my thing. You can have concerns about every position. Heck, I have concerns that even though I've seen the practices, I still have concerns with wide receiver because I need to see it.
Mm-hmm.
We can sit up here and talk about Bo Collins and Chris Mitchell all we want to. I need to see it.
You need to see it in a Notre Dame uniform.
That's my point.
They've done it.
Right.
We've seen Chris Mitchell go on the road and have a six catch, 157-yard game against an SEC team.
Yeah.
We've seen Bo Collins at the Power 5 level have 100-yard games. I mean, you always got to show it.
Yeah. But this is my thing with Notre Dame. This is my thing with Notre Dame and offensive line. Dude, what position has a better resume when it comes to development and talent?
Right.
Than offensive line in Notre Dame. Yes, concerns. I'm not worried. It's a difference between having a concern and being like, oh man, I'm really worried. I'm not, because I know there's talent in the offensive line room. Do you have questions? I think the combination of Joe Rudolph and Jared Parker versus Joe Rudolph and Mike Denbrock, in my opinion, is a totally different combination.
I'm not worried about the coaching part of it. I'm worried about the experience part of it. That's my only concern about this team, is the lack of experience. Because I do think it's been proven that matters at that position more than any other. Quarterback to a degree, but offensive line is the position where experience is most important, and they don't have that. Pat Coogan's their most experienced returning offensive lineman with 13 starts. Like that can this unit, which hasn't really played together a ton, be consistent enough for them to go out and not stub their toe a couple times to knock them out of the playoff? That's my question. I kind of feel like by the time they get to the postseason, they're going to be pretty good.
That's my point.
And
that's my point.
But like one thing Andrew said, he says nearly losing is still winning. A win is a win. In the record book, sure. But we're having a conversation about the job the coaching staff did.
Mm-hmm.
And winning is not winning. So, like, are you going to say, hey, Nick Saban, great job barely beating South Florida because winning is winning? No, you're not going to say that. Like, you didn't play well. The question is did that coaching staff, like 2020 was arguably the best coaching job Brian Kelly ever did. Like,
I'll give you that.
When you consider they had no off season because of COVID.
Yep.
They had their season just abruptly stopped, like right in the middle because of a COVID outbreak.
Mm-hmm.
You got games getting canceled. You don't have this guy because he tested. You don't have that guy because he tested. You're limited at skill at this position. You're limited at talent at that position. You're limited at depth in a lot of places. You lost some really good players. I mean, think about who they lost from that 19 team. Just on defense alone, Akwara, Khalid Kareem, you lost Troy Pride, you lost Alohi Gilman, you lost Jalen Elliott. Like, that team had some ugly wins that year, but you're like, dude, that team shouldn't have won some of the games they won that year, or shouldn't have been as impressive that year. But when I watch a team in 21 that has Kyron Williams, Kevin Austin, Michael Mayer, Isaiah Foskey, Kyle Hamilton, Cam Hart, and you go down the list and you're like, that team barely beat Toledo. Like, this is what I say. The standard, Brian Kelly lowered the standard among some younger Notre Dame fans. Do you think Alabama fans would have been like, hey, I know they needed a comeback to beat Toledo, but they won? No, they'd be like, what is going on right now?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, the Wisconsin game, I'm good with. That was a 9-4 Wisconsin team. I mean, you should have played better, but Jack got hurt, and you had a couple. And you have bad games sometimes, and they finished well. But it was the constant theme of you pissed away a big lead against Florida State because you took your foot off the gas. That's the only reason why. You got completely outcoached by Toledo.
Yes.
And honestly, I'd argue you got outcoached by Jeff Brom when it comes to their defense against your offense. Like, your defense, Freeman and them did a pretty good job against Jeff Brom defensively. Really good job against that offense. But your offense had no answers for some things there. And again, took your foot off the gas. Virginia Tech, you got completely outcoached against Virginia Tech. You just had better players than they had. That's what it came down to. Right? There was no game that I look at that year, Sean, and I'm like, man, that was a great coaching job. just a great coaching. No, it's like you had way better players than that team. That's what it came down to.
Yeah. And for me, I think, because what you just talked about, inexperience. Go back to 2016, right? What did they lose that year?
In 16?
Yeah, 2016 team was talented.
Yeah.
They were inexperienced though.
Right.
And that was one of the big things, which goes to why
and
Riley
a
Leonard,
lot of their experience just wasn't very good.
That could be said as well, but they lost a lot of games late.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, they had some young talent, because that young talent was like Love and all of those guys, right? Julian Love. That was like the 16 young crew, or were they the next year? Yeah, 16 was like Julian Love and
well, you still had those guys on the 17 team. They were freshmen on that team. You're talking about like Kevin Stephenson was a freshman.
Yeah, they were freshmen. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Kevin was a freshman that year. Chase was a sophomore that year. I mean, just the entire 16, Javon McKinley. I'm trying to think of who that class was. But I mean, they were young that year, but it also came down to they had an utter lack of leadership on that team. That to me mattered a lot more than the lack of youth.
And I think that is the strength of the inexperience you're talking about. That's probably a reason why Marcus Freeman says, "Yo, I got to go get me an experienced quarterback. Let me go get an experienced coordinator, because I know I have a young, talented offensive line, right? And you have two. Well, I mean, look, Steve Angeli's been in the program. He hasn't have game experience, but the dude he can play college football.
I'm just gonna say this, dude. If you want to try to be a Brian Kelly defender and defend jobs he's done, please, for the love of God, do better than 2021, where they won 0 games over teams that were ranked at the end of the year. 0. Like 2020, that was a masterful coaching job. Brian Kelly did a phenomenal job coaching the 2012 team. Phenomenal job. Because they were way more talented in 2011. Way more.
Yeah.
So there are years you can point to where you can look at Brian Kelly and say, dude did a great job with those years. Can we not do that? Can we also be able to say, but there were times he did a bad job? 2011 was a bad job. 2012 was a great job. 2020 was a great job. 2021 was not a very good job. And do you know why I know it wasn't a great coaching job? Because what you and I know to be true, he was trying to get out the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to be there anymore, which is why he left at the end of the year. So if you want to defend Brian Kelly and point to years where you thought he did a masterful coaching job, I'm with you. 2020 was when you think about everything they had to overcome in 2020, are we even going to have a schedule to play? Like all the offseason work they went into preparing for that 2020 schedule was thrown out the window because of COVID, because the whole schedule got canceled except for like 4 ACC teams, right? That was a brilliant job, truly brilliant job by Brian Kelly. Going through the 2021 season and taking a team with a lot of NFL players and beating a bunch of mediocre football teams barely does not make it a great coaching job. That is a really poor argument, in my opinion. 2020, great coaching job. 2021, mediocre coaching job that year. So, that's not that argument's not going to fly here.
Would you agree? Like you said, this offensive line could stub their toe.
Sure.
But I would much rather have this coaching combination to coach them through that.
In 21?
Yes. Or last year, or versus last year. Like, give me Denbrock and Rudolph this year to coach it too, because they need to be at their best going into the playoffs.
O-line, I would have rather gone with the 2022 coaching staff than the 20. No disrespect to Jared Parker, but I would have rather gone with Tommy Rees and Harry Heastand than Jared Parker and Joe Rudolph. But I have to pick between the three. I'm going to go with Joe Rudolph and Mike Denbrock.
Yeah.
And especially since Joe Rudolph's going into year 2.
Yes.
Like, and even if it was Jared Parker and Joe Rudolph both coming back, I would still have more confidence that they're going to be able to get, because it would be both of their second years in those positions, right? But getting Mike Denbrock, who's proven to be able to build teams that can run the football, and Joe Rudolph, who, again, the question with Joe Rudolph is more, can he be great? He's a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, can he be great? That's
I like his recruiting so far. I do.
No doubt.
I like his
No
recruiting
doubt.
so far.
No doubt.
You know what? We didn't mention the twos in offensive line, did we? Because I know you said, look, for me,
as far as the guys talking about guys that need to get better.
Yeah, I would love to see guys push Pat Coogan. I would love to see some of these sophomores and redshirt freshmen push for those guard positions. I would love for them to get the opportunity to compete.
Sure.
And push those guys, because they're talented, man. That's the one thing they didn't have. Look, they're a much deeper offensive line room, because that was just a year ago or 2 years ago, we had concerns about depth at tackle. And like, still do, right? And still trying to add that, but I mean, when you're getting Gerby Lambert in, it's starting in the 25
for
class.
2024.
Yeah.
There's still concerns this season.
Yeah.
Future's looking much brighter with Gerby, with Styles Prescott, and then, of course, the entire 2025 O-line class.
Absolutely.
Is I mean, they can all
really
play
good.
Tackle. They can all play tackle. So yeah, they're definitely getting there. Joe Rudolph is rebuilding, and he's rebuilding the right way in that they didn't force any bad fits. There were some kids they could have gotten past years that wouldn't necessarily be great fits at Notre Dame that maybe they could have got. Right. And that's the thing, is you weren't going to rebuild it in 1 year. It was that one class with Heastan, because before it was the interior, Sean. And that's what Heastan's one class was built around. Here's what was going on in the O-line before Heastan came back. And Rudolph is building on what Coach Heastan started. That's what I'm excited about. He's not trying to shift directions. Let's build on it. They were small and they were soft. And soft is not, I hate using that word. They just weren't a real powerful. It was about athletes and stuff like it wasn't like about power. There was a guy here, guy there, but they were undersized. Harry said, we got to get bigger and stronger. And his first class was all about size and power. Right. Every single kid, with the exception of Joe Otting, was huge, but Joe was tough. Right. Even though he was small, he was tough. And then they started doing that with the next year's class. Because remember, Harry was the one that got them going initially with Peter Jones. He committed to Harry.
Right.
And he's the one that got them going with Gerby Lambert and Styles Prescott. And then Coach Rudolph had to come in and
reestablish,
in a way that was much different than the 19 class with Quinn, because it was so late that when Coach Heastan left that it was just don't screw it up with those guys. This was different because you had to re-recruit Styles Prescott to a degree, but you really had to re-recruit Gerby Lambert.
Yep.
Like, it was almost like start over from scratch, because that's the kind of prestige that Coach Heastan had. And props to Coach Rudolph for getting that done. Now, this 25 class is fully 100% on him. And it's a bad year offensive line wise. And he went out and got 3 really good fits with really high ceilings. So, and they're all physical kids, even though Matty Augustine's a little undersized right now, or was when they started getting on him. He saw the frame, but he saw tough kids. He needed tackles. So Coach Heastan really rebuilt the interior.
Yeah.
Pendleton, Absher, Otting, all those kind of guys. Peter Jones. Now it's Coach Rudolph's job to build the perimeter, and so far he's done a really nice job of it in regard to how we project him. Now, all these guys got to go prove themselves. These guys are going to develop and all that. But he's done a really nice job rebuilding the outside, which is what needed the attention, because Coach Heastan did such a great job rebuilding that in his 1 year plus. Remember, it also helped that Tommy and Coach Heastan were able to, especially Coach Reese, were able to finish off with Billy Shrouth. It wasn't even about Coach Heastan, it was about Tommy. Yeah. When Quinn left, Tommy was able to then get Billy Shrouth, because Billy Shrouth wasn't going to come to Notre Dame if Jeff Quinn was at Notre Dame. That's just no disrespect to Coach Quinn, but it wasn't going to happen. And so that helped. And that class was huge too. That last, with all props to Jeff Quinn, his last class has provided a couple starters and as well. Ashton Craig is going to be part
Mhm.
of that, right? I
Yeah.
mean, Wagner, he recruited Emil Wagner.
Mhm.
That's who recruited Emil Wagner. But those are the kind of guys he went out and got, though. Those undersized, got to build them up kind of guys where Coach Easton said, we need some beef.
Yeah.
And so, like, Jagasol shows up at 325. Absher shows up at 325. Pendleton shows up at 310. Tarek shows up at like 330. I mean, it's like he went and got some beef, man. He went out and got some beef.
So now you can, and that benefits you, man, because you can just lay on defenses physically. You can wear defenses down, not just with technique, play calling, long drives, but just physically. You get 330, 320, 3. And Ashton Craig is the pup as far as size on the offensive line at center. Man, it just looks different. It looks different. And for what we've seen, Brian, out of Jadarian Price early in camp, I'm looking forward to seeing him and Jeremiah Love behind his offensive line, especially as the season gets into the depths of it in November in the playoffs. I really do. I really do. So for me, I just look at the resume of offensive line and say, look, these young and experienced kids are going to become experienced, really good offensive line. That's
But
the track record.
I do think there's merit to the notion of that's why it was important to have Riley. And I've talked about this before because
Absolutely.
Riley can get you out of some trouble early on where, hey, your offensive line didn't play well, but because he's this kind of athlete, kind of runner, scrambler, that he could kind of make something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And none of the guys they have on the roster, Steve, Kenny, or CJ, can do that.
Not to that degree. No,
not even close to that degree. Like, not even close. So that's where, that's the biggest concern I have. But again, if you can get out of the A&M game with a win, I don't care if it's 3-0. Get out of that game with a win. Beating them on the road is the key. You're going to have a month to kind of get right.
Yes.
And that's going to be the key. With whoever you have a quarterback, it's going to be a chance to get that line right.
Mm-hmm.
And the receivers going. That's the key. You just got to get that opening win. That's the key. And then you're going to be a much different team when Louisville comes to town than you are when you go play A&M. That's going to be the big key. All right, Sean, we're going to kind of a couple things. I see if there's a couple we might want to get to real quick. There's a lot of great questions, but there were so many questions that just got us going on long rants. I want to end with this one because we're not going to have time to get to all of them. We're already over 4 hours, and there's tons of great more questions. So, you know what we're going to do, Sean? Tell you what, with a lot of y'all, we're not doing as many mailbags as we've been doing. Wednesday, Sean, are you able to do a show on Wednesday? Let's do a midweek mailbag on Wednesday. Since we're so many questions that we can't get to, we're not doing as many mailbags anymore afterwards, and I don't want to have people have to wait till next Monday since we didn't get to all these questions. So if you have questions, like there's one about my short-term, long-term goals, I appreciate all that, but we just don't have time to get to it today. We're going to do another midweek mailbag to kind of pay y'all back for all the questions we didn't get to today. But there is one I wanted to get to, Sean, which I think is going to be a great way to end the show. And I'm going to ask it because I want you to answer first. This is from John Leahy. I love this question. What are the top 3 reasons that you, Sean Davis, are excited about the 2024 season?
Coaching staff, quarterback room, speed at wide receiver.
Yeah. Those are good.
I mean, I could go on, but
because you only had to give 3.
Right.
Those are good. Those are good. I mean, I would have been more specific with the hires, the new hires. I would have probably zeroed in on because you were turning some good coaches. But I think looking at it more bigger picture of the entire staff, it makes a ton of sense. I would look for the first time in a long time. Notre Dame can look and say we've got arguably the best coordinator combination in college football. Where in the past Notre Dame's had really good defensive coordinators in the past and really good offensive coordinators in the past, but rarely have they had both in the same year.
Yeah.
And the one year that I thought they did was 2017 with Chip Long and Mike Elko. And that was a team that you were having to overcome the sting of a 4-8 season. So, and you had an incredibly tough schedule. Like I've said this before, the 10-3 from 2017 was way more impressive than the 12-11-2 or 11-1 from 2021 or the 11-2 of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Way more impressive because of the quality of the teams they played on a week-to-week basis. So like Clark Lee was and Chip Long were pretty good, but I was never quite as high on Clark Lee as some others. I thought he was a good coordinator, but I thought he was a little limiting. He was really good, but was he like big time? Could he produce elite defenses? I always kind of felt like they had a lot of talent when Clark Lee was here, if we're going to be honest about it. Like, they had a lot of pros on those teams, and I felt at times I wanted to kind of turn it up a little bit. Like, he was really good about we're just going to line up and everybody knows to do their job and all that kind of stuff. But like when you got into certain games, when you needed to heat it up to make some stops in 19 and 18, he couldn't really do it, against some of the better teams. And so that was kind of, I mean, I would argue that the most talented back-to-back years Notre Dame had on defense was the 18 and 19 teams. I mean, those teams were loaded with NFL guys. I mean, you had backups at D end in 2018 that got drafted. And you had a third stringer in 2018 that has started games and at defensive end that started games in the NFL and Jameer Jones. Like, that's pretty flippin' awesome.
Yeah.
And Kurt Hine so let's think about it. The 18 team from the rotation. You had Julian got drafted, Dalen got drafted, Jameer Jones started games in the NFL, Khalid got drafted, Adi Taguba Ogundizi got drafted, Jerry Tillery got drafted, Kurt Hinish is playing a lot for the Texans. That's 7 D linemen that have either were drafted or have played a lot of snaps in the National Football League. You're starting will linebacker as a starter on a team that's won a Super Bowl this year, right? Your starting boundary corner on that team is currently a Pro Bowler in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
Your starting field corner on that 18 team would be a player in the NFL right now if he didn't have a devastating knee injury in Troy Pride. One of your starting safeties on that team is a starting safety in the National Football League right now. And your other starting safety has been on an NFL roster for 3 or 4 years since he's played, Jalen Elliott. And then the 19 team had a freshman kid named Kyle Hamilton on that team. That was pretty good too.
Yeah.
So like Clark Lee had a lot of NFL players, man. Like, the talent on the 18 and 19 teams was better, in my opinion, than what Al Golden was working with last year, top to bottom.
Yeah.
I think they just did a better job of really getting the most out of this group. And so, again, Coach Lee was a good coach, but he wasn't an elite coach. Is Al Golden an elite coach? We'll see, but he certainly was last year, in my opinion. Right? I mean, let's see him string it together. Is Mike Denbrock proven himself to be an elite coordinator? I believe he has, because he's now done it at 3 different stops.
Yeah.
He did it at Notre Dame. He did it at Cincinnati. Did it at LSU. I mean, so he's been proven. That's the coaching part for me, Sean, is it's the coordinators. We've had years where nobody in the business had a better online coach than Notre Dame, but do you have it here, and here?
Yeah.
It's the coordinator thing. It's the fact that you have great teachers at the skill positions where you feel like you're going to get the most out of. I mean, think about it. Notre Dame has 3 of the best teachers in the game at running back, receiver, and corner. In my opinion, they're not elite recruiters that just have better players than everybody else. They're very good recruiters, but it's Mike Mickens is not taking bums and he's turning them into All-Americans.
Yeah.
He's recruiting talent, but he's getting the most out of these kids. Dylan McCullough we're not excited about this year because Dylan McCullough is a great coach and he's going to turn these 4.7 kids into the best running back room in college football. It's dude has put some talent together, and there's a confidence that he's a good enough coach to also get the most out of them. It's that double combination. So I think you're right on that, Sean, from a coaching standpoint. Receivers for me is another one. You said quarterback depth. That one is probably why I'm optimistic about the floor. With Riley Leonard being hurt, I don't know that it's one of the 3 reasons I'm most excited about it. Here's what it boils down to. The third one for me is I believe that this team is the first Notre Dame team in a few years that has the athleticism to match up with anybody across the board. That's different about this team, even than last year's team, in my opinion. because of what you're going to have on the edge, what you're going to have at linebacker, what you're going to have. They're going to be more athletic at safety. I mean, we saw in last year at times when the lack of athleticism of that other safety spot was a problem. You may lack experience there now, but you don't lack athleticism. And so I think athletically, this team has got a chance to be special. I think the quarterback for me, Sean, and I'm curious your thoughts on that. The quarterback room for me, in as far as how you view it, is why I'm not concerned about this team falling off and going 8-4, 9-3, because I feel like any of them can lead them to 10 wins. I just feel like, can those other three lead them to a championship? I'm less optimistic about that. But if they are, it's going to be because the coaching, the skill players on, and I would even say not even receivers, the skill talent on offense, including the running backs, is as good as it's been in a long. Because like that 15 team was special. CJ, Will, Chris, and Amir, but it kind of ended there because they didn't play Josh a whole lot until CJ got hurt. Because it was never CJ and Josh. It was CJ, he got hurt, then Josh. And that's it. They didn't play them both together at all, really. And so, but after the three starters, you didn't have anybody. I mean, who else did you have in 18 at wide receiver? Right? Or 15 at wide. I mean, Corey Robinson, he's pretty good. So I'll give, but like at tight end, yet after Durham got hurt, it was Alizé and that was it. Where it's like now you don't have Mitchell Evans and you're still trotting out freaking Eli Raridan and Cooper Flanagan. You know what I mean? Like you lose Audric Estime and you're like, I loved Audric. He was a stud. We're fine. I mean, think about, well, what if Jeremiah Love goes down? It sucks, but it'll be all right. Well, what if Jadarian Price goes down? All right, well, there's a lot of teams college football that would love to go into a game with Jabron Payne, Keedron Young, and Aeneas Williams at running back. You know what I mean? A lot of teams on Notre Dame's schedule that would love to have that trio as their top three. And we're talking about Notre Dame needing to lose Audric and have 2 injuries to get to that trio. You know what I mean? It's the whole aspect of it. Man, well, what if Jayden Thomas gets hurt again? I hope it doesn't happen, but they're so much more prepared to handle that. Like last year when Jayden Thomas went down, it shook up the whole receiving corps. Because when him and Dion got hurt, it was like you got nobody else that can do what they do. Okay, now it's like you got Bo Collins, you got Micah Gilbert, you got Cam Williams. They can all do that. You know what I mean? And so it's a different animal than it was a year ago. And that's why you start getting excited about it, because it's like the margin for error is so much wider because of the athleticism and depth of athleticism they have.
Absolutely. And look, we go to the first practice and we're looking at each other like, yo, who is that? Like, oh, that's KK Smith. Like, okay, he's making plays. Like you just talk about the depth they have at the position now. That's why
I didn't even, you're right. I didn't even bring up KK. Logan, Bo Collins hasn't even showed up yet.
Sadate hasn't shown up. Yeah,
Jordan
Faison is playing lacrosse.
Dude, Jeremiah Love could go line up at receiver if you needed him to. Like, you know what I mean? Like just the depth of what. Oh, and by the way, their potential All-American tight end's not there yet. Right? And so what do you have? You have a couple 6'6" and 6'7" mountains playing the position this spring.
Dude,
and so, and you know what, though? Here's the thing. Yeah. You got to give a lot of credit to Tommy Rees for some of this.
Yeah.
Because he played a role in a lot. I mean, Cam Williams or these guys are that a lot of this recruiting, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, these are guys that he helped build, and then obviously they took it to another level in the last couple of years, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're all excited about the quarterback room. Well, who recruited all those guys?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, Tommy Rees. I mean, so you got to give some love to some of the coaches of the past that have done a good job of recruiting and developing these guys. Mm-hmm. And Lance Taylor and Tommy Rees actually was the one that recruited Logan Diggs, and Lance Taylor liked Audric Estime. So but this staff has taken it to another level with the transfer guys. Mm-hmm. And that's why I said when the transfer portal opened up, I said I don't like it, I hate it, but it's going to benefit Notre Dame. And imagine where Notre Dame would be right now if they didn't have Riley Leonard, Chris Mitchell, Bo Collins, or Jay. And we didn't even mention Jaden Harrison, who was a first-team All-American last year as a kick returner, and who is the fastest receiver they have according to sources that I have.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the thing is like the portal has helped Notre Dame. There's no doubt about it. What would we be thinking about Notre Dame's defensive line if they didn't have Javonte Jean-Baptiste last year? or
Yeah.
RJ Oben going into this year, or Thomas
Hmm.
Harper in the slot last year.
Yeah.
The portal's been good to Notre Dame.
Hmm.
It has been. They just don't do the volume that other people do. And that's helped kind of fill some of those little holes of where the past staffs have not done a good enough job,
Yeah.
right? Because like past recruiting failures are why you needed those transfer receivers,
Yeah.
right? And so they're just positioned talent wise across the board where you're not make or break with the quarterback.
Hmm.
That's kind of where I'm at with
And
it,
that's a
Sean.
good
So,
feeling to have. Yeah.
and I think Al Golden kind of showed last year that like, okay, he's capable of. But I've said that even if the Al Golden's defense is the same as it was in 2022, this team still can win every game they play this year. There's
Well, I
only
mean,
one game they lost in 2021 because of the 2022 because of the defense, and that was USC.
no.
That was
Well,
it.
I exclude Brian Van Gorder. I don't even make him part of my conversations, but excluding him, the list of defensive coordinators that have come through Notre Dame,
It's been
like
good.
if Clark Lee is the guy, you're like, okay, he's the
Right.
least of the guys.
Right.
You're
That's
you're
pretty
playing with
good.
house of money. Heck
Yes.
yeah,
Because
heck
Elko
yeah.
was excellent his 1 year. Diaco was outstanding in his tenure. Marcus Freeman in his
Mm-hmm.
1 year. Um, Al Golden, like I said, Al Golden in 2022. If you take that defense again, let's think about what they did in their 3 losses before USC. Because I said they didn't play well enough against USC. They were without Cam Hart, without Tariq Bracy, whatever. But they did still. End of the day, you're going to lose guys. You didn't play well enough.
Right.
They absolutely played well enough to beat Ohio State. Held Ohio State to 21 points
Mm-hmm.
and barely 300 yards of offense. Absolutely played well enough to beat them on the road. Certainly played well enough to beat Marsh. You had one bad play, one bad drive at the end of the game, but you held them to 19 offensive points, and you held Stanford to 16 points. You should have won all 3 of those games if you had a competent offense. So even though it wasn't a great defense, it was still a defense that was good enough to get you to 11-1 that year. Should have got you 11-1 that year, right? And then last year we saw kind of what they can do when they know the system better and he's got some players. I think the talent's the physical God-given ability of this team is going to be better than last year's team. The question is, does he know how to get that same amount out of a team that doesn't have the knowledge of the defense the way last year's did? That's
Mm-hmm.
my only question. But that means, are they closer to 2022 than they were last year from a execution standpoint? Okay, fine, but they're going to have better players than they had in 2022 in a lot
Mm-hmm.
of places. So that's why there's just a level of, the defense is going to be pretty good. How good? Top 15 or top 5? But there's no doubt that they're going to be a top 15 defense, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you a baseline to be kind of fired up about. So
I agree.
So we had like 27 questions we never got to, and some others that we didn't star. So we appreciate you. We appreciate you guys. We'll bring them. We'll do a midweek mailbag on Wednesday. Actually, no, hold on a
Absolutely.
second, Sean. We may have to. When's the next? Is the next practice Wednesday or Thursday? Let me just check
I
that.
think it is Wednesday.
Okay, let me just check that real quick because we are going to have practice access on. Let me see here. Just give me 1 second. Pulling up the the practice schedule real fast. When did they send that out? They sent that. Here we go. It's going to be Wednesday,
Yeah.
March 27th. So what we'll actually do is then we will do a practice report, then do nothing but mailbag after that. So that's what we'll do. Okay. So it's 5 periods. So practice report won't be that long.
No.
So we'll do that. Then we'll dive into mailbag on Wednesday. So bring those questions back. We appreciate y'all very much. Before you all leave, folks, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. And if you've not done so, Sean, you watch the breakdowns. Guys, there's 3 videos that I did breaking down the Mike Denbrock offense, and there's several more to come. If you're not a member, I promise you, if you watch those videos, you'll be glad you signed up and you're going to want to be on board because it's really good stuff. People that are in the chat that have seen those videos that are on the board will tell you, you just don't. I love the other people. You just don't get this anywhere else. You don't get this kind of analysis anywhere else. In my not so humble opinion in that instance, but and I got some more run game and some pass game stuff coming. So definitely want to sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. For my man Sean, I'm Brian. You all have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you again here very, very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.